Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard in the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
This story is about seeds.
Seed means life. Seed means livelihood. Seed means our culture.
Naweka mbili.
Kuwekea watu sheria wakati wananunua mbegu si vizuri.
So when it was revised in 2012, it included certain punitive aspects.
Lakini mimi mkulima niko na hizo zote na serikali imenifunga mikono.
You have to borrow a loan so that you can plant maize because it's very expensive because of inputs.
Kupata hii mbegu ni shida kwangu.
If an old grandmother from Mashinani wants to access these services, like the Kenya seeds, you would imagine a shosho would not really access where these stores are.
Kilimo mimi nafanya kwa sababu ya chakula. Siwezi kumbuka kama tulinunua mbegu kwa watu, kwa any shop.
You see from regulations down to the bills and then to the regulation, the threats, it's nonsense.
In light of now what these reports are saying, do you have any regrets?
Yes, I do.
This story is about seeds.
Seed means life. Seed means livelihood. Seed means our culture.
When a young girl is getting married, they give them seeds to signify the continuation of the lineage. So it's rooted in culture.
Tuke harusi, tunachaga mtama, ile mingi tunapika ugali.
But it's different from what's been told before. This is an investigation.
If you hear me saying that I'm going to eat jahe somewhere, there's a child who has been born somewhere.
A report by Greenpeace International says 80% of Kenya's agriculture is supported by the informal seed sector.
Lakini mimi mkulima niko na hizo zote na serikali imenifunga mikono.
But this is rapidly changing thanks to a law that was quietly and hastily passed by the 10th Parliament, prioritizing profits over seed sovereignty.
That's why you have hybrids, that's why you have all these new genetically modified things that are coming in.
You have to borrow a loan so that you can plant maize because it's very expensive because of inputs.
In this story, we investigate Kenya's controversial seed law, uncovering the powerful interests behind it and the hidden motives driving its enforcement.
From the 9th Parliament, they started showing signs that they were interested in the seeds.
So when it was revised in 2012, it included certain punitive aspects to punish anybody who is found trading seed and is not registered as a seed merchant.
We expose how corporate interests have reshaped the seed industry through legislative means at the expense of small-scale farmers.
In light of now what these reports are saying, do you have any regrets?
Yes, I do. What I knew then and what I know today is different. Yeah. The assumptions there is that we have a system of government that works.
My name is Cynthia Gishiri. For almost a year, I have traversed hundreds of kilometers from Machakos to the highlands of Mount Narok and the plains of Turkana. I've spoken to tens of farmers. I have been looking into the interconnectedness of corporate interests and political power in agriculture, and my focus is on seeds. A seed, so small yet so important. It's an apt metaphor for growth and continuity. It's no wonder that many religious texts use seeds as a powerful symbol of new beginnings and the tenacity and promise of life. But what happens when this natural resource is commodified and access is restricted because of commercial interests? This story begins at the High Court in Machakos.
We will be relying on our replying affidavit dated 23rd October 2024.
A group of small-scale farmers are keenly following the proceedings of a matter dear to them.
My lady, the petitioners before you are local farmers from various parts of the country, are against the provisions of the Seed and Plant Varieties Act.
This case has been before the courts since September 2022, when it was first filed.
And it's been a long, arduous journey. Just even to get a mention in court took us quite a while.
Farmers, flanked by civil society organizations such as Greenpeace International, Biodiversity and Biosafety Association Kenya, Seed Savers Network and the Law Society of Kenya, argue that these provisions curtail their right to seed sovereignty, increasing dependence on commercialized seeds.
I'm more concerned with the protections aspect of the act.
We submit that a sword hanging on a ceiling is no less dangerous because it has not fallen.
My Lord, for that we pray that you uphold the petitioner's case. Thank you.
Haki yetu, uhai wetu, haki yetu.
Na tuna imani kubwa hii kesi lazima tutashinda, kwa sababu hakuna mtu ana ruhusa ya kuimiliki mbegu, kwa sababu hata huyo mtu ni mbegu.
Journalism ulikata.
Sasa hiyo journalism hii msaida aso. Tika town tunang'ara, tunatoa hizo bagapu tunove tuko. But you see the advantage of this. This one is our one-time thing.
At Kabazi Ward in Nakuru County, Onesmus Njuguna is trying his hand at farming. It's early April 2025 and the planting season has already begun. Njuguna plans to plant maize and must race against time to ensure this least piece of land becomes productive.
This year, the rain came earlier with around 2 weeks because we received the first rain, early March. So it got us off guard, but it's not still late. Already around this season, we are already in April. It took time before I got this land, so the plowing could not be done because of the soil is already heavy. The best thing to do is just creating the trenches, we plant. Now after what we've done today, the next thing is the seeds. From here I'm headed to Kenya Seeds. I will be doing 6213. It's one of the best breeds.
The Kenya Seed Company depot, located in Nakuru town about 30 kilometers from Njuguna's 10-acre farm, is the Central Rift region's main supplier of seed maize with multiple varieties on offer. Njuguna has tried to purchase seeds from this state company for days now.
I'm trying to get in touch with the guys in charge of seeds. I need to purchase mbegu za mahindi. So the guys in Teja, I needed to know whether I can get the amount I want for planting. Now that the land is ready, I really need these seeds as early as yesterday.
Each acre requires 1 bag of seed at a cost of 2,500 Kenya shillings, about $20 per bag. It's a busy day at the depot, with workers loading and offloading hundreds of bags of seeds. Njuguna has to queue alongside hundreds of farmers, and it takes him 2 days to get the seeds.
Yes, there's a big difference between the prices between last year and this year. Reasons being, we had a shortage of seeds last year. And you see, when there's that shortage, that tells you the guys who are selling the seeds, even from the agrovetes, they would tend to increase the price. This year is slightly affordable.
The planting day is finally here. Njuguna leaves his house in the outskirts of Nakuru town at the crack of dawn and heads to his farm in Kabazi, a 45-minute journey.
Mimi ni mwanahabari, na kabla nilikuwa mwanahabari nilikuwa mwalimu. In fact, time ya COVID ndio I think nilichukua mwelekeo mpya wa ku think outside the box. Because me, I don't have my own lands. All the pieces of land I'm doing or whatever, I'm leasing.
Locals trickle in looking for work.
Chocho kwa natia? Ole okuo. Chocho ni mwega? Oh, ti chocho wewe kaire tu. Ena chocho kana tu. Oyo ni twathomaga nake oyo.
They come equipped with hose and containers, men and women, young and old.
Kitaka tuelewane wote pamoja, sawa sawa? Kwanza nataka kujua tuko watu wangapi, ni nani yako kazi, nani hayuko kazi, si ndio?
They are 63 in number, and after a short prayer, their coordinator Lucy Wanjiro portions out planting seed to each of them.
Nani wanaweka fertilizer? Mmejua nani wanaweka fertilizer? Outcome, I'm expecting 30 bags per acre. 30 bags per acre. 30 bags is when you do the right management. This means after we plant, the seeds grow, you come do the necessary for controlling the worms, the cutworms and whatever.
Most of these laborers are also farmers, but at a much smaller scale than Njuguna. A few hours later, the work is done and it's time to collect their dues. As is the custom here, Lucy says another prayer, this time a thanksgiving for the work and their employer. They earn 300 shillings, about $2.30 each, for a day's work.
Rodana sioke shito koshiwale. Siko ili siatigara. Ninyi siatigara. Nikukotahera kidogo.
Lucy tries to negotiate for any leftover seeds and fertilizer after the planting exercise. While the planting is done for Njuguna, a bigger task awaits. We will come back to that later. For now, Lucy is relieved that she will be able to make the most of the planting season before it's too late.
Na tumjukuu niko nato 7, bado niko naye 7. Na wengine hata tulikuwa nao hapa, na waambia wakuje tuende pamoja ili tupate mbegu ya kupanda na tupate chakula. Niko na watoto shule, natafuta mbegu, na hii mbegu ni shida sana kwangu kuipata. Saa zingine hata napanda zenye ninakula.
Small-scale farmers living in this region depend on casual labor as a way to raise money to buy seeds, a trend that has grown over the years. Maize is a staple food in Kenya and is widely grown in the country. Kenyans consume an estimated 98 kg of maize every year on average. This year, the National Crop Variety Release Committee, which is convened by the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Services KEFIS, approved a total of 421 seed maize varieties and 3 genetically modified varieties to the Kenyan market for planting. Both Njuguna and Lucy prefer the 6213, a certified hybrid variety owned and produced by the Kenya Seed Company since 2002 and listed on the 2025 National Crop Variety List. The 6213 is described as a high-yielding and drought-resistant variety, which takes about 6 to 8 months to mature.
Sasa nimepata 300. Na hii 300 haiwezi tosha deni. Sasa nilikuwa nategemea jipate 1000 kwa sababu saa hii tunanunua 500 na 30 ama 50. Hiyo ni mbegu ya 6213. Pati ya kilo 2. Sasa hata nikitoa hiyo 300 yes jaza. Napanda 4.
While its qualities sound appealing, these and other hybrid maize varieties are a stark symbol of the commercialization of Kenya's seed sector over 3 decades ago, a cycle that has trapped both Njuguna and Lucy despite their different economic circumstances.
It's interesting that 80% of the seeds that we use in crop production in Kenya today are from the farmer-managed seed systems. Only about 20% is from certified seeds. And this 20% you can see it's from like maize seeds, wheat seeds, but 80% comes from the farmers.
So since the 80s, when you had the structural adjustment programs, you forced the government through the IMF and all these to withdraw their support for these unmentionable 80% base, and in fact allow and open your doors for some bit of commercial farming. And a few people are making a lot of money out of it. So in commercial farming, you concentrate wealth and capital in a few.
2 days later, we visit Lucy at her home at Kihoto village in Kabazi, about 10 kilometers from Njuguna's farm. She has lived in this rented home since 1991 after she fled tribal clashes in Molo.
Maisha hapa pia njiri, sababu ukiwa na watoto hao wote itaweza aje kupanuka. Haya, hapa ni kwa wenyewe, si kwangu. Itaweza aje hata tuweka kabizi.
Lucy has a busy day ahead. After working at Njuguna's farm, she has enough money to buy seeds to plant on a leased plot of land a short distance from her home. However, she must first prepare breakfast for her family. It's a 20-minute walk from Lucy's home to an agrovet shop at Kabazi Shopping Center. The privately owned outlet supplies essential products such as seeds, fertilizer, animal feeds, and pesticides. She manages to buy 2 kg packets of seed maize, with each packet going for 550 shillings, about $4. This is not enough for her half-acre plot of land, however.
Miaka ya hapo mbele ilikuwa rahisi kwa sababu per packet haikuwa bei kali. Lakini sasa unakuta hata 800 kwa kilo mbili ama 1200.
Nataka kupanda hapa. Hii laini, hii shamba yote.
Hiyo nimekondesa miaka sasa, hii ni mwaka wa 4. Na kukondesa hiyo shamba ni 10,000, ni nusu. Hiyo ni nusu. Kilimo mimi nafanya kwa sababu ya chakula.
Although she has managed to buy seeds and plant them, Lucy has one more concern.
Fertilizer sina borea, kupanda na panda nyuma. Wakati mvua imeenda chini. Sasa siwezi nikapata mafuno.
Watching Njuguna and Lucy struggle to obtain seeds for the planting season makes me worry about my grandmother. She lives about an hour's drive from here. She is 86 years old and started subsistence farming full-time in the early 1990s after retiring from her teaching career. I catch up with Shosh, as we call her, just as she prepares to plant the Mexican black bean.
Tulinunua Nairobi na familia nyingine iko hapa. We are only 2 families that have this kind of bean.
Like Njuguna and Lucy, Grandma also plans to plant the 6213 maize variety, but as she waits to get the seed, she chooses to start with the Mexican black bean, which she saved from her own farm after the previous harvest.
By the way, mimi niliona kama nimechelewa sana kulima. Na nilikuwa nimechelewa. Mimi huwa kila wakati ninalima kabla ya mvua.
Agriculture, according to her, has become overly complicated, and she recalls when seed could easily be obtained from other farmers.
Siwezi kumbuka kama tulinunua mbegu kwa watu, kwa any shop, kama Kefue vile tunanunua siku hizi. Walikuwa watu wana mbegu. Wengine walikuwa na maharagwe ile nyekundu, ile nyingine iko na madoadoa. Tuliendelea vizuri, hatukukosa chakula. Wayatu.
In fact, growing up in this village in the 90s and the early 2000s, I watched my grandmother exchange and sometimes sell different seed varieties to our neighbors. Farmers would also replant selected seeds from previous harvests, but that practice seems to have stopped.
Growing potatoes for sale.
Where does it grow them?
Maunaro.
Dr. Daniel Mainge is a leading agroecology advocate and a bioscience policy practitioner. He explains the changes that have occurred in the seed sector are a result of a concerted shift to more heavily regulated and commercialized farming.
So in commercial farming, you concentrate wealth and capital in a few. But in the other one, the wealth is already there, and it's what we sustains us all. That's why you have hybrids, that's why you have all these new genetically modified things that are coming in. Those are the new plant varieties.
The term new plant varieties features widely in the Seeds and Plant Varieties Amendment Act of 2012, infamously known by critics as the Seed Law. This law is the result of years of calculated efforts involving a complicated cast of characters: businesses, scientists, transnational bodies, philanthropic organizations, and agrochemical companies like Monsanto, Syngenta, BASF, and Bayer. So how and why did we get to the seed laws of 2012? What do these regulations mean for thousands of smallholder farmers who meet the bulk of Kenya's food needs? It all began in 1961 with the establishment of the International Union for the Protection of New Varieties of Plants, UPOV, an intergovernmental body headquartered in Geneva. The UPOV Treaty provides a unique form of intellectual property protection for plants, and its stated goal is to encourage the development of new plant varieties for the benefit of society. While the Union has a lofty mission, it cannot be ignored that during this period, major European agrochemical companies began playing a key role in plant breeding and sought a system that would acknowledge and protect their inventions even after harvest.
Discovering new varieties in crops is also a misnomer, because those genes have existed from the very beginning. And so definitely that's where the mistake comes in.
The UPOV Convention was amended thrice. Its 1978 Act, among other things, limited the period of protection of plant breeder rights to not less than 15 years and 18 years for trees and vines. The Third Amendment, made in 1991, was more stringent. It neither acknowledged nor protected farmer varieties. It also increased the period of breeder rights protection to 20 years for crops and 25 years for trees and vines.
And so that is now where the acrimony is. That when farmers are planting the maize that they've grown for the last tens and tens of years, they find another type of maize, and they are supposed to treat that maize differently from their own.
So probably there's the use of chemical pesticides, there's the use of chemical fertilizers. So all this goes down to contamination of the soil, contamination of the water bodies, the underground water bodies. But the most important thing is that the farmer is a slave. They can no longer control what they grow.
In addition, the UPOV 91 Act introduced DUS criteria referring to distinct, uniform and stable characteristics of a plant variety after repeated propagation. While these characteristics form the basis of what is now sold to farmers as certified seeds, they are a major point of contention for the critics of the seed law.
Kuwekea watu sheria wakati wananunua mbegu si vizuri.
If an old grandmother from Mashinani wants to access these services, like the Kenya seeds. You remember when we went for seeds, you would see the guys who are lining up, the guys who are getting these seeds. You would imagine a shosho would not really access where these stores are. And again, if you'd access them from the agrovets, the prices are high.
So if we have laws that protect the plant breeders' rights, then it makes it difficult for farmers to get these seeds without having to pay for them.
It's never distinct. Otherwise, if it were distinct, a maize variety coming from company A or company B would not be looking like the other maize. So what makes it distinct when it's still the same maize and you can clearly, even a child will tell it's maize. Then in terms of uniformity, yes, it might look uniform for a while, but that's because you're using the parent of your material. You're keeping it as a business secret. If you were to allow nature to do it, in fact, it would be making new varieties every single day, telling you that distinct uniform and stability is another business term, not scientific.
Kenya joined UPOV on May 13, 1999, acceding to the 1978 Act and became a party to the UPOV 91 Act more than a decade later in May 2016.
Naweka mbili mbili.
By the time of its last amendment in 1991, UPOV's membership had been stagnant at 20. However, this number shot up to 43 in 1999, with 11 new countries joining, all of them from the developing world. A report titled UPOV on the Warpath, published by GRAIN, an international NGO that supports small-scale farmers in their fight for biodiversity-based food systems, attributes this growth to the establishment of the World Trade Organization in 1995 and its trade-related aspects for intellectual property rights TRIPS, which tightened UPOV's grip on the global seed sector. As of 2024, UPOV's membership stands at 80. According to this graph published on UPOV's official website, by 2022, Africa and the Near and Middle East led in the number of applications for plant breeder rights, reflecting the continent's integration into the global seed market. This surge can be attributed to the enforcement of trade agreements and the conditions they contain.
That's why you have hybrids, that's why you have all these new genetically modified things that are coming in. Those are the new plant varieties. And so because the World Bank has been pushing for that support and having this being protected through plant breeder protection, it makes it very hostile for smallholder farmers, the silent majority, to have any say. And I think they say he who pays the piper calls the tune.
With these two international laws in place, Kenya moved swiftly and quietly to pass a law that would disenfranchise small-scale farmers.
This petition challenges several provisions of the Seed and Plant Varieties Act, which has been called the SPVA, and the Seed and Plant Varieties Seed Regulations of 2016.
This story looks into the murky seed sector and the policies that led us to where we are now.
The whole nonsense, let me call it nonsense, you see from regulations down to the bills and then to the regulation, the threats and so forth, is all total, it's nonsense.
In the second part, we take a look at the Seeds and Plant Varieties Amendment Act 2012. The forces behind it.
It's commercial driven. It has nothing to do with African food security. It has nothing to do with what Kenyans need for now.
The monsters it has created.
Someone came and brought new varieties here, saying that it is certified.
That has happened a lot, and it's going to get worse with climate change.
And its impact on smallholder farming.
Unaenda tu kutafuta. Unatafuta mbegu, unaenda tu kwa madukani unanunua.
Talk of the potato seeds. Even up to now, I have registered in one of the companies so that I can access seed around August this year or September, which is not a guarantee. They told me this one is yes or no.
Mbegu zilizokuzwa na wazazi wetu wa kale zilienda wapi? Mbegu zilizoliwa na zingine kupikwa zilienda wapi? Mbegu zilizotumiwa kutaja mizimu mbalimbali zilienda wapi?
Kenya had a seed law in place even before it joined UPOV in 1999, a system that sets rules on the protection and use of new plant varieties. The Seed and Plant Varieties Act, Cap 326, was assented to in 1972, and its implementation was purely a government function through the Minister of Agriculture. It was amended several times, but the 2012 amendment hit the hardest, as Claire Nasike, an agroecologist from the Hummingbird Foundation, explains.
So when it was revised in 2012, it included certain punitive aspects. And it's important to state that the law came into place to sort of regulate the production, the certification, the marketing of seeds in Kenya, and also the protection of plant varieties. So this law largely protects plant breeders' rights.
In addition, it ceded control of the seed industry to the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Services, allowing it to partner with the private sector on matters concerning seeds, such as testing. It also expanded the scope of protection to all plant genera and species. Previously, the Minister of Agriculture determined which plant varieties needed protection. The removal of Article 17, Part 4 of the Principal Law meant the minister could no longer consult with other stakeholders, including farmers, on matters related to seeds. It also criminalizes the sale of unindexed plant varieties, which in this case are farmer-managed or indigenous seed systems, an offense that attracts a fine not exceeding 1 million shillings or a jail term of not more than 2 years or both.
I think the first thing that needs to be done is just to have a law that recognizes farmer-managed seed systems, because farmer-managed seed systems are diverse. They cannot undergo the uniformity that the certified seed systems go through.
While the law seemed to uphold commercial interests, its timing and the support behind it raises even more questions.
I had a niggling question as to why it was that seed laws were being passed and seed laws were being changed.
Dr. Claire O'Grady-Walsh is an Irish author with a doctorate in politics and international relations. Her specialty is in globalization and seed sovereignty. Her extensive research, published in this book, titled Globalization and Seed Sovereignty in Sub-Saharan Africa, focuses on the seed laws in Kenya and Ethiopia. She writes that while Kenya and Ethiopia's seed laws were passed within months of each other, Ethiopia included measures to protect local farmers, while Kenya's law did not.
Because the questions that I asked were, who wrote the law? What were the motivations of the people who wrote the law? Who was consulted? It's not just about the seeds themselves, it's actually about the politics, because politics determines who gets what, where, when, and how.
In her book, Dr. Walsh gives a chronological account of the process that led to the Seeds and Plant Varieties Amendment Act of 2012. Two task forces were created separately by the government in 2005 and 2006. The first one was mandated to develop a new national seed policy document that would guide the review of sections of the Seed Law Cap 326. However, not much is known about its membership or its achievements. In April 2006, the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA, an NGO co-founded by the Bill and Melinda Gates and Rockefeller Foundations, opened its offices in Nairobi. According to Dr. Walsh, AGRA would play a big role in the seed sector through actively participating in policy change discussions and funding seed breeding initiatives through its program for Africa's seed systems. In the same year that AGRA set shop in Nairobi, Task Force 2 was formed with a specific role to revise sections of the Seed and Plant Varieties Amendment Act of 2002. It was made up of representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture, KEFIS, Plant Breeders Association of Kenya PBAK, and Seed Trade Association of Kenya STAC. Notably, it excluded representatives of farmers and civil society organizations.
It was purely transactional business. And of course, as you know, farmers are always put in their place as farmers. We are not equal with the experts. So we were not having equal grounds to discuss anything.
I picked it from ninth Parliament before I came to Parliament and came to 10th. So they were very, very aggressive. They were very systematic. They knew where they were going. Just like the recent stories about vaccines and so forth. It is very well calculated.
The Seed Trade Association of Kenya, STAC, was a key player in both task forces. During this time, according to Dr. Walsh, STAC acted on behalf of seed conglomerates including Syngenta and Monsanto and local companies such as the Kenya Seed Company. She notes that Task Force 2 met in Mombasa from 25th to 28th September 2006, where it made key proposals that were later enshrined in the Seed and Plants Varieties Amendment Act of 2012. But it went quiet as the country prepared for the 2007 general election. The disputed election that year and the violence that ensued led to the formation of a grand coalition government in 2008. William Ruto, now Kenya's 5th president, was appointed Minister of Agriculture. He reset the legislation process for the seed law in January 2009 by fast-tracking the passing of 2 subsidiary laws, namely the Seeds and Plant Varieties Regulations and the National Performance Trials Regulations, further aligning the law with the UPOV 91 Act. Of these 2 subsidiary legislations, Dr. Walsh writes, and I quote, "The state deepened the integrative process of seed certification without the rigors of a fuller parliamentary debate, yet managed to build judicial legitimacy while heading off potential political controversy and greatly reducing the possibility of judicial review in advance." End of quote. Former Naivasha Member of Parliament John Mutudho was the chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture during this period.
I would say there's not a single minister who has worked in agriculture, including our president, who does not know the intel, who does not have the intel of what they wanted to do and what they did. And let me say and admit that I was never very popular with them because I was not part of the cartel. And in fact, I was like a black sheep.
In October 2025, President Ruto came into sharp criticism for signing 8 bills into law at a time when Kenya was mourning the death of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Among them is one that will see the privatization of some parastatals, such as the Kenya Seed Company. Barely a month after ascending to power in September 2022, Ruto's government announced the lifting of a 10-year ban on genetically modified crops, a move that was blocked by the courts. Interestingly, in 2025, the government approved 3 genetically modified seed-made varieties developed by Calro in partnership with 2 multinational organizations and agrochemical giant Bayer. Mutudho alleges that there was intense lobbying for the seed law.
You are lobbying by word of mouth, they are lobbying by the checkbook. So if you lose, you lose. Actually, they did command, they didn't influence. They did command. I resisted strongly, I recall very well, I resisted strongly invites by those companies from US to have and deliver my members to their factories in Americas. I resisted strongly to anything that will annul the farmers' seeds in the current formation. There is no time when any of those multinationals came to face the committee, but there were people who would come, who have been briefed properly. And you can see they have been so well briefed. They have eaten so much that they cannot even fit in the cabin of their car. The stomach is too big. Mekula mingi. But the multinationals themselves never came head on, which we were really waiting. They never came to talk to us.
A cabinet reshuffle saw Ruto swap roles with Dr. Sally Kosgei, who was the then Minister of Higher Education. The promulgation of the new constitution in 2010 and the 2013 general election further catalyzed the passing of the seed law.
So the timing was critical, that particular time. So the Nusumukate knew, what they knew is that at that point in time, nobody's concentrating. Just like what we are now heading towards the 2027 elections. I can tell you, even if you said that a week has 80 days in Kenya, people will not even notice the 8.
The bill tabled before the 10th Parliament by Minister Dr. Sally Kosgei in November 2011, was passed within a year and without meaningful debate.
Most of the farmers were really shocked. They were really surprised, like something that they do on a daily basis was actually criminal. And what shocked them the most was that they could actually be jailed or paid a fine of 1 million shillings.
Plant variety protection is big business for plant breeders worldwide.
Usually it's something like 1 or 2% when they take it out or when it's given to them. Whenever the farmer pays the final price, a percentage is being given back to the company or back to the original breeder.
With their long-term financial gain backed by law, farmers find themselves caught in the murky world of market dynamics subject to demand and supply.
Sawa, nitawaongeleza. Bora msinilet down. Ukweli tu, madoka let down.
3 months after the planting season began, Nakuru-based farmer Onesmus Njuguna, who was looking for maize seeds in part 1, is still looking for potato seeds to plant on a 10-acre farm he leased together with a group of friends at Kukenik in Mount Narok.
Even up to now, I have registered in one of the companies so that I can access seed around August this year or September, which is not a guarantee. They told me this one is yes or no.
Njuguna prefers a variety called Shangi. His numerous visits to registered potato seed producers in Joro, Elbagon and Mount Narok seem to bear no fruit. I accompanied him to one of the suppliers and witnessed his frustration firsthand.
Na sasa akitaka kupanda August, that means a book size mbegu.
Saizi lakini hiyo wasi promise ama kugarantii mtu aweza.
Oh.
Hiyo inapaswa fikiti.
Fresh service.
Kwa sababu kama ni kwa list ya wale farmers sahii najua niko nao kwa list ni zaidi ya
20,000.
So farmers wote na kuna farmer mwenye anataka 1,000 bucks.
Sasa hiyo ndio swali nilikuwa nataka kukuuliza. How do you balance hasla mdogo na huyu mkubwa? Kwa nini msipeleke na rate?
Potatoes come second to maize in Kenya in terms of production and consumption. This year, the National Plant Variety Release Committee approved a total of 79 certified potato varieties to the market. 55 of these are owned by international companies operating in Kenya, such as Agrico UA, Danispo, and Greenville, among others. 16 are licensed to the Kenya Agriculture Livestock Research Organization (KALRO), 4 to public universities, while the rest are co-owned by foreign and national institutions. The Shangi potato, patented by KALRO, is the most popular variety in Kenya due to its high versatility and fast cooking qualities. But the cost of its seed is a different story.
If you want to you're a small scale farmer, you want to buy potato seeds and you want to grow in your farm 1 acre, you need 16 bags of 50 kg, 16 bags. Each bag is not less than 5,000 shillings. So if you do your maths, you'll see that no small scale farmer can afford that kind of money.
One of the companies, they tell you pay deposit half, then we see whether you will be one of the farmers who receive these seeds the next 3 or 4 months. So you book for seeds that are not even there.
Although Article 23, Section 1 of the Seed Law requires license holders to stock the market with propagating material at reasonable prices, Njuguna says this is not always the case with the Shangi variety.
If they have capacity, then that one can make sense to us. That such that any farmer can walk in, buy, it's available, go plant. But when it is not available, when I'm struggling to access it, in the process I realize like there's something close to, let me not mention it this way, but no, I'll mention it like a cartel. There are people who can access it very fast because they have cash, they booked very fast, then such things. Those farmers who are walking like on foot like us will remain hanging.
Hai, huyu amenichomea viazi. Huyu amenichomea viazi na dawa. Haya. Hizi ndio tulipanda na nyinyi.
Meanwhile in Kabazi, Lucy is already weeding her potatoes, which she planted for a different reason.
Ili nipate mbegu nyingi ya kupanda. Sasa ni kuzaliza tu, nakoza kuzikula, nakula kidogo, nabakiza zingine. Nakula kidogo, nabakiza zingine. Ili nipate kuzaliza mbegu. Sasa ndio hizi unaona nimepanda.
Unlike Njuguna, Lucy says she bought a pail of the Shangi seed potato equivalent to 20 kilograms at 1,000 shillings, about $8, from a farmer in the nearby Nyandarua County.
Na wewe unajua kuhusu sheria ya mbegu?
Sijui sana sheria ya mbegu, lakini najua sio vizuri kununua kwa mwenzangu ili asiniuzie mbegu mbaya.
Hapa nimekula viazi karibu wiki.
My grandmother, who we met in part 1 as she was planting the black Mexican bean, is gathering the last of her potato harvest from a traditional variety planted earlier in the year.
Hii ni viazi type gani?
Hii inaitwa ndaramwana.
Na kizungu?
Kwa kizungu sijui. Wanasema inakuanga haraka. Unaweza toa kama hapo vile hiyo iko, nitoe tu kama mbili kama hii. Hiyo nyingine ni machi. Iendelee kukua. Sasa nitoe ya mtoto.
But it's not just about the cost of seeds. It's about the impact of the law on existence of farmer-managed seed systems.
We're not saying that certified seeds should be abolished in Kenya. All we're saying is let the farmers have a right to use their seeds. So let me as a farmer make the choice.
It is also about the emergence of a seed syndicate of sorts, hiding behind discovery and development of new plant varieties, threatening the existence of indigenous and openly pollinated seed varieties which have fed generations of Kenyans.
It's like when you say the first man to see Mount Kenya, to discover Mount Kenya was it Dr. Rudolph Kraft back in 1849, yet the Kambas, the Kikuyus, the Kirinyagas were living around Mount Kenya.
Critics argue that this is reflected every year on the National Crop Variety List. It contains hundreds of varieties of different types of crops, ranging from cash crops like tea and coffee, cereals like maize and sorghum, legumes like beans, different types of grass and potatoes, to vegetables like amaranth, commonly known as terere, and African nightshade or managu, known to grow in the wild but are now registered to individuals and institutions.
And if people are challenged in that sense to say, like, what did you do to this particular vegetable? Which one did you cross with which one so that you came up with a new one? How many years did you take? And how many years have farmers taken? Thousands of years to keep on taking care of these vegetables and even selecting and eating some.
Some of these crops have retained patents for more than the 20 and 25-year protection period, while others lack descriptors as required by the law.
These people that are filling the forms and leaving some blank is theft, really. And you propose a new thing, you want it to be registered because at the end of the line you want to make money. But in the meantime, the rigorous process of giving all the details that are required of why is this a new variety, why should they be paid for the next 25 years to have this variety, being given intellectual property rights. That rigorous exercise is taken haphazardly.
Also included in the list are varieties alleged to have been taken from farmers only for the same farmers to be locked out and unable to access them.
Yes, that's actually possible in terms of the germplasm. So sometimes researchers or research institutions obtain the initial germplasm either from the farmers or from the gene banks.
And it's going to get worse with climate change. That yes, now we are opening up to a few new opportunity crops. And so scientists and even non-scientists, people with a commercial mind, will be going to communities and picking whatever it is.
We meet Francis Ngiri at his farm in Makongo Village, Elementaita Ward, Nakuru County. This is not the first time he's interacting with Njuguna.
Nakumbuka huyu.
Naona tumeonana. Ni vile sasa sikumbuki tulionana wapi.
Unlike Njuguna, Ngiri is an agroecologist and a champion for indigenous seed varieties. Together with his group of farmers, Ngiri will assess the performance of 3 potato varieties, namely Mukurino, Nderamwana and Shangi.
9.8 A. Citizen science. And they are using a tool called creep mode. This process, we are looking for crops. Last year, for the last 3 years, from up to last year, we were doing a characterization of some crops, and we found how they are behaving.
Citizen Science is an initiative by Seed Savers Network, a community-based organization headquartered in Elementaita Ward, Nakuru County. The organization's mission is to conserve agricultural biodiversity through strengthening community seed systems.
So we sit down with the farmers and say, for instance, there is a characteristic that says the leaf, you mark if the leaf is oval. Do you understand what oval is? If it is a character that you can understand, we say yes, then we can retain character. There is the color, maybe is a shade of blue. Do you understand what shade is? They say no. So then we are not going to retain that character.
According to the network's founder, Daniel Wanjama, this is the only way to retain indigenous seed varieties.
Now we have over 97,000 farmers as part of our members across the country, and a network of 112 community seed banks running all the way from Turkana, which is very north, to Lamu, Makueni, Embu, a lot of seed banks in the Western Kenya region.
The experiments are done without the use of synthetic inputs like fertilizer and pesticides. During this exercise, we learned that farmers in this village have had the Shangi variety with them long before it was released by Calro in 2015.
We are normally not keen on those new seeds which are coming, but the seeds which has been there are the ones which we are conserving. So we don't know the difference. We have not tested those new varieties of Shangi if there is another one, but the ones we have it here is what we call Shangi because it is the one we met it growing here, and it is the one we are preserving.
The government and the donor come in and say, oh, let's increase potato production. Farmers are liking Shangi, so they say, let's clean it, let's support it, let's use tissue culture and increase the certified seed for Shangi. So although it is a farmer's variety, and I think it's wrong for Kari or whoever is supporting this to register it as their own, they should recognize it as farmer's material, but multiply, clean it through tissue culture and give it back to the farmers because the idea is to support food security at the end of the day. So that is what may have happened.
I followed the process until now. I'm like, are they GMOs now? If what they are doing here is a real thing on ground. Because when you go to those companies that are producing the seeds, they really don't take you through the whole process, but they'll tell you this thing begins from a micro.
We put the question of whether or not the Shangi potato is a farmer variety to Calro in an email and letter sent to the organization. However, we did not receive any response. Public universities have also participated in the scramble for seeds. In April 2024, Egerton University announced the commercialization of 18 out of 25 superior crop varieties in the Kenya-China Agricultural Lab project that began in 2019. These include 3 bean varieties, Chelalang, Tasha and Sianku, already commercialized also in partnership with Kilimo Trust, a non-governmental organization. However, none of their special attributes are included in the National Crop Variety List of 2025 and that of 2024 as required.
Kilimo Trust agreed with us that
In this video by Kilimo Trust published on the 5th of April 2021, Professor Paul Kimurto, the head of the Egerton University Seed Unit, lauded the collaboration with local farmers. Francis Ngiri recalls a similar partnership between Egerton University and his group Makongo Farmers in 2015 before shifting to agroecology.
In the contract, they had said that they'll give us Telelang varieties of beans, and then finger millets and chickpeas. But when they come to distribute, they told us that Siankui beans is the best suited in our area. It is more resilient in dry areas. So they gave us Siankui variety, and we planted.
This document shows the group harvested slightly over 2,000 kilograms of the Sianku variety, attracting a payment of 236,768 shillings, approximately $2,000.
So it was the highest at that time. Even now, 115 beans is very high.
But then, according to Francis, a particular detail caught their attention.
To us farmers, we cannot say that it is a new variety because it looked like the one we knew before called Kifamu. It also grew like Kifamu. It also tasted like Kifamu. So it must be Kifamu, which was named again as Siankui. Okay, it has land and white strips. And that's how that Siankui bean looked like. If I put some Kefam beans inside Siankui, you cannot differentiate unless some very funny laboratory tests can reveal maybe or DNA if the beans have DNA. But as our naked eyes, we found it was only Kefam.
I think it's a matter of funding, that when they receive funding, maybe they are not, whoever support them with this funding is not funding them so that they can support farmers in such ways. It is only like to register these varieties, commercialize them. Maybe they have commercial interest.
However, in a response to Africa Uncensored via email, Professor Paul Kimurto, head of Egerton University's Agroscience Park and Seed Unit, says the Sianku bean is not a traditional variety but Egerton's seed bred using parents obtained from the Pan-African Bean Research Alliance (PABRA). The fear of losing indigenous seed varieties goes beyond Nakuru County. In 2016, pastoralist communities in Baringo County were embroiled in a battle with Robert Murray, a rancher who has lived in the region since 1982, over his attempt to patent the African foxtail grass commonly known as the buffel grass. To solve the matter, KEFIS held a meeting with Murray, the community, Calro, and Kerio Valley Development Authority (KVDA). Curiously, in 2021, it approved two buffel grass varieties known as MGD1 and TVT3 registered to Calro.
But now there is a breeder's rights. So we don't know the variety that Calro has breeder's right. How different is it from the one that the local pastoralists have been using?
The fear is now palpable in Turkana, Kenya's second largest county. Despite being arid and prone to drought, for many years, Turkana has been home for some superior varieties of sorghum. On a hot afternoon at Narusebo village in Turkana Central, Mary Ekwam prepares a meal of the Aleku Ekal sorghum variety for her family.
Si mtama tu ni chakula ya kawaida kama ile chakula ingine. Unaweza kula mchana kama ile imechanganywa na kunde, halafu jioni unapika ugali.
There are many uses of sorghum among the Turkana people.
Siku ya harusi tunachaga mtama, ile mingi tunapika ugali. Tunakula saa ya nini? Ya harusi. Ile ingine hiyo tunachamusha, tunakula.
Some varieties are also used as an alternative to sugarcane.
Kwa sababu kukula hiyo miwa unateremsha hiyo nini? Hiyo mtama. Alafu kukula hiyo ni mtama, alafu kule hiyo miwa na kunywa maji. Kwa sababu sukari hapa kwetu sio sana.
Unlike maize, this sorghum can grow with very little water, making it an ideal crop for the harsh conditions here.
Mtama bara ikimwaga maji mara ya kwanza, unapalilia, unaweka hata manyunyu ya mvua peke yake inafanya hiyo mtama inakuwa. bora jua isiwe ile kali.
However, residents and the county government are concerned over the fate of the crops germplasm collected by Egerton University during a joint agriculture project with the Food and Agriculture Organization between 2021 and 2024. The community's concern, as expressed by Aaron Nanok, the Director of Agriculture at the County Government of Turkana, is that they are yet to receive the patent for the plant material.
Up to date, we have not yet got the patents of that local genetic material. The Turkana will have the exclusive rights of owning the genetic material. That is the seed genetic material. That is basically from this place called Nadoto, because the samples were collected from Nadoto.
Mpaka saa zingine farmers huwa wanasema ya nini watu wengine hatujui wanatoka wapi kuja kuchukua mbegu yetu na hatujui penye wanapeleka ni wapi, na watuletee majibu ya kuwa tumepeleka hii mtama hii mbegu mahali fulani, tumefanyia utafiti fulani, tumerudisha hii utafiti ndio hii na hii 1 2 3. Hakuna.
However, in his email, Professor Kimurto denies any liability, claiming KEFIS rejected the variety based on low yields. In June 2004, Kenya signed the International Treaty on Plant and Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, also known as the Plant Treaty. This is a legally binding agreement under the Food and Agriculture Organization that upholds the equitable benefit sharing of all plant genetic resources and farmers' right to participate in national decision-making on conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources.
So we find that peasant rights within UNDROP, within the Plant Treaty, are recognized. And the traditional knowledge that also comes with the use of indigenous seeds are recognized in those two treaties.
However, this treaty was neither included nor mentioned during debates on the Seeds and Plant Varieties Amendment Bill of 2012. In fact, during its second reading on 15 August 2012, the then Minister Dr. Sally Kosgei only insisted on aligning the bill to the UPOV 91 Act, despite the fact that at that time, Kenya was only a party to the 1978 Act. This raises questions on whether proper procedure was followed and why the law was based on an act that had not been assented to in Kenya in the first place. While Mutudho claims to not have seen the bill, this Hansard report obtained from Mzalendo, a non-partisan parliamentary monitoring organization, shows that the bill was sent to his committee after the first reading. 7 members of parliament spoke in support of the amendments. They include Moses Wetangula, the current Speaker of the National Assembly, Robinson Jeru Githai, who was the Finance Minister, Peter Njuguna Gitau, Musa Sirma, Millie Odhiambo, Lucas Chepkitonyi, and surprisingly, John Njenga Mutudho, the man who was at the helm of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and who is now criticizing the act.
I would go by the Hansard records. That I was present in a committee situation. It's not a chairman's show. You have members and you debate and pass resolution. So the views usually in a committee, if the committee is run properly, is what they do. You don't have to agree with them entirely, but you are mandated to communicate their decision, and you start by that.
In fact, only Millie Odhiambo called for the protection of unique plant genetic resources at the time. The bill was passed during the third reading alongside the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service KEFIS bill. Within a span of about 2 weeks, the Seed and Plant Varieties Amendment Act of 2012 was effected on January 4, 2013. On page 147 of her book, Dr. Walsh writes about her interview with Dr. Victor Munyaka, former MP for Machakos Town and a former member of the Agriculture Committee, who confirmed that the committee met Monsanto in Washington, USA. He also highlighted that Monsanto was a major stakeholder in the amendment process as it controlled 20% of the hybrid seed sector in Kenya.
Were you among those who traveled to the US after the law was passed?
Let me put it this way, that we insisted, then the parliament will insisted many times, not once, not twice, not 10 times, to go to US and meet Monsanto. The group that met Monsanto were in 11th Parliament. And what went there is common knowledge. I would not have done it. And in fact, I wish I'd accepted to go for that invite so that I can know the motive early enough and then hit back.
10.4 C, D, E, F, and G of the Seed Act, Seed and Plant Varieties Act, is hereby declared unconstitutional for violating Articles 11.
Been vindicated by the court. And this goes to show that our country, we have leaders who have legislated policies that do not serve the interests of Kenyans.
But the real rhythm of this dance will be felt here on this half-acre plot in Kabazi, where Lucy Wanjiru, a casual laborer, struggles every year against all odds to grow food in a highly commercialized world.
Na hii mahindi haikuweka vizuri vile nilipanda mbegu ya 6213. Na hii mbegu ya 6213 hii naipenda kwa sababu saa zingine inafanya vizuri. Lakini sasa hii haikufanya vizuri. Yaani mvua imekuwa mingi zaidi.
Or Njuguna, another small-scale farmer still learning to wallow in the murky dynamics of seed demand and supply.
This is Shangi, that the few bags I got from Fresh Crop, trying our best to see whether tutapata kitu from within this piece of land.
In a few months' time, these two farmers will find themselves at the beginning of another planting cycle. After a 3-year fight, at last, farmers' voices shook the courtroom walls, and they can now share or sell their own seeds. Yet, even as the fields breathe again, a new storm gathers. The government is preparing to appeal the ruling as Senate debates new amendments to the Act. So, the ultimate question lingers: who truly wins the battle for seed and food sovereignty in Kenya?
Do you have any regrets concerning maybe your tenure as a...
Yes, I do. What I knew then and what I know today is different. Yeah. The assumptions there is that we have a system of government that works.
Mm-hmm.
The reality today is that nothing works. So it would have, the why we make laws, just like we did the Mutudo law, is to make it smooth for those ones who would object to be protected by the judiciary. But you cannot give a free, an open check to government officials. No, you cannot. All agencies.
Mm-hmm.
Is that only a fool doesn't change his mind. I'm not a fool. And you can take that one to the bank.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard and the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
Hello and welcome to this episode of The Big Picture. This is where depth meets humor.
I'm your lead co-host of the day. My name is Tom Okwana, and as always, I do it with
Justine Wanda. Hi, everyone.
Justine Wanda. Wamepan PR. It's like they've been doing this for 4 weeks now, so they get the drill. But welcome once more. This should be one of the last episodes of the year. So again, I'll wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. This episode is solely dedicated to one topic, the topic of seed sovereignty in Kenya. Justine and I are obviously not experts in this subject. We wouldn't do any justice to it. And because of that, we're joined by two guests who stand on different sides of supporting seed sovereignty in the country. This episode specifically comes weeks after, maybe 2 weeks, around 2 weeks after the High Court struck down a very, some would describe it as colonialist in nature, or should you say corporation-led, but a law that disadvantages smallholder farmers in Kenya greatly. The two guests that I mentioned are, first of all, a senior investigative reporter here at Africa Uncensored, a award-winning investigative journalist for that matter, Cynthia Gishiri. Cynthia just recently did a story titled Seed Syndicate, right? Yeah. She'll tell us more about that story, but it explores the subject of seed sovereignty, looks into the history, and exposes the parties who have brought us to this juncture. And the second guest is Elizabeth Atieno. Elizabeth Atieno is a food campaigner with Greenpeace International, but that's not all she does. She's a passionate food sovereignty advocate on a mission to help create a food-secure Africa where communities not only grow food sustainably, but also have fair and equitable access to nutritious meals. It's a strong statement.
I know.
We're glad to have you here, Elizabeth. You'll tell us more about every word of this sentence that I've just read. But we'll start, first of all, with the basics, Elizabeth and Cynthia. Cynthia, your story looks into the evolution of this law, but I find it very, should I say, worrying that the topic of this law and the implications that this law, I think it can have, we can't say could, because the government is going to appeal the High Court decision. So it might be overturned entirely. But this wasn't a headline for months. And that's worrying to me because of the potential impact of this on the breadbasket of the country. Why? Why do you think that is, and why should people care about the Seed and Plant Varieties Act?
Yeah, I think maybe I can start by, to understand this conversation, we need to understand what the Kenya seed system is and how it actually works. And then now we can go into the basics of why are we not seeing like a lot of anger actually coming from Kenyans when it comes to this conversation. And in Kenya, we have two seed systems. So we have what they're calling the formal system, which is where we have the corporate seeds that are being produced by commercial seed breeders. And then we have what they call the informal seed system. I usually don't like that word. I prefer calling it the farmer-managed seed systems because there's nothing informal about it. Farmers manage this system every single season. They just don't do it from Nairobi in the offices. So I don't think it's fair for us to call it informal. So I refer to it as farmer-managed seed systems. And this is what is literally feeding us as a country, because 80% of the seeds that we depend on in the country comes from these farmer-managed seed systems. And this is what small-scale farmers, our mothers, our grandmothers, our grandparents, this is where they get the seeds that they use to give us our food. And these two systems are being governed by the Seed and Plant Varieties Act, Cap 326 of 2012, and its accompanying seed regulations. And on paper, it's actually very technical, and Cynthia can attest to that. I know she had to go through all, exactly, when watching the documentary. It's so technical, but also on paper, when you look at it, it looks so, so fair. But in reality, it's not. It's very deeply unequal, and it's disturbing. And this is because when you look at the act, seed is first seen as a property, as a commercial property, rather than life, rather than culture, rather than heritage. And because of that, we have these very punitive clauses in the Act. And what the Seed Act was meant to do was to regulate the seed quality. because we were saying that we want to make sure that we have not the fake seeds. Africa Uncensored once did a documentary around fake seeds, like the fertilizers.
Cynthia did that.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So they were saying that the reason why we need to have this act in place is because we are looking at the issue of seed quality. And another thing too was to support breeding and innovation and see how do we regulate that, how do we make sure that we look at the issue of seed quality when it comes to that. So basically the act is supposed to govern and more like give peace, kinda. And when it comes to the seed sector, to help regulate that. But what it's actually doing, it's defining what a legal seed is. And according to the Act, the definition of what the legality of a seed and the quality of a seed, it's very narrow. Because it just look at seeds as what it's supposed to go through the commercial testing processes, and that's it. It doesn't look at seed from our knowledge, the knowledge that was passed through our grandparents, the knowledge that farmers have kept on alive all this time. I think we all know there are seasons when you'll hear someone say, I want, right now it's season, mangoes from Kambani. There's this specific fruit that comes from this region. And we usually just say that and make fun of it, but it's really important because these seeds are actually acclimatized to these local environments. So you find that, for example, that specific variety of mango cannot grow maybe in the Rift Valley because maybe it's the weather there it cannot do well. What is growing in Rift Valley cannot do well in Machakos and all that. So there is a lot of knowledge that goes into this, and there is a lot of work that our farmers have already put in. So when we talk about the seed sector, I think the big question is, who was this system designed for, and who is profiting from it?
Which was actually my next question, and Cynthia, this will go to you. Who asked for this law? Who asked for it? Where is it coming from, and when did it first land?
According to the research I was able to do, the seed law originated from an act that was an international agreement that was made in 1961. It's called the UPOV, Union for Protection of New Plant Varieties. And it's called the UPOV Act. It was amended thrice. And in 1978, it gave some guidelines about what to do in terms of developing new crop varieties, even in terms of durations for plant breeder rights. And then it was amended in 1991, whereby now it brought along more stringent measures and stringent laws. For example, it increased the period of plant protection to 20 to 25 years for crops and trees and vines respectively. And so in between 1999, when Kenya joined UPOV with the 1978 Act, and when now this SPVA 2012 was passed, there was a rush, especially from the developing nations, to be able to assent to either of the UPOV Acts. By then, Kenya had not acceded to the 91 Act, but then now the pressure to accede to the 91 Act came about immediately after Kibaki came to power around 2005, 2006, whereby there was need to create task forces that now would look into the law. At that time, Kenya already had a seed law that had undergone minor amendments, I think in 98, and then another one in 2002. Now, after 2002, that is when now there was a lot of activities between the Ministry of Agriculture, the Plant Breeders Association of Kenya. We also had the Seed Trade Association of Kenya, and also the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service. So there has been a lot of activity, but now, according to what I was able to find out in my research, remember I was also quoting Dr. Claire O'Grady Walsh. Also, I even noticed that her work was also used in the litigation against the law, is that the main pushers of this, or the main people who are advocating for these changes, were actually big agrochemical companies like Syngenta, Monsanto, and also the Kenya Seed Company. So the push was to align the Kenyan laws with the 1991 UPOV 91 Act. Even if at that time in 2012, Kenya had not acceded to the UPOV 91 Act, which it did later in 2016. Yeah.
I'm going to ask a question that is very, I don't know how you take this, but I appreciate being direct. The question everyone will want to ask is, what was President Ruto's role in this?
Yes.
No, I'm joking.
Very the only thing I can push.
No, but seriously, Justine, Cynthia, in your story, you mentioned that at the time he was Minister for Agriculture, he played a role in this act landing in Parliament. But farther away from him, a lot of committees were also involved.
Yeah.
What was the political influence or interference with this law?
I got an opportunity to interview the former MP for Naivasha, John Mutudo. At that time, especially in the 10th Parliament, that was from 2007, he sat in the Committee of Agriculture as the chair. And so during this time, also Dr. Claire O'Grady writes that is when Task Force 2, the recommendations that were put forward by Task Force 2, that is when now they began pushing them, especially to the members of Parliament. So one way in which these lawmakers were involved is they attended meetings that were meant to kind of lobby for the passage of this law. And there's one particular meeting that Dr. Walsh notes in her book that was it was on 25th, 28th of September in 2006. And then after that, now, when Ruto got into government as the Minister of Agriculture in 2008, he was able to fast-track 2 subsidiary laws. I think I was able to jot them down. So the first one was the Seeds and Plant Varieties Regulations of 2009. And the second one was the Seeds and Plant Varieties, the regulations about the National Performance Trials in 2009. So Dr. Walsh notes that these 2 laws were fast-tracked. By fast-track, she means that they were passed without there being a rigorous parliamentary debate. Nobody questioned. And that is one of the things that in a phone interview, which I did as a follow-up interview with Honorable Mutudo, that is one of the things that I noted. And he even said that at that time, nobody had told them about the impact or the nitty-gritties of these laws. They were just selling things like certified seeds are drought resistant, high yielding. Yeah, those and early maturing. So those are even when you look at how the varieties are listed on the national crop variety list, those are the qualities that are given. So Mutudo says that, and that is on record. We have a record of that interview, is that at that time they were not informed. Nobody came to inform them about the nitty-gritties of the law. But also, picture this, at that time also, CSOs were not represented in the task forces. Farmers were also not represented in the task forces. So who would then have told the MPs that whatever you're passing is going to eventually harm our agriculture?
I think I do have a question, but this question is I think one of the things that's really throwing me off is, first of all, we're just seeing a commitment to zero public participation. Like you can just, it's just like an inbred thing that the person leading this administration keeps doing. It's like, why do you want to know? Can't you trust us? And I'm like, no. First of all, if you're already a minister, and there are channels between all these different systems that makes sure that there's some kind of research, some kind of accountability. Exactly. And these offices already have these structures in place. So my question is to you, when there's a disconnect in the lawmakers and the people who this is going to affect, and they're obviously selling this as you want a drought-resistant crop. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Tunawasaidia mbona mnakata? What's the place of, how does the parliament connect with the
people on the ground, the people they're supposed to represent when it comes to very critical laws affecting them. How can they either make the connection? How can they reach out? And I know hiyo kupiga simu ilikuja juzi, but what's literally a thing that a farmer can do to reach out, especially to all these different institutional supports that they're supposed to have before a law is passed, or even after that you guys as Greenpeace don't have to come and say, hey, no, this is bad. Like, how do you make the connection before the thing happens?
I think we need to start by identifying the fact that behind the government, there are really powerful lobbyists who come with a lot of money. Cynthia mentioned something around the year 2000s. This is when like the conversations around we need more fertilizers, we need more pesticides, we need breeded seeds started like really to catch up in Kenya. And the question is why at this time? It's because we had AGRA, which was pushing for a green revolution for Africa. They were coming to feed and make sure that we are nutrient secure and all that. And AGRA came to Africa with lots of funding from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and Rockefeller Foundation. So they came armed with money, and governments were willing to welcome them very quickly so that they can help progress things because money was exchanging hands. And that's usually the problem. It's the propaganda of how we need to commercialize our food system is just not happening within the policy space. It's also happening out here. You go to the different media stations and you find that most of these multinational companies, they pay a lot of money to make sure that they get the adverts during the prime time. That's when they're telling you about this pesticide and this seed and all that. So there's a lot of resources that is being put behind like this lobbying, and to not only brainwash, I can call it brainwashing, not only brainwash our policymakers, but also our farmers. Because when they rush for the industrialization of our the food sector in general in Africa came, even our farmers started believing that I have to use the breeded seeds, I have to go for the synthetic fertilizers and these pesticides so that I can be able to get more and get more. So you find that, and it's because they were really even going to the ground. They have people on the ground who are taking farmers through trainings, who are giving loans and credits and all that. And our government is not doing that. So you find that they looked at what are some of the gaps that were there, and they came and filled those gaps. In the agricultural ministry, they were like, we have money for you guys to sit and make policies. On the ground, we have extension officers who can help farmers do ABCD. So you find that they go down there and they're armed. They even have offices at those small towns where you find that a farmer will tell you the last time they saw an extension officer from the government, they can't even remember. I was just having a conversation with my mom when we won, and my mom was like, because I made a point about need to have extension officers on the ground to help train farmers and all that. And my mom was like, are they still there? Do they still exist? Because they don't even go there. If you want to get an extension officer, you have to go to the county office, you have to pay for their transport and all that. So the problem is
pay for their transport.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't do that, they don't come.
See, when you call them to something.
Yes, exactly.
It's like
Kenya Police.
Okay.
So you find that there are gaps, and these people saw the gaps and they came and filled it. And they were not filling it because they cared about us being food secure. They were filling it because of the profit that they get when it comes to this. So there is an opportunity for even small scale farmers to be involved in this process. And one of the key things when we initially came across this story and we were doing community engagements, we realized that farmers were not even aware that this was in place. Farmers like, where, how, when? So nowadays, at least there's that, there's public participation at the county level, and we keep on encouraging our farmers to make sure that they're there. When you go to the county level, one of the sectors that gets the biggest chunks of the budgets, it's the agricultural sector. In most counties, because they keep on using this phrase to say agriculture is the backbone of our county. Agriculture is the backbone of our county. But where does that money go? Does it go to supporting farmers? That is go to support these community seed banks that we have. Why do we have to depend on a seed that has come from the lab when we have 20 years, 30 years, 40 years of knowledge that has gone into these seeds? And there's also this conversation and this assumption that indigenous seeds are inferior to the breeded seeds. That is not true. They actually use indigenous seeds as the primary resource for their own seeds. So they go and look at the different characteristics. No, they don't. That's the thing. And that's why we had a problem with the act, because it does a very good job to protect the intellectual property rights of breeders. But when it comes to the rights of farmers and everything, it's quiet on that. There's nothing there. So the law looks at seed as something that can be owned, can be protected, can be restricted. So that's why they do a very good job to make sure that we have these intellectual property rights. It's like when you say you have copyright for music or a trademark for a name or a logo. You cannot do that with a seed. When you go to most of the communities we have in Kenya, the seeds are community property. They are not an individual property. Actually, even communities identify by specific seeds. Hii inakuanga yetu. Ukienda hivi Njahe and all that. Like, you just mentioned some seeds and people already relate it to a specific tribe or community. So why, instead of doing a very good job to make sure that we are protecting the breeders, why are we not protecting our farmers? And one of the big arguments that the government had around having this act, they were saying we're looking at the quality of the seeds, we're looking at the issue of food safety because of diseases and all that. You don't have even one fucking, focus. I'm so sorry about that.
That's fine.
You don't even have 2 extension officers to help with community training, community education, and then the best you can do is to criminalize farmers. You can't do that. You don't even have a budget for community seed banks. There are community protocols. Our neighbors, for example, in Uganda, they're doing a very good job when it comes to community training and community protocols to do. They're calling it. Francis used that word in your community citizen science. Exactly. Those are the opportunities. Those are the places where we're supposed to take our money. We have gold and we are giving away our gold to get something that is not working. And I don't know if Cynthia, you can also attest to this. When you talk to most of these farmers, they tell you that it's a really bad cycle of debt. You have to buy these seeds, you have to buy the pesticides, because they tell you, even when you go to the agrovet, they tell you, hii seed ukichukwanga inaendanga na hii pesticide or na hii fertilizer. So they have to get all this, and then why are we not seeing food insecurity go down in the country? Why? Why are the food prices going up and up and up if we are really like supporting our farmers to produce more? So I think right now, the best weapon that we have, especially at the local level, are those public participation spaces. And then right now, you can call your MP and tell them right now they're going to appeal, and we're not going to give up. We're still going to go with them head to head. But you're also planning to send a memorandum to Parliament to tell them, because it's actually the work of the Parliament to enact laws that favor small-scale farmers and for the good of the country. So we are going to send a memorandum to Parliament, and we'll need the support of every single Kenyan to make sure that their MP supports that and make sure that we have a new seed law in place. And please don't think that this is far away from you because you're not a small scale farmer. This is not about me. It's ni shida ule mkulima kwa nyumbani. No, that's why you go to the mama mboga and you buy avocado at 40 bob na unarudi kwa nyumba complain. Or you get one tomato at 30 bob or 20 bob. It's because the farmers are really struggling to produce food. They produce 80% of the food that we eat as a country. So if we don't support them in how they're producing food, what does that mean? It means that we'll continue to see food insecurity go up, malnutrition go up, lifestyle diseases go up. Unaenda kwa shop unanunua nyanya 30 bob. And then you come and sit down and complain. No, it's because you're allowing the government to have these punitive policies that are taking money out of the country instead of putting money on the farmers' hands.
Cynthia, speaking of smallholder farmers, in your story there's a character that you follow to the Kenya Seed Company to purchase seeds. And there's something he says to the guy at the counter. He tells him, can I get the seeds? And the guy tells him, there's a queue.
Oh, yeah.
The earliest you can get it is August.
Yeah.
There's a queue to get seeds to plant. So that means that farmer cannot plant those seeds at that time, even though they need it, which is mind-blowing to me.
Yeah.
Then he goes on to ask, to tell the counter guy goes on to tell him that actually kuna msea kona bags kama 1,000 anangojea. Then the guy responds and asks him, so what's the place of smallholder farmers when there are people who can buy at a scale such as that? I'm thinking about the effect this could have on small-scale farmers, which are a majority of Kenyans. All of us here know someone who plants. So most of us here have shags. There's a place you go to in December.
Yeah.
And just you should be happy because a lot of drama comes with that. But most of us have a place you go to in December, and it's usually in the countryside where people plant. Your grandmother plants the food she eats. what could that do to a regular farmer, Cynthia? And if this law stayed, because it was enacted and stayed for a while, it was implemented for a while, what would that change about the way your grandmother farms?
Okay. That problem I noticed was very major with potato seeds. One thing I noticed in my investigation about potato seeds is that the suppliers are they are located at very distant and very rural regions, like regions that are known to produce potatoes. So, for example, for my grandmother, for her to access the potato seed, she had to either go to Elbagon or to Njoro or to Maunarok, which are very you will need to hire a vehicle to be able to ferry the bags of potato. And then there was also another farmer called Lucy Wanjiro. She's a casual laborer. There was also that dynamic that we no longer now have just small scale farmers. I think we also have smaller scale farmers who are casual laborers who rely on small scale farmers to be able to farm and afford to buy seeds and fertilizer. And this smaller scale farmer called Lucy, she was able to struggle to get 2 kg packets of seed for her 1/4 acre plot, but she was not able to raise the money for fertilizer and CAN, which she needed. And when we went to witness her harvest, it wasn't that good. And then now, because she could not afford the 5,000 shillings for a bag of potato seeds, she had to buy from another farmer. And one thing about certified seeds, and every farmer will attest, is that you cannot replant. It's not like the indigenous variety. I remember when I was growing up, when we were helping out my grandmother in the village, there were some varieties of maize and potatoes that she would save as a seed for the next planting season. So with the certified seeds, you cannot do that. You will not harvest a single thing.
So it's engineered to have you come back all the time.
Yeah.
Also illegal. It was illegal for you to replant without permission.
Yeah, actually that is in Article 23 of the law. It prohibits the use of a harvest of a protected variety as a propagating material. So that now what that does to a farmer, it subjects the farmer to a continuous cycle of debt. And if a small scale farmer does not have maybe a child working in town who can support their farming, trust me, they are not going to be able to plant. We experience that a lot with my grandmother. Sometimes the fertilizer prices are too high. Sometimes the seed is in low supply, and so the prices go high. So each of us knows that in April, during the planting season, we all have to save something for grandma. Or else when you go home in December, we'll not come back to Nairobi with anything. So that is what it suggests a farmer to. And if you do not have children who can support you or an income, then most of the times you find now farmers going back to the shops to buy food, which is unfair.
Which is unfair.
Yeah.
If farmers themselves have to buy food, what does this even mean for our agricultural future? Because I think, one of the things that really throws me off, especially about how complicit the government is I think so many of them either are commercial farmers, like they can actually afford, because of their salaries and their positions in power, they can actually afford to kind of extract.
Yes.
Yeah, because they have money, or like they have some kind of financial support already. But there's no connection back to the farmer, because then they can benefit off of their distraction. And my question would be then, who is really profiting? Like, who is really profiting? Because I think also the chain has to go further. Like, nani anachukua hii power yote from farmers, and who is then now making the money, and who is also dictating it? Because I know you've mentioned the agrochemical companies and everything, but I would like some kind of structure who is benefiting from the lobbying side, and also from taking power away from farmers. Yeah. And I think this will go to Cynthia too, because I think I want to hear from both of you, because like there's a part of the documentary you did where there was this long list of like people registering their names against certain seeds. That's why I'm very curious to know who's profiting. So I think Cynthia will go first, and then Elizabeth.
Okay. There are different types of seed breeders. I think at the top of the food chain are the seed breeders, because for every 1 kg of seed you purchase, they get a certain percentage for 20 years. Let's take an example of maize. Lucy bought a packet of the 6213 variety of maize. It's registered under Kenya Seed Company. So at 550, there's a certain percentage that Kenya Seed gets from every farmer. So you can imagine maize being a staple for Kenya, a Kenya staple food. How many kilograms of maize seed are purchased every year? So you do the math, and it's not just maize. Kenya Seed, I think, also owns a number of seed varieties. Now we go to potato. You'll need 16 bags for 1 acre of the, let's say now, the variety that we featured in our story, the Shangi variety. It's very popular. And one of the things I was told by one of the characters called Njuguna is that the farmers do not decide what they want to plant. It's the brokers who tell them, if you plant another variety, we will not buy. So we'll only buy this particular variety because it has desirable qualities. So 16 bags, each bag going for a minimum between 4,800 for the best quality seed and 5,000. You can imagine how much, even if it was just 5%. And you had this vendor telling us that he had a queue of 20,000 farmers. And there are farmers who are buying as many as 600 bags, 1,000 bags. How much money are they getting? So I was also able to look at the database. We have 175 certified seed merchants. Those are the ones who are controlling the seed trade in the country. 175, which include the conglomerates and also public universities also getting into the business.
Wait, universities are in the business of what they say?
Yeah, we do have actually. I think I saw 2. Yeah. I saw Egerton University, and another one, is it Chuka? I think.
Universities.
Yeah, it's also a seed breeder. Yeah, so they are the seed breeders, who are very many, and then they are the seed merchants, who are 175. Yeah, so those are the ones who are benefiting. Yeah, because now every year, that's a cycle.
Everyone has to go buy, and so that they can plant. They can't actually use any other seed varieties.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
very scary.
It's a subscription model.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And Elizabeth, from your POV, who's also benefiting from this system?
I think this is one of the areas maybe Cynthia can also help us do investigations, but I know most of the political class have a stake in the agricultural sector, either in the fertilizer business, the pesticides business, or the seed business. And that's why when they put such policies in place, they know that it's going to benefit them. And sadly, even right now, we are moving towards a situation where even the Kenya Seed Company is going to be privatized. Can you imagine what that is going to do to like our food sovereignty as a country? How can we call ourselves a sovereign country? How can we say that we are free when we don't have control over the food that we eat? Because if you don't have control over your seed, you literally don't have control over the food that you eat. I remember the last time when there was the war in, was it
Ukraine.
Russia and Ukraine, and we were being told we cannot get bread, we cannot get all that. Can you imagine what that tells us? It means that with the direction we are taking, we are going to get to a point where we will not have control of our food. So if our neighbors, not even our neighbors, if people from miles away decide to fight and close their borders, then we are not going to be able to produce food because there are not going to be seeds. And we saw the situation where farmers are literally looking for specific seeds because they've already been used to using these breeder seeds. So does it mean that tomorrow when COVID-20 or whatever happens, and then we have already sold all our seeds to especially multinational companies, does it mean that we're going to sit here and not eat?
Supply chains, if they interrupted.
Exactly. Does it mean that, you see, it means that we are losing something so very fundamental as a country. And it's because we are just allowing policies that we know very well that are not for us and for our people. And I think it also maybe it's not a problem too for the political class, because I don't think for them 75,000 shillings is something. When you tell a small scale farmer, I need you to use 75,000 Kenya shillings to certify one variety of seed. When you go home, I was born in the village. if, for example, it's a bean seed, my mom has 5 of them, not one. So when you say that she needs 75,000 Kenya shillings to go through the certification process, which is already very complex, that is an amount of money that most farmers do not even make by the end of the whole season.
Yes.
They don't. So I feel like it's because the political class are not really involved in the small business, which is them making sure that they at least have a decent living from farming. For them, it's more of like, how can I make more money when it comes to exports? How can I make more money when I'm selling seeds, when I'm selling pesticides and fertilizers? And that's why we need to be mad as a country. We really need to say that, no, this cannot go on. You are messing with the food. Food is very essential. We cannot even be seated here without food. So why are we letting the country, the government, just mess around with the food that we are eating the way they want? And then right now we are looking at issues of the lifestyle diseases and all that. We are being told it's because of the food that we're eating. Most of the food that we're eating, it's either it's poisoned by the pesticides or it doesn't have any nutritional value to us. So are we going to allow that to continue happening? Where like right now we hear someone is 70 and like, oh, I'm Africa 70 because it's a big deal nowadays. It's like you're 70. We see like it's something that it's not even supposed to happen. So I think this is a conversation that needs to make us mad, because even right now when you go back home, the food that you're going to eat in one way or another, a small scale farmer has been involved for you to be able to have that food on your plate. So when you hear about someone talking about seeds of variety, it's something that needs to get us mad. Something that needs to get us acting and saying that, no, you cannot control our food. You cannot make our food about profit.
Cynthia, I'm going to ask a question that I need help understanding. So, as someone who has never farmed in their life, if I'm going to farm and I decide I want to get into farming, what does this law mean for me? Because I know not all seeds will be listed under the Varieties Act. So I'm keen to know the difference between the seeds that will be affected and those that won't be affected, and just try to understand how this will disrupt the entire seed system and how farmers work. Like, which seeds get to be listed under the Act, which don't, what satisfies us that?
I think Elizabeth is the expert. The commercial ones, and that's why you hear most farmers complaining about Irish potatoes, about maize, because that's what we grow as commercial crops in the country. So you find that most commercial crops, and the reason why they're also going for some of the indigenous cereals that we have, like the millets, the wheat and all that, is because they're also using that they're farming that on large scale. So that they can use it in alcohol production, bread and all these things. So basically when you look at the list of seeds that are being affected, are seeds that are essential in terms of giving them profit. So if something is bringing them profit, then how can you get control? How can we control this? But also the problem with that is, in the process of them doing that, we are losing our indigenous seeds. Because there's no support on the ground when it comes to these indigenous seeds. Right now, farmers are doing so well because when you go around the country, and that's also one thing that people don't know, most farmers right now are selling their own seeds. And not because, one, it's because of the economic, they're trying to get away from that economic dependency, but also it's because of climate change. It's becoming really, really hard for them to be able to tell when and how to farm, and also to be able to tell which seeds to use, because the ones that they're using right now are not doing well. You'll be told that it's supposed to do well. It rains, it's not doing well. It doesn't rain, it doesn't do well. So most of them have now, and it's a sad reality, but it's a good thing, because even our farmers are learning from experience. What was sold to them as a one-size-fits-all, they've realized that, okay, this is not working. We need to do different. And that's why you go right now. And Cynthia even had so many farmers in the documentary who are saving their own seeds. So it's basically profit, and looking at how do we make more profit from these crops that are considered commercial crops. And it's really sad, because I don't think food is something that we are supposed to joke with like that, and just leave that control in a few individuals. And I know that the government is going to appeal, and they've already started the process of appealing. But I think this judgment sends a message, and not only to the government, but also to people in general. Like, I know at times we struggle with the courts not doing us favors in terms of being with the people, but we see in this situation where the court really said, no, this is unconstitutional. So I think that also just tells us that the noise that we make and the no's that we say that no, it works at times. And even right now, when someone hears about the win in 2025, they will look at it from, it just happened. No, this has been like advocacy happening for the past 2 decades. Farmers have been making a lot of noise. CSOs have been making a lot of noise. The government was not listening. But over time, after so many mentions, after so many hearings, we are here. So I think this is just to communicate to us that at times we need to also just speak up, and not just be silent and say that they've put this policy in place, they're doing this. No, and it's just not in the food space. I think like this is something that sends a message out to just say that we need to speak up and we need to say no. And if we come together and say no, then we will definitely win at the end.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that also matters, I think, in this particular conversation is protection. Because we've seen, like, on the other end of things, we have a whole parliamentary system that does not care, and it keeps going even to the cabinet secretaries and people who have so much power. So I would ask Cynthia this, if in your investigation you were able to figure out if the seed banks that the farmers are setting up have some kind of protections in place. And also to you, Elizabeth, as someone who has really, like, been in this fight, what kind of protections are farmers putting up for themselves, and what kind of protections do they need to have in the future so that we don't return to a place like this? Cynthia, go first.
I would like to mention something that I did not include in the story, simply because I wasn't really able to follow it up. I really wanted to, but at the onset of the story, like while I was establishing who to interview, who to speak to, I spoke to farmers from as far as Nyanza, and there's one who told me they actually do have a seed bank. They work with a different CSO, not CBO, a community-based organization. And this person told me that every planting season, every new year, there's a certain lawmaker who goes to their seed bank to buy bags of their yellow maize. Yellow maize, there's an indigenous variety of yellow maize. So I really, really wanted to capture this lawmaker in that process. And I hope I'll be able to get that. It's somewhere in Nyanza. I do not want to say where.
Yes.
So it doesn't nuke my investigation. But then again, it made me wonder. So this is a lawmaker. He probably knows, or maybe he doesn't know, I don't know, that they passed a law that criminalizes the sharing and selling of indigenous seed varieties. Already he is breaking a law. But on the other hand, he's taking advantage. Where is he taking these yellow maize varieties? So unfortunately, that is one thing I wasn't able to, and I didn't even get the opportunity to capture. But hopefully, because I also realized that this seed issue is one huge rabbit hole. Like, I feel like I just scratched the surface. There's still a lot to uncover. So if I get another opportunity, probably we'll be able to answer that question. But also, in that national crop variety list, because I was able to go through most varieties, you'd find even vegetables that we knew to grow wild that have already been patented.
By who? Like, who is patenting? Is this regular people or like people who work in universities?
Exactly. People who work in universities and even universities themselves. So there's also that controversy where I spoke to farmers who are saying this particular variety that is currently being sold as a certified variety, actually it belonged to us. We've known it for 50 years. We've known it for 40 years. So those are some of the dynamics that are currently, facing the seed industry. Yeah.
So as part of the litigation, one of our key asks and why we wanted that amended is because the government was saying that indigenous seeds are mentioned with the act. But mentioning it and defining what it is without protecting it and having specific clauses to protect it is basically erasing what indigenous seeds are. So that is one of the reasons why we were saying, no, we need the government to have specific clauses to say that this is how indigenous seeds are we are going to protect them. And currently, I'll go back to what I was saying, people power. That's what's working for communities right now on the ground. They come together, they work on their seed bank and they protect it. And at the county level, there's also been a lot of support from the county governments when it comes to the community seed banks. And we are seeing a very good example, like the seed bank that you covered in Nakuru, where Francis
seed saying.
Yeah, exactly. You find that the county government of was in one way or another, the Minister of Agriculture supporting them. So it's like, yeah, we are going to protect you, let you do what, but that's also the thing. If there's no law protecting me, then when I'm in the matatu carrying my seeds, going to sell or doing whatever, the KFIS inspectors can stop you and they can seize your seeds. So you see, like, there's also word of mouth, but there's the actual harassment that goes into, like, us not having protection in the clauses that protect the farmers. So even right now, well, I can just say it's people power. They're just doing it. They're coming together, and I've said there's that point where you need to go and educate someone about something, to tell them, sigara inaua, ama pombe inaua. But there's that point where someone has already experienced it themselves, and they're like, oh no, this thing, sikuzi kifua yangu sikumove vizuri ama whatever, you see, whatever.
You can say collapse.
Exactly.
So you're more aware that this is dangerous. Yeah.
So like that's where most farmers are right now. They've gone through these seasons. They've realized it's more like me being dependent on these people and less of like me empowering myself. Because if you look at the documentary, you see even the lives of these small scale farmers. Even to just afford a decent living is a problem. And these are people who wake up every single day to go to the farm. So I think I can say time has also done us justice, which is wrong. But now, because our government didn't want to, time has also done us justice, because farmers themselves are experiencing the climate change. You heard even the documentary that saying, this time mvua imekuja mapema, ama mvua ikukuja. So they're actually experiencing this on the ground. So it's less of us telling them that this is actually going to affect you like this, and you need maybe the adapted or resilient indigenous. They already know because they are experiencing it. And people power is working. That's why we are saying we need this law to be in place so that we can also the farmers can call the county governments to recognize, to budget for these seed banks, to support these seed banks at the county level.
There's a part of this conversation that I want us to focus on, mostly because I know we touched on it, but I really want us to get into it. Why should people care? It's something that should be the biggest news in the country that law didn't make it through. But then the government is even appealing it.
Yes.
That's a horrible show of,
I know.
of just interest in making things work. What do you think needs to be done for not only media, but then in general? What's missing in that whole chain of communication? Is it that this is such a tough thing to understand, that seeds being patented, like the regular person doesn't know what patenting is, but then what I'm failing to understand is, what can we do in this conversation right now that you think hasn't been done yet, A, and number two, what can we do to make this a big story, apart from Cynthia's story, which is massive in itself? What do you think can be done, and why should people care about the Seed and Plant Varieties Act as it is right now? Because what I'm afraid of is the government appealing, because we've seen them appealing things and things being overturned. I don't know which law it was.
I think Shah, even the housing levy, and all of this had to do with public participation and the missing public participation link. And also it's like, you don't have a choice, you just have to pay. So how, again, just to reference what Tom is saying, like, why should we really be out there up in arms?
I was having this conversation with Sid actually in the morning, because we were just talking about how at times this topic looks so technical and hard to relay out here. But I think it's also the work of, maybe I can say, the CSOs that are working in the seed sector. We also have a lot to do in terms of trying to maybe educate and create awareness. And something happened last year during the Maandamano, where we just did it was a simple digital push, because we were going towards a hearing, and we did some videos that we posted online, and in a week's time we had Occupy Machakos Locals hashtag trending. And I remember at some point we were even like, are we really going to go to Machakos Locals? Because what happens if people actually decide to occupy Machakos Locals? And I think the reason why that works so well is because we really tried to break down the conversation and just make it simple. I feel like at times it's also how we communicate. It's a lot of science, it's a lot of big jargons, and people lose, especially when you start saying seed sovereignty, someone is like, Sasa, what is that? I think so. We need to do better in terms of how do we communicate this in a way that will make sense to someone who is going home right now from work. They'll listen and be like, okay, this is actually something I need to also see how I can support and all that. So I think for me, I can say, given that I've worked in this space for some time, I can say is telling this story more and more, the way Cynthia has done, just to talk to farmers, capture this and share, but also maybe for people like me who are in the advocacy space, is how do we communicate it to make sense? How do we relate it to the everyday life? Like something as simple as, how does this affect you as a Kenyan? How does this affect your income? Wakisha kata taxes zao yenye mbaki nayo, hiyo pesa itakuwa affected.
Can we do that? Can we do that? Can we do exactly
I think we can.
Yes. Can we do that in this conversation?
That's the thing. I try to make people understand that. It's like the price of your food is affected when a farmer cannot be able to have access to seeds to produce. Then if she's struggling, we saw in the documentary, if I have to pay 200 more to get maybe a packet of seeds, and then I pay another extra to get the fertilizers and pesticides, it means at the end of the day, when I harvest, at least remember, we have a farmer in the documentary who spends money to produce, which is more than what she usually spends, and then the maize doesn't do as well as she was hoping. So that means that when she goes to the market, minus the brokers, she will try to maybe sell it at a higher price with the the extra 200 that she had to pay, so that she can get back her 200. And what that means is, by the time the broker buys the maize from Rift Valley and it comes to Nairobi, you will have to pay more. So in Amanisha, it affects the food that you eat every single day. And that's why nowadays you go to the supermarket and you have 1,000 bob and you look at your cart and you're like, did I just spend 1,000 bob? 1,000 bob. So it's as simple as that. It's as simple as our food prices are going to be high. And apart from that, we're also going to get to a point where access to nutritious food is going to be a problem. Because access to nutritious food is going to be a problem because we are losing our indigenous seeds. And these indigenous seeds, they have quality when it comes to the nutritional value. So when we lose that, it means kesho ukienda hosi unaambiwa you have this, you have that. And it's because of how we are producing food. Just a month ago, I had a conversation with a farmer who was also using a lot of pesticides in their farm to produce food. Right now, he can't see. We're actually doing his story that's supposed to come out next year in January. He can't see, he can't provide for a kid. So you can imagine. It's something that is affecting us every single day. I think all of us right now have a friend who has cancer or knows someone who has cancer.
Sorry to interject, Elizabeth. Speaking of pesticides, what's the link between the new seeds, the breeded seeds, and pesticides?
And that's the thing. That's why we keep saying that indigenous seeds are acclimatized to local conditions. So they're stronger, apart from what people think that they're usually inferior. So you can have your maize and you can plant it and you don't have to use excess fertilizer, synthetic fertilizer, or pesticides. Some of them naturally keep pests away. But you find that when you use breeded seeds, they are... they automatically come linked to specific pesticides. And it's also part of the profit game that they're playing.
So they sell you a seed that you can only use a certain fertilizer
and a certain, exactly.
In a certain output.
And they tell you that when you go to the agrovet, they tell you that. I don't know if you got to experience that. They tell you that ukichukua hii seed, hii inaenda na hii na hii. So it's like, that's what they tell you. So the farmer is expected to take the seeds and then the fertilizer. And then remember, these pesticides, they're not only polluting your food, the food that you're eating, they are also polluting your environment, the water that you're drinking, the air that you're breathing. They are killing the pollinators. So it means that as we continue like this, we are going to get to a point where it's going to be really hard for us to produce food as a country because our soils will be dead. Our water are polluted. there are no pollinators, because we know most of the crops that we grow also depend on pollinators like bee and butterflies and all that. There are also no pollinators. So we are moving towards a system where food is going to continuously get more expensive because we are killing the environment that is supposed to literally help produce that food. But at the same time, we're also poisoning our bodies by these toxic pesticides.
It's a classic case of, sorry, Cynthia.
Yeah, if I may add something that I learned, because I did this story under the Bertha Challenge 2025, and the challenge, it is a global fellowship. We are about 14 journalists from around the world, each of us tackling a challenge in our country, and the challenge was how do corporate interests and political interests affect smallholder farming in the face of climate change. And in as part of the fellowship, there's something called Amplify, where we are supposed to now take back our work to the community. And one of the things that stood out in all of our projects is the need to listen to the farmers as well. Kina Esther, they can do their lobbying on one level, let's say when it comes to the law and the science part of it. But as journalists, are we reporting also what the farmers are saying? Because I also struggled in looking for articles or news items that have been done about seed sovereignty and that fight, and even articles that support indigenous varieties. So are we listening to the farmers? Are we listening to them as they tell us this particular sorghum variety called Alekwe Kal doesn't require continuous rainfall to grow? Just needs one cycle of rain, maybe just once, and it starts germinating and it can be harvested in a short period of time. Are we listening to those farmers? Are we communicating what they're telling us? So I think we also need to listen more to the farmers because they know these things. For example, you will hear that as opposed to the hybrid maize varieties, in our community, there was a variety called Gevigo. And Gevigo, unlike the hybrid varieties where you have to harvest it really quick, if it starts raining in November beyond, the expected period, they start rotting in the farms. But with the Gevigo variety, once it matures, it kind of locks itself, and no amount of extra rainfall is going to affect that variety. And this is also a variety that you can replant. Are we communicating? Are we telling these stories? I don't think we are doing that, because the kind of stories we're telling now is exalting GMOs and these interventions that are threatening the food diversity that we've been enjoying for years. I don't know how old you guys are, but
you don't mind. To add to what Cynthia just said, I studied Bachelor of Science in Agriculture in KU. But what I studied in school is exactly what I'm now fighting. I was being told that you have to commercialize, you have to. So you find that it's like we are locked in this system where everything is not working for us. The policy, the education system, what we're being taught is good and is supposed to be good. So we are ending up with researchers and scientists who also are exactly that. You see, it's GMO, it's the good thing. So I think it's kind of web of so many things that are set to make us fail and continue to have our food controlled by corporations. But I think having conversations like this, that is what gets us to really understand why we need to say no, why we need to change some of these things. So I think constantly telling the story and making sure there's that back and forth. We are listening, but we're also telling the story so the farmers can also hear from other farmers, hear from maybe research in terms of policy, their role at the county level, what can they do, how can we work together to help. So I think it's just making sure that we have that back and forth communication in terms of sharing information.
I like what you just say right now, because then as someone who's studied this, as someone who has background knowledge on what it takes for agriculture to work, and obviously it's a learning process, and I'm realizing a lot of knowledge systems that do not care about the farmers in their say. It's like you are a farmer, you know this, but unajua nini. It's almost like you're disregarded so someone can sell you a product. And so my question would be what's a possible scenario that would make the laws that are in place work? Or how, not just to counter them, but from someone who has agricultural knowledge, like from the point of a farmer, from the point of someone who's studied in the formal system, like you would say, how do you make the laws that are in place work, or how do you restructure the laws so that they work? Ama sisi ni mahita to just because we don't like the system that's in place. Yeah.
I think the first basic one is making our policies or our laws with the farmers present. And that's the best thing that the Constitution also asked for, public participation, as basic as that. If we are saying that we are making these policies for them, to support them, to help them, to do all that, are they in the room? Are they represented? Are we really going to the villages to listen to what they're saying? Something as basic as that. So I think that is one of the places where we need to start from, just being able to listen and make these laws with the farmers, not against them. And also, your point also brings me to this conversation that I was having earlier, that regulation is necessary. Because regulation also helps to look at the issue of food security, food safety, and also quality. But bad regulation is harmful. And in our case, as a country, we are having bad regulations. And we continuously see this in the different agricultural bills that we have. And someone also asked, why now? This thing was passed in 20 whatever. Why were you guys just complaining now? But it's because you remember in 2017 when President Uhuru, I think, was trying to get another term, they came up with the Big Four agenda. And the Big Four agenda, one of their key goals was food security. And when we look at what they listed as what they wanted to do under that was to increase production of food, to reduce imports, to support small-scale farmers with inputs and all that, and also to look at the issue of malnutrition. And when they said that, they were looking at it from a commercialized point of view. And as a result, 4 years later, we were now seeing where government was giving subsidies to now the breeded seeds, the fertilizers and all that. That's what government was giving subsidies to, and even giving farmers and all that. And as a result of that, we got into looking at the different laws. And then we came across the Seed and Plant Variety Act. We came across the Livestock Bill, which was saying a smallholder farmer cannot be able to keep bees if they are not registered. The Irish one was if you are a trader and exporter, you're not supposed to do that if you're not registered, or you pay a fine of 5 million, and it gets worse. So I think during that time the government was so focused on looking at food from a development angle, but not also from a community well-being angle. So we were just looking at the quantity of the food. We want to have more, but is it safe? Is it quality food and all that? So I think that's where we lost it, because we were looking at just having more, because at that time we were dealing with a lot of issues of droughts. But I think what we can do right now as a country is basically just to listen to farmers. Let's make sure that when we are making policies, we are involving them. They have better judgment, because they're the ones who have been doing I cannot even speak for the farmers, because these are people who have been on the ground doing all this work. All this knowledge has been passed to them. So can we do something as basic as making sure that we have we are involving them in the conversations? And also us, as I think as Kenyans, we can also just, it's our right to participate into these processes. So can we also just take advantage of that and participate in that? And also at the county level, let's just start holding them accountable. We need extension officers, we need infrastructure when it comes to places where our farmers can save their food, can do all those things. So can we also start calling for that? If they're saying our budget is for agriculture is this X amount, where does that X amount go to? So I think we also need to have that role to really question some of these things at the county level, because agriculture is also a devolved function. So can we be able to question that at the county level and just get them to be able to invest into something what's benefiting farmers and us rather than what's benefiting corporations.
That's really fair point. Even the county themselves can actually have laws in place to protect the farmers in their area.
Exactly.
That's really
I'm afraid we get into the home stretch. We need to wrap this up. It's over an hour now. But so I'll start with the part where we tell you what you should participate in, and ask you to listen to Serikali because Serikali wants to hear your opinion. They actually do, Justine. Seriously, they want to hear your opinion.
Apparently, yeah.
2 bills on your plate in this episode. First of all, the tax policy proposal. That's the first step into one of the initial stages of creating the finance bill that then ends up being there at the end of April the next year. This is where the government reaches out to you and tells you to tell them what you want them to do with taxation. So do you want your milk taxed more? Do you feel like it's a bit too cheap for you? It's too affordable? The milk is going bad? Or do you need them to lower that tax because the milk is becoming expensive? What we saw last year was in the initial stages of the Finance Bill 2020, was it 4, the problematic one, the motor vehicle tax? Do you remember that? That came after these consultations, and who knows, maybe that came from a manufacturer somewhere, or someone said that they have it too cheaply, their cars, and they need to have the money. They have the money to spend, so they need the car more expensive to maintain.
Talipa.
Yeah, man, the talipa usijali inua bei. So if you want the price of anything, if you're an industry player, if you're a regular Kenyan, you can send your opinions to the submissions at treasury.go.ke by December 31st. Your proposal, they say, will inform the formulation of tax measures for consideration in the Finance Bill 2026 to support ongoing efforts to strengthen revenue mobilization and promote equitable and sustainable economic growth. As I say, this is the first step into creating the finance bill. Before the finance bill lands on your table as a final draft that the president signs into law, you should submit your opinions because this will affect how much money you go home with at the end of the day. There's conversations about pay being increased or more VAT or pay going down, but definitely the government is on a revenue mobilization run, which your people. So who knows, maybe the possibility of a more stringent bill landing on our tables in 2026 is possible. We had a weaker, to some degree, compared to 2024 bill in 2025. It was a lot slimmer. It targeted specific industry and also raided the income of people because it gave KRA access to people's digital transactions. This is why you should care. It's important for you, and the 2026 finance bill will be here in maybe 7 months, and you need to participate. December 31st is a problem because they've only given people 2 weeks to send their opinions.
Christmas, really?
Imagine, they expect you to, in the middle of the chicken unakula uko shags, to think about what tax they're going to put on you. Usually you have until January 16th, 17th, maybe 20th to submit your opinions, but this time they want you to stop eating your ugali manze. Last week we also highlighted the autism management bill. It's a Senate bill submitted and proposed into the Senate by Senator Karen Nyamu. She says that, and most people would agree, that a lot of special needs legislation does not exist in the country. It is true that a lot more accessibility needs to be created in schools. A lot more attention needs to be paid to policy making for specific special needs children and adults in the country. But this bill has its problematic parts. It also has very progressive parts. It's a double-edged sword, and that's why I'm bringing it to your attention so you can read it and understand, especially if you have a minor. And Justine, you and I might not have kids, or Elizabeth. We all might not have kids, but we will in 10 years. So it would be unfair for me to say that this bill should be specifically something that parents of children with special needs should focus on, because it involves all of us. For this one, you have until December 22nd, literally in like how many days?
7
days to submit your opinions. This one, you can submit your opinions to clerk.senate@parliament.go.ke and copy the health committee at healthcommittee.senate@parliament.go.ke by 5 p.m. December 22nd. Submit your opinions. Let your voice be heard. All these bills, both these bills, they are not very specific to industry. They involve regular Kenyans, and you should pay attention to it. Yeah, Justine. I'm seeing here that there is a crore removal for Christmas.
Yes.
What's up with that?
Yeah, we'll get into it just now. So this week on Justine explains it all very badly. So the Kenya Junior Secondary Education Assessment results for the pioneering class are out, and congratulations to all the kids for going through the pioneering system of an education system that's very fairly new to the scene. So we all thought that the kids would be exempt from the parading of like who failed and who passed, but Kenya newspaper editors are very committed. You know, they needed people to photograph and they got to it. So some kids, you know, were carried shoulder high, as we've always seen. So I feel like the ground was left out of a lot of celebrations. Some parents didn't know what the new grading system is like because they moved on from the point system to an assessment system where you either get you exceeded expectations, that's the highest grade, and it has 2 bands, and then there's the middle tier bands which is meeting expectations and approaching expectations, and then the lower bands is below expectation. Hey, I say below for what? Like below feels very targeted. You know, it could be like tried to get to the expectations. I feel like that would be fairer. And each of these has 2 bands, so most students were graded on a more, we'll give you like a congratulations for the expectations that you met. And I feel like the more things change, the more they stay the same, because it's kind of like a very long stretched out A to D system. But I'm really hoping that whatever outcomes, that the students are going to get a good education henceforth. Some kids performed really well in the arts, but the problem is some of them want to stay in STEM courses. But that learning process so far is we atujui. That's what the government is going with. They don't know how to restructure that system, and I'm hoping that pivot will work. Private schools obviously outperformed public schools, and obviously, they were going to outperform them because they have a competitive advantage because of the systems that they have, the access to resources like labs and all these teachers and teachers who are actually equipped to teach those learning areas. Unfortunately, for public schools, they're at the mercy of the government, and the government is doing well with small fractions, especially when it comes to money. They're disbursing the least amounts possible. So, and that coupled with the cost sharing approach, which is usually parents who have to cater for the rest of it, and parents are fighting with SHA, they're fighting with every other levy out there. And to quote the philosopher of our times, Femi Wan, wewe na shida za SHA utawezana. And most parents are really struggling on that front. So maybe the 87 shillings capitation that was sent to some school was supposed to perform some kind of magic. I'm really waiting to hear back. So out of the 1.1 million grade 9 learners who finished this particular assessment, 700,000 are going into STEM. Like they're very interested in STEM. This is the science and mathematics part of it, and technology, and they require over 35,000 teachers. And there's a significant shortage in STEM because most of them are even going into aviation, metalworks, like all this difficult, very hands-on approach kind of system. And the government doesn't even have adequate teachers for this. So I'm really hoping that I'm very proud of the kids who like going through the system and powering through. It's a really big fight for the pioneers, but also GOK is calling this teething problems. But this is a full-on Kibogoyo movement because you're defunding education, you're paying teachers, like junior secondary teachers were paid 17,000. I think they're being paid, and they're
17,000.
They're not being graduated. So there's the next cohort that's also going to really, really go through it. And I feel like this is a deliberate attack on educational institutions. So all you students, you still showed up, you still did that, you still studied, even with the privilege or lack of it. And I just think you should be proud of yourselves because there's an MP who can't read, who's still in charge of the funding of your futures. There's still a Treasury CS who was very proud to say that they don't have money for free education. We have an education CS who released education capitation after the term was over. And they were like, good luck out there with the little money that you got. So I really hope that for the kids of this particular system that they don't have to struggle so much that this is not like their determined future when they go into the senior secondary school and also with the higher education. So to my crows, okay, so it's not dear to my heart, but I think it's important. So apparently the hotel staff in coast hotels are really fighting with crows. Like there's so many crows in a lot of the coast hotels, like they have ballooned in number.
It's a true story.
It is. Even when I was like, this is my story for the week. It's very encouraging. So Kenyan crows are currently terrorizing terrorists who are eating outside of these hotels. And the crows are foodies, I think. And they're very good at appreciating what the chefs have done. And they're building a feeding program for themselves, which has made them multiply in number. Yeah. And they're now everywhere. And at some point, I think it was estimated that there's 90,000 crows just like around the hotels. 90,000 is a lot of crows. Yeah. But I feel like the food is already outside. I feel maybe if the crows were able to pay, maybe the hoteliers would not be so mad. But according to the hoteliers, like the crows are very much brokey freeloaders, and they cannot support them in their feeding program. So they want all of them gone, or at least their populations completely removed. So the hoteliers and KWS have a joint elimination operation program to end all these crows, and it has a title. The crows, it's called Crows No More. That's the title of the elimination project. I think they could have consulted me for a few names. I think we could have gone with Kilbeak,
that's fine.
Cromia River, Kunguru de la Muerto, which is my favorite. I think we need to lean into some languages. And KWS said that they're disposing these carcasses in a way that does not create like a health problem, because usually like if you throw them away, some of these other the carcasses could be picked on, and then it becomes a health hazard. Another reason the crows are being eliminated is because they are colonizers of the bird kingdom. Apparently, they are very good at replacing native species, then spreading pathogens and becoming a public nuisance. So even if you add crow guilt, they don't care. They are not. They don't possess it. So in case you're curious about how much this operation costs, it costs about 10 million. KWS and all these hoteliers need 10 million. They even did a fundraiser on the 13th. I don't know how much they raised. I'm not that nosy. But the reason I did this story is like to all the crows, where 10 million is being spent to end you as part of the drone kingdom and other animals in the bird species. I really hope the food you enjoyed was worth it, because they are coming for you. And if in case you guys come back to attack us, remember who told your story. It was
because they're smart. They can do a whole revolution.
Exactly. Crows can even talk. Yeah. They're kind of scary like that. So we have done your story, so you get to protect me when the evolution comes.
I don't know, Justin. I didn't know the crows are having the industrial revolution. Like they are multiplying in the numbers. But interesting, Justin. Thank you for that. We had a comment in the middle of the show. Jonathan Spence says, diversify in what you grow, and he recommends we look up Richard Parkins. And then he adds that feed friends and family first. Anything else is a bonus. And I think that's the philosophy that a lot of people live by. In very, very few words. Very, very few words, by the way. Because we've overrun so much. I'll let both of you have the final word on this one. For Elizabeth, I particularly want to ask you, is there anything, because we journalists tend to pick an angle and we have specific questions and a line of questioning that we want. Is there anything that you feel was very important that might have slipped under the radar?
Maybe just to mention about the appeal. So the AG has gone ahead to request the judge to put aside the judgment as we continue with the process of appeal. So what they're saying is they need the judgment to be set aside even right now. Like they don't want it to be in place. They want it to be set aside as we continue with the process of appeal. And that just shows you how much the government is focused on
making this good.
So it's I feel like the win is already a statement, and I think it already also says that the farmers on the ground are now aware, and they're not going to just allow the government to do whatever they want. So it's us to also try and support them as much as possible. The amendment is going to be another long journey, but we are not giving up and we are going to fight together, and we are hoping that we also have you to help amplify that message and support what the farmers are doing on the ground, because farmers are actually doing a really good job on the ground.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Cynthia?
To the journalists, let's keep telling these stories. Let's listen. Also, there's something I had today called extractive journalism. Let's now do the opposite. Listen to the farmers, and also let's also be vigilant. There's, apart from the appeal, there's also a new amendment that is being proposed to the Seed and Plant Varieties Act. It's a Senate bill. Already tabled before Senate by Narok Senator Ledamo Lekina. So let's also be vigilant. Let's not just allow things to pass. Because one of the things that happened even with the SPVA 2012 is that the timing was really critical when we were preparing for the general elections.
Yeah.
So let's not let this one also slip between our fingers.
Yeah. It's almost election cycle, so a lot of lobbying is going to be flowing into the country.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cynthia, for making time. Thank you, Elizabeth, for making time as well. We deeply appreciate both of you for coming to the show. Justine, asante, kama kawaida.
From time
Manze, there is more to read, but we've run out of time, Justine, unfortunately. And thank you for watching us. Thank you for leaving your comments, Jonathan Spence. There's a comment also that he mentions that African seeds and African foods are far more superior and they should be promoted more, and I think all of us would agree. Thank you for watching us. Thank you for joining us throughout the year. I hope you have a Merry Christmas, and the sign-off today will be the trailer for Cynthia's latest documentary, The Seed Syndicate, the battle to control what Kenyan farmers can plant. Make sure you watch it. It's a 2-part series. It's brilliant. It goes far deeper into the topic of seed sovereignty. And I hope you have a good night and enjoy your holidays.
This story is about seeds.
Seed means life. Seed means livelihood. Seed means our culture.
Naweka mbili.
Kuwekea watu sheria wakati wananunua mbegu si vizuri.
So when it was revised in 2012, it included certain punitive aspects.
Lakini mimi mkulima niko na hizo zote na serikali imenifunga mikono.
You have to borrow a loan so that you can plant maize because it's very expensive because of input.
Kupata hii mbegu ni shinda kwangu.
If an old grandmother from Mashinani wants to access these services, like the Kenya seeds, you would imagine a shosho would not really access where these stores are.
Kilimo mimi nafanya kwa sababu ya chakula. Siwezi kumbuka kama tulinunua mbegu kwa watu, kwa any shop.
You see from regulations down to the bills and then to the regulation, the threats. It's nonsense.
In light of now what these reports are saying, do you have any regrets?
Yes, I do.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
Early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard and the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
It is more than what can meet the eye. This is our land. This is what our forefathers had left to us. If this land would be subdivided, 90% of the young people will be left landless.
Without a Carbon Act, there's no way Soils for the Future can come and legally grab land in Kajiado. But we created that act to pave the way for them.
We did not even know that there was a connection between carbon na hii land fraud.
Hakuna kitu mingine ni land grabbing.
Mimi nimesema shamba yendi. Si ya mtu, ni ya community.
19th century, you come with guns. 21st century, you come and tell them you've come to save them. And you pay their legislators to come up with laws that favor your saviorism.
Kenya's next significant export will be carbon credits.
And that is how you colonize a country in the 21st century.
What happens when a community's desire to own their land meets corruption and global climate finance? Over the course of 6 months and several trips to Kajiado County, Africa Uncensored and the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project dug deeper in search of answers on the growing fractures among Maasai communities living in Kajiado. Analyzing hundreds of documents, conducting interviews with key figures, and utilizing satellite imagery and other OSINT techniques. On the face of it, Maasai youth were opposed to a controversial carbon project. In reality, that was only the tip of the iceberg. Powerful and connected political elites in Kenya are executing a massive silent land heist, while major international organizations either knowingly or unknowingly provide cover under the guise of carbon offsetting projects.
Kwa majina naitwa James Sumaili Sangaire, mkaaji wa Oldonyuke Group Ranch. Nimezaliwa hapa Oldonyuke, nimeoa, nikazaa hapa Oldonyuke. Wazazi wangu wote wanaishi hapa. Niko na bibi moja, watoto 9, kijana moja, only one son. Nimekuwa member wa Oldonyuke kuanzia tarehe 13 Disemba 1984. Nikaja 1994 tukakuwa tumedemarcate wa shamba, tukafunga register na ikawa kila kitu imekuwa closed. Oldonyuke Group Ranch, my father was a vice chairman wakati huo. Hakuwa na hitilafu yeyote. Tuliposema to divide mashamba, no any conflict. Kwanza tumetoa green card, tukatoa ndio ikuwa na individual benefits. Juzi tu tukaja kupata some grounds ambayo haistahili kiwepo. Mimi naitwa Gideon Kanchori, mimi ni mkazi mzaliwa wa Oldonyuke Group Ranch. Nimelelewa huku, nikasoma huku. So I've gotten to have well understanding about this place and the people in this place. I have witnessed a lot of irregularities happening in this place when I was a young boy, when I didn't have capacity to mobilize people against that. Like many years ago, like 15, 18 years ago, there was a daylight robbery where the then committee, which was being led by former chairman Sakaya and his committee, came to this place and told people to pay for their title deeds because they were ready for a dispatch and stuff. At that moment, people did a lot of selling. You would sell your sheep, you would sell your goat, you sell your livestock generally, so that you would acquire your title deed. And you can imagine, even widows were conned and kids without fathers were conned. There were not title deeds that were issued. There was no any refunding done. Things got out of hand, I think, in 2023, when we have been having sit-downs thinking of how we can salvage this land from land grabbing. So there was information that the current committee is using that mandate that they were given by the people to subdivide this land to them. Being a young person from this community, having in mind that the register was closed in 1994, so people of my age cannot be group ranch members, beneficiaries if the subdivision would go through. That automatically raised a lot of question that, wait, but we are many than those who have land, so where are we going to stay in? while we were having those thoughts in mind and consolidating them, bringing them together to make a larger sense, things got out of hand when the carbon credits thing was introduced to us.
Several people were injured after chaos erupted in Kajiado Magadi area.
Pastoralist communities in Kenya, such as the Maasai, have long lived on vast, communally owned lands, moving with their livestock based on the seasons. Some have organized themselves into group ranches, with a register of members and a local management committee. In Oldonyonyokie Group Ranch, home to more than 1,000 Maasai households, a generational divide has been brewing. Over the past few years, carbon credit projects have taken root in the larger Kajiado area. And while they were previously welcomed, these ventures are turning into flashpoints of conflict. Matters came to a head on April 30th, 2025, when hundreds of youth shut down a meeting in which the Kajiado Carbon Rangelands project by Souls for the Future Africa was set to secure its entry into the Oldonyonyokie Group Ranch.
We are here today for a meeting that was supposed to be a meeting between a company that wants them to sign their land over to them for the next 40 years to lease their land for carbon credits. But instead, the young men here, I'm told it's mostly the Gen Zs, have come out in large numbers to protest this. And in fact, they have told their parents if they sign, then there will be trouble.
KRCP had already signed deals with other neighboring group ranches. On the face of it, the Maasai youth had simply rejected the entry of a controversial carbon project. However, as our investigation found, their actions had also exposed unprecedented land fraud perpetuated by powerful figures.
Don't point a finger to the WhatsApp. Mimi nilikuwa mmoja wao. Nilikuwa kwa ile kampuni ya kugawa mashamba. Tukaenda mzee mmoja kaongea, and a very prominent person. Sema kujeni dhati kama mmejipanga. Noa visu, lete rungu. Kwa maana kuna vita. Mimi kwa sababu I'm divided. Mimi ni divided. Watoto wangu wengine wako pande hii, mimi niko pande hii. So mimi sikuwa nataka vita. Nataka tupigane diplomasia. Sio violent.
Gideon is among Gen Z Maasai youth who mobilized to shut down the signing ceremony.
We asked questions which were assumed to be disrespect. In 2025, we again heard about Souls for Future Africa in our place. They came, convened a meeting in Naserian, and then they said we are going to sign this agreement, whether these young people want it or not. They came, told the older people that these young people are being misled, they are being used by people who are working. They made a vow that they are going to sign an agreement, whether we want it or not. So while they did that, they were told to collect signatures of those who would want to sign the agreement, 600, so that they would meet the 70% expected quota. While they had that, they made a vow, we also made a vow that whatsoever would be the extreme, we are ready for that, provided this agreement could not be signed. So we said, while they will be signing that agreement, we'll be rioting against it. So we made a vow, they also made a vow. So they planned the 30th of April 2025 to be that day. So while they did that, we went to the area they had set where they'll be having the event. We went there, definitely we are younger, we are faster than them. I would say smarter than them, for lack of a better word. While they came in the morning, we had a disagreement in the morning, and we had an actual physical war against them. It was too bad because that was an extreme.
At least 7 people sustained injuries and had to be rushed to hospital after the young protesters stormed the event and scuppered the planned signing of the agreement. David Nchui, chairman of the group ranch and a key proponent of the project, told the press that they had expected to receive an initial payout of 17 million shillings from Souls for the Future Africa upon signing the agreement, which was to be used to pay a land surveyor for the group ranch's subdivision. This would allow members to receive long sought after individual title deeds and transition from communal ownership to individually owned land. Members of the group ranch weren't just sold on the carbon project. They were promised title deeds that would allow them to own the land and transact with it if they so wished. One key point here is that they would finally be able to sell the land, which many of them wanted to do given their economic situation.
Katika Olenyeke Group Ranch, tuko na watu wengi sana, maskini, hawana chochote ile. Angalau ili ya kujilipia ile title yake. Na juu tumepata hawa wasaidizi wa carbon credit, wakuja utusaidie.
Kuna pesa wametenga kwa sababu ya motivate communities. Ndio by the time wafike stage ya kuuza credits, at least watu wameona maana ya hii mradi. So kwa hii ranch walikuwa wametupangia 17 million. Unajua hiyo ni pesa members wenyewe wamekubaliana tutumie kuwalipia survey fee kwa sababu shamba ishakatwa, so imebaki tuwapatie wenye shamba title deed.
This was the deal according to Chairman Chui. The 17 million shillings promised by Soils for the Future Africa would have paid a land surveyor, Geoflex Consultants, owned by former Kajiado County Chief Surveyor Charles Angira for the Group Ranches subdivision. This would have enabled registered members to get title deeds and the associated benefits of owning their own land. They would be free to sell parts of it if they wanted to. In exchange, Soils for the Future would undertake soil carbon removal in the area. This involves managing grazing patterns to preserve vegetation, thereby generating carbon credits for sale. The benefits would be shared with the community. Soils for the Future was a key partner of the Northern Kenya Rangelands Carbon Project, which, according to the carbon database Offsets DB, sold credits worth tens of millions of dollars to companies including Netflix and Meta. A win-win, you might think, but you would be wrong. What had been hidden from the community was a dangerous secret that would stain the partnership and widen the generational divide. Africa Uncensored and OCCRP conducted an analysis of over 100 documents and interviewed key players including members of 4 different group ranches in Kajiado. One of the documents is a contract signed between the Oldonyokie Group Ranch and the surveyor, Geoflex Consultants, explicitly stating that each member shall get an equal and appropriate share of the land in accordance with the scheme plan or scheme plans to be prepared by the surveyor. Another is an area list prepared by the surveyor and stamped by the Kajiado Lands Registry, which ultimately determines the beneficiaries of land allotments in the subdivision process. Its analysis would reveal a highly skewed process, as well as numerous connected players who stood to benefit even as many of the community's youth miss out entirely. Before the carbon project's entry, rumors of the leaked area list had sparked an uproar within the Oldonyokie community as it appeared to show that numerous non-members were set to benefit from the subdivision. The shadowy figures behind the companies and non-members remained unknown until now. Our dive into the ownership of these companies revealed connections to several prominent figures. Among them is a known proxy of the family of former President Uhuru Kenyatta, Rose Wamaitha, whose companies Midlands Limited and Pine Hub Limited were allocated a total of 360 acres in Oldonyokie. Another notable company on the list was Elnum Business Solution Limited. It is owned by Mr. Rotich Wilson Kipngeno and Miss Emily Chepkirui Kiprotich. One of the directors of Elnum Business Solutions, Emily Chepkirui Kiprotich, also co-owns a business, Edmina Agencies, with Edna Chelangat Lenku, the wife of Kajiado Governor Joseph Ole Lenku. The wife of Group Ranch Chairman Daniel Chui, Naomi Gotiek, and another official, Gotiek Ole Meshololo, were the single largest individual land beneficiaries, with the chairman's wife allocated a total of 780 acres. Ole Meshololo was allocated 363 acres. Moses Maesia is a member of Oldonyokie Group Ranch who has been central in organizing against both the land subdivision and the carbon project.
You ask me, walitafuta njia yenye it will be easy for them to steal the land, ensure that survey fees are paid, and ensure that people do not know. Na carbon hapo ndio ingeleta hiyo sasa. Because if you come into carbon, carbon credits they were promising to pay us 17 million if you're giving us $2 per hectare. Inaka, the best thing to do was, wacha tulete hii carbon, tuambie watu amna pesa ya kulipa shamba, carbon itawalipia shamba. So it's like they now wanted, kwa sababu si walishindwa kuuza ile ardhi, wakakuja kwa mkutano. Hiyo mkutano nakwambia ya Naserian. We had a meeting in Naserian. Ni kama walikam waka sneak in hiyo agenda.
Responding to queries from Africa Uncensored, Soils for the Future sought to distance itself from the land governance issues in Oldonyonyokie, while admitting that its officials had taken part in community meetings where the use of funds from the project to pay for land subdivision was discussed. The organization said it was up to the community to decide on their priorities and then decide on how to use their funds. The issues that we observed pertaining land politics are the ones that prevented us from starting the project in Oldonyonyokie, Soils for the Future said. It is this very reason why we asked them to come to an agreement with themselves before entering into an agreement with Soils for the Future Africa. The surveyor, Geoflex Consultants owned by Charles Ameso Angira, was also set to receive several parcels of land. The company is privately owned by Angira, who until 2015 served as Kajiado's county surveyor. Some allotments were registered under both Geoflex and the group ranch, while others were solely under Geoflex. It raises the question that if the funds from the carbon project were meant to pay Geoflex, then why was the company allocated massive amounts of land? Concerns were also raised on questionable allotments for public amenities. Why do you think wanapea hizo points land mingi? Ni ndio ichukuliwe?
It is only land grabbing. Only hakuna kitu mingine ni land grabbing.
In response to queries from Africa Uncensored on the subdivision process, Geoflex Consultants owner Charles Ameso Angira said he was unable to respond since the issues raised are before a court in Kajiado. The land now hangs in the balance. Despite countless requests to authorities including the Kajiado County Lands Adjudication Office and the Ministry of Lands, the community has yet to be furnished with key documents, including the official area list and the survey map. Carbon projects are anchored on the principle of free, prior and informed consent. The Kajiado Rangelands Carbon Project is present in at least 8 group ranches in Kajiado, including Olkeri, Selenkei and Olgulului. Some of these ranches had already undertaken the subdivision process, enabling residents to receive their title deeds. Some of them legally sold off their lands, and the new owners have received title deeds. However, the new individual owners were not informed or consulted about the carbon project, violating the principle of free, prior and informed consent. Soils for the Future Africa only engaged group ranch officials. This year, a residents' association made up of a number of individual landowners from the Selenkei area sued organizations including the Kajiado County government for infractions including illegal carbon trading, destruction of property, and denial of access to their land. Many of these residents say their woes started around the same time as the entry of the carbon project. Farm owners in particular are being targeted. In September 2025, rangers from Big Life, a conservation NGO that had partnered with the county, as well as the Kenya Wildlife Service and officials of Kajiado County, were charged with destruction of property worth 10 million shillings on one farm. We verified several reports of similar destructive attacks by county and Big Life officials in the Selenkei area.
Siku ilikuwa mwendo wa saa 9. Saa 9:30 hiyo. Kielekea saa 10 hivi. Sisi wote tuko kwa shamba. Kila mtu alikuwa kwa shamba sababu hiyo masaa ya jioni. Ikifika saa 9:30 tukasikia gari huko kwa gate. Wakaniambia kuna gari huko kwa gate. Kuna mmoja wao aliona gari huko kwa gate. Ndio sile gari huko kwa gate. Kitambo kusuka hivi, tukaona gate shapu. Kidogo kuja hivi. Wengine wanapitia pande hii, watatu wengine wakasunguka pande hivi. Akatuambia laleni chini. Kaeni chini kila mtu mahali moja. Wakatukusanya mahali moja, tukakaa mahali moja chini. Tukanyang'anya masimu. Walipo tunyang'anya chini tukaambiwa mnaweza kaa chini mpaka tumalize venye imetuleta huku. Na kama uko na mambo mingi unasema hapa ni dakika tunaweza kuweka risasi. Kwa hivyo kama unataka kaa na amani kaa mpaka tumalize venye tunataka. Nilipoona mwa gate wakaanza ile kibango, kuna ile nini ya kuonyesha kuna stima hapo, wakagonga na hiyo nini ya gari yao. Walipomaliza bomoa nyumba wakaenda kwa ile battery, kagonga hiyo solar yote mpaka chini. Wakaharibu kila kitu, wakaingia mpaka kwa ile pipe, kwanza wakata na exhaust. Ile pipe ambayo tuna supply maji kwa shamba. Kila kitu hapa, kuna kitu wameacha. Mahali kile imeachwa hata tanki moja pale imepasuliwa moja, ikabaki 2.
The Law Society of Kenya joined the case by the Golden Fields Residents Association in September this year as an interested party. noting the case's relevance to land rights for communities and individuals. The lawyers' body highlighted a controversial directive from President William Ruto in 2023, which suspended issuance of environmental and social impact assessment licenses in key conservation areas, including Kajiado, and halted the subdivision of lands in these areas until conservation policy is done. According to LSK, the entire scheme of declaring special planning areas and suspending ESIA licenses is calculated to facilitate the collection of carbon credits, with the direct and intended effect of excluding the true and rightful beneficiaries, namely the affected communities whose land and resources underpin such schemes. The county has also set up barricades, blocking access to various farms. Ironically, while Selenke residents are being harassed over their farming and construction activities, we found a large farm and residence associated with a senior county official in the area. Satellite imagery confirmed the existence of a large farm, house, and dam on a piece of land in Selenke associated with the official. The county chief officer for agriculture is Samson Parashina, who also happens to be the president of the Masai Wilderness Conservation Trust, a partner of Big Life on carbon projects in Chulu Hills. Several other farm owners and workers around the area told Africa Uncensored that they had faced similar attacks and even dangerous assault. In a stunning admission, Soils for the Future, in its response to Africa Uncensored, confirmed that several individual landowners were not consulted despite their land being listed as part of the 1.5 million hectare carbon project area. According to Soils for the Future, it is not easy to obtain information on the change of land ownership as more people sell their land. We have been updating our maps, removing privately owned land parcels from the project, whose owners do not want to be part of the project. And we do this every time we discover that the ownership of a given piece of land has changed, the organization said. Some of the individual landowners we spoke to, however, had purchased their lands in 2020 before the carbon project's entry and were never engaged by Soils for the Future, meaning that Soils for the Future failed to gain their free, prior and informed consent before listing their properties as part of the project. It has also failed to respond to queries from some private landowners on their land status, despite their claim that they update the maps every time they discover a land change. Even in communities that willingly agreed to let the Kajiado Rangelands Carbon Project set up shop, trouble is brewing. Residents of Olkeri are being divided by restrictions on grazing patterns, and in Olgulului and Selenke, communities are not getting what they were promised. Maika Epenja is a tour guide and pastoralist living in Olkeri Group Ranch.
Maisha ilikuja ikabadilika wakati tulipata carbon. Sisi kama wale watu wa kufuga ng'ombe na mbuzi, kuna zile sehemu ufai kukulisha mbuzi zako. Ingawaje hapo hawali hatukuwa na hiyo issue. Tukarudi place nyingine ambayo tunaambiwa haupaswi kuwa na mbuzi kiasi hii. Mbuzi zako zinapaswa ufungulie saa 4 ya mchana. Ni kwetu tu Masaini tunatishiwa kuambiwa mara kaboni kuna sheria unafaa kufuata kama hivi na hivi, na hatusaidiki kupitia kwao.
I transfer my rights to Soil for the Future. Why do they control me? Na nikitaka another investor awatake mpaka ni consultant.
The deal between KRCP and the county had also included supporting conservation in the Amboseli National Park. But even the park, one of Kenya's most iconic, has not been spared. On our visit to Amboseli, we found multiple unmarked construction projects ongoing inside the park and along key wildlife corridors, potentially disrupting the free movement of animals. One such project is a luxury camp with 22 lodges on the Kitirua Wildlife Corridor, which residents and workers say is connected to a senior county government official. Inside the park, we also spotted quarters and construction materials used by workers engaged in the construction of a luxury hotel, allegedly associated with a top official of the national government. We could not independently verify the hotel's ownership due to the lack of official documentation, which is itself a red flag. There are strict regulations for construction inside national parks and on wildlife corridors, but those do not seem to apply here. Following the handover of the Amboseli, Kajiado Governor Ole Lenku announced a plan to put 1 million acres of Maasai community lands under conservation programs and conservancies.
Tumefikiana kwa baadhi ya maneno kwamba yale ekari milioni 1 na zaidi itachukuliwa kama sehemu ya conservancies ili kuhakikisha kwamba wanyama wanapata sehemu kubwa ya kutambaa na wapate kuweza kutoka ndani ya park ama kupunguza pressure ndani ya park.
Mordecai Ogada is an author and conservation expert.
Just 3 days ago, the governor of Kajiado said the Maasai community is going to give 1 million acres of land to conservation. And I thought, which 1 million? Whose land? That 1 million acres, where the people who are living on that land, grazing animals on that land, doing farming on that land or whatever, living there, where are they going to go? And is it his to give? That's bizarre in the extreme for someone to make unless he was talking about he's giving his land, a piece of his own land. It's bizarre in the extreme.
Demand for carbon credits is rising and is expected to surge in the coming years as major global companies look to offset their carbon emissions for a fee. Kenya's government is taking note, led by President William Ruto. He sees carbon offsetting as a massive economic opportunity and has backed legislation including the Carbon Act to guide the operations of carbon projects in Kenya. But the Kajiado Rangelands Carbon Project continues to operate despite the controversy surrounding its first project in Kenya, the Northern Rangelands Carbon Project. It was suspended by carbon certifier Vera amid concerns on free, prior and informed consent. The project was backed by the Northern Rangelands Trust, whose affiliated conservancies on community lands in Isiolo County, Biliko, Bulesa and Cherab, were declared unconstitutional in January 2025. Are there safeguards in place to protect Kenyans and their land?
These legislations are legislations that are put in place to pave the way for those who want to come and annex these things. Without a Carbon Act, there's no way Soils for the Future can come and legally grab land in Kajiado. But we created that act to pave the way for them. And that is how you colonize a country in the 21st century. 19th century, you come with guns and shoot people and all that. 21st century, you come and tell them you've come to save them. And you pay their legislators to come up with laws that favor your saviorism.
Across Kajiado, the fractures remain evident. In Oldonyonyokie, the community remains split on whether the land should be subdivided or not, and if under different circumstances, carbon projects should be allowed to operate in the area. In Selenkei, farm workers fear for their lives and landowners grapple with constant security breaches. In Olkeri, family members clash over grazing restrictions. For these communities, undoing the damage is critical.
Imetoka from alert to alarm. Salami. Tukae, tuseme ni nani? Which family is more squeezed? Nani mjane? Nani? Who is more vulnerable? Wamasai wanasema walashe koshugenge sana. Ng'ombe sasa ikienda kulisha huko na njaa ilishe huko, ni ng'ombe tu itarudi kutafuta mtoto wake. So wazazi watafute watoto.
We are disagreeing with them because they are telling us you must follow what we tell you because we are older than you. And then we are telling them you must follow what we tell you because we are enlightened more than you are. If this land would be subdivided, 90% of the young people will be left landless. We as the young people know that this is more than what we see. It is more than what can meet the eye. This is our land. This is what our forefathers had left to us. So we are very much afraid and very much concerned when we see things that may appear as land grabbing coming near in whatever way.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard in the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
Everywhere there's mining.
Shit.
Unaona hiyo shimo ya nini? Unapata watu wanatongozana hapo kwa shimo.
Vijana barubaru ndio wanafanya hiyo kazi, sio kazi rahisi. Wanataka wakutumie, like anakupatia mawe na yeye anataka lale na wewe ndio akupatie mawe.
So the resource that people have is a curse to the community.
Hawa wanaume anapoenda every site lazima apate mwanamke ambaye atakuwa anakupatia mawe. Hautakuwa na kazi ngumu, sasa inakuingizia kwenye usherati. Sex for gold.
Ati mzee amechoma nyumba na kila kitu plus yeye.
I struggled until I started selling alcohol.
Nikaanza kukuja hapa Bimbo, hii mambo ya gold. Vijana barubaru ndio wanafanya hiyo kazi kwa sababu na hiyo nguvu. Sasa hao vijana ndio wanachukua advantage ya wamama. Na yeye anataka lale na wewe ndio akupatie mawe.
Everybody seems to observe and enjoy her suffering.
Tunaongea tu, alafu inafika mahali tunapatana kimawazo. Tunapoongea,
but they operate in such an undercover way.
Wanaume ni wabaya, ni kama umbwa, wanakutumia bila kuvaa kondomu.
It's a man have an affair with the mother, have an affair with the daughter.
Shit.
Oh, it gets worse.
You're likely to get increase in terms of sexually transmitted infection.
But what options does this woman have that gives her leeway to see this as an economic form of abuse?
On the northern shores of Lake Victoria, fishing once sustained life in Siaya County. However, pollution, overfishing, and fluctuating water levels have depleted Lake Victoria's natural fish stocks. As a result, floating fish cages now dot the lake, but the high cost of aquaculture has pushed out the very communities that once depended on these waters. With fishing losing its appeal, something shinier is taking its place: artisanal gold mining. Chris Owala of Community Initiative Action Group Kenya describes a landscape dotted with mines across Siaya.
Everywhere there's mining. If you go to Bondo, there's mining almost South Sakwa, North Sakwa, Central Sakwa, all those areas mining are happening. If you go to Ariada, East Asembo is the bedrock of mining. If you come to Game, South Game, East is a bedrock. So nearly everywhere, in all the sub-counties in the Siaya County, there's gold which is being mined.
But for many women here, gold comes at a cost beyond labor. Siaya sits on the Busia-Kakamega Greenstone Belt, one of 7 belts that form the Lake Victoria Greenstone Belt. In fact, alluvial gold has been found in River Yala, which flows through Siaya into Lake Victoria, indicating presence of gold deposits in the county. But gold isn't new to Siaya. It was first discovered in the 1930s, then forgotten until explorers revived the old mines around 2020. But with its return came devastation. We investigate the human cost of artisanal gold mining in Siaya, particularly in Abimbo, Bondo sub-county, South Sakwa, about 36.7 kilometers from Siaya town, revealing how mining is tearing the land apart, endangering health, and cornering some women into choices no one ever has to make. This cost is felt most by the women, especially widows, who are left to fend for themselves and their children, sometimes in the same mines where they lost their husbands. Siaya is home to nearly 50,000 widows. In a county with a population of just over 1.1 million, that means 1 in 25 residents is a widow. Among them is Angeline, whose story reveals the daily struggles and sacrifices behind these numbers.
Nilizaliwa Sembo, Rarieda. Nikakuwa nimesoma kidogo. Nikapoteza my mom nikiwa class 6. So, sasa nilikuwa naishi tu kwa mkono ya maanti yangu. Nikaishi na aunti yangu huko Mombasa. Nikasoma hadi form 3. Nikakutana na huyu bwana yangu mwenye alinioa akanileta hapa Sakwa. Sasa mzee akaingia kwa hii kazi ya kuchimba gold hapa Bimbo. Alikuwa ananilisha. Sasa mimi nilikuwa na mambo ya nyumbani na nachunga watoto nao wetu pia.
Angeline was caught in a long-running land dispute with her husband's 2 brothers. Her husband had gone to court over this and won. But this victory came at a hefty price. A family once united was now broken. And in 2019, the most unfortunate thing happened.
Ilikuwa on a Sunday. Sisi tulikuwa tumeenda church. Kurudi, in fact niliitwa kwa church. Ati mzee amechoma nyumba na kila kitu plus yeye.
Her world fell apart after her husband died by suicide. All Angeline has left of the home they built with love is this foundation. Her life has not been the same since.
Ilikuwa kitu uchungu sana. Yaani ni uchungu. Kisikia ni uchungu, ni uchungu. Nikabaki na watoto. Nilikuwa nalala kwa chini ya mti. 1 month.
Left alone with 6 children to feed, her only option was to find work in the mines.
Nikaanza kukuja hapa Bimbo, hii mambo ya gold. Sikuwa najua kufanya hizo vitu. Sana kuja tu na hao mama pia wanakuja. Naona vile wanafanya. Nikajifunza kutengeneza hizo vitu, kuosha. Kupata hiyo mchanga ni ngumu, but ukishapata lazima ugonge kwa ndogo ndogo. Uanike ikauke. Ubebe upeleke kwa kisiagi. Ukisasiaga unalipa pesa. Ndio ukuje uoshe. Ukiosha mpaka utengeneze kwe hiyo gold.
She endured all this for her children. But sadly, tragedy struck again.
Mimi nilizaa watoto 6. Hao watoto walikufa. Nikabaki na mmoja. Wamekufa. Nimebaki na mmoja. Watano anagonjeka tu kidogo. Mtoto anaanza tu kama saizi mchana. Anasema, naumwa na kichwa. Sisikii vizuri. Unasema, wacha hata nikupatia Panadol. Haifiki jioni, unasikia tu mtoto amekufa. Hivyo tu. Mwingine akienda kulala, vile watoto wamelala, hata amka, utapata tu mtoto amekufa.
Angeline had no time to process the loss of all but one of her children. She had to go on, not just for her own sake, but also for her child's.
Kama uko na gunia moja, yenye ni 50 kg, hiyo mawe kupeleka kusiaga kwa machine ni 500. Utumie mercury lazima ununue. mercury inawekwa kwa karai, unasugua nayo hiyo mchanga.
Unaona mercury?
After that, ukishatoa nini inabaki hiyo mercury peke yake. Ukichanganya na maji. Sasa unapitisha kwa kitambaa. After kutoa kwa kitambaa, mercury itatoka, ibaki tena kwa maji. Hiyo gold ndio itabaki kwa kitambaa.
Mercury is a toxic heavy metal, shiny and liquid at room temperature. These women handle it with their bare hands, mixing it in wash basins as they work. Dr. Otieno Anyango, the Sub-County Medical Officer of Health in Bondo, explains the serious health risks mercury exposure poses to their bodies.
It affects the coordination, cognitive functions of the mind, and also somebody can even have tremors, memory loss, or salivation of, drooling of saliva if you are intoxicated with the mercury. And so that alone can make a patient have neurological presentations. If you inhale mercury and you're a pregnant woman, it's likely to interfere with the fetal inside the uterus. If that mercury goes and contaminates the fish, and somebody else comes and consume that fish, it's likely to cause some harm.
And to make matters worse, the Mining Act of 2016 explicitly prohibits the use of mercury in artisanal gold mining. Yet, it continues.
The guys doing chemicals, most of them are from Tanzania. The chemicals come from Tanzania.
And this is not the worst of it. At these large-scale leaching sites in Abimbo, cyanide is used to extract gold. Cyanide use is illegal in artisanal gold mining and only permitted for large-scale operations under strict regulation. However, these leaching sites lie dangerously close to the lake, one just 389 meters away, the other only 530 meters from the shoreline, raising serious concerns that the toxins could enter the food chain. This is a concern shared by Gabriel Odong, Siaya County's Director for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources.
And in most cases, the topography is that the terrain usually slopes towards the water bodies, particularly lakes and rivers. And so there are possibility or chances of the toxics being absorbed in the soil and getting washed into the water bodies.
A 2025 study conducted in Abimbo, among other areas in Siaya County, showed the locals have little to no knowledge of the environmental and health impacts of gold cyanidation. And it happens in their area. Awareness is low and the risks are serious, ranging from respiratory problems, headaches and dizziness, to death if amounts as small as a grain of rice are ingested. The risks go beyond mercury and cyanide. For some women, danger also comes from the men who work in the mines. These mines go nearly 200 feet deep from the surface, dug mostly by hand, and walls that could collapse at any time.
Vijana barubaru ndio wanafanya hiyo kazi kwa sababu wako na hiyo nguvu ya kuchimba hiyo na kutoa hiyo mawe. Sio kazi rahisi. Sasa hao vijana ndio wanachukua advantage ya wamama. Because wako mbele ya kutoa hiyo mawe. Wanapata mawe mzuri sana, tena wanapata mingi. Hao ndio wanatumia. Sasa wamama wenye wametoka nje si rahisi upate hiyo mawe. Hao ndio wanatumia.
Wanatumia, they use. She says it matter of factly. The sex for gold trade is so normal here, it even has a local name, Apinde, understood only by those who live with it.
Wanataka wakutumie, like anakupatia mawe na yeye anataka lale na wewe ndio akupatie mawe. Hii miaka yangu ni mingi, niko na 51 years. Ukiona mtoto mwenye anakuambia anataka alale na wewe ndio akupatie mawe, ni rika ya mtoto yako. Ni uchungu sana. Ni uchungu.
Angeline said no, but another widow, who we'll call Jane, faced a very different reality. After Jane's husband died in 2019, the little she earned from selling second-hand clothes was simply not enough to sustain her family.
Nilikuwa na watoto shuleni, boarding school. Sa unajua, Ukiuza mitumba, utoe shilingi 10,000, hautapata pesa ya kuenda kuchukua zingine. Hapo mwaka wa 2021 niliamua kuswitch to gold, ambapo ilinifanya vizuri mpaka nikalipa karo za shule.
While working in the mines, she saw the terrible barter trade happen. Sex for gold. Jane had no other option. She became entangled in it, trapped by circumstance. She explains how it works.
Tunaongea tu, alafu inafika mahali. Tunapatana kimawazo. Tunapoongea, unaweza shika mtu ambao ni kiongozi katika hiyo site. Ule ambao anagawa ile mawe. Sasa atakuwekea mingi.
What pushes women to say yes to the men's offer?
Unaweza taka mingi, lakini hauna uwezo. Sasa kuna tamaa ambayo inaweza ingia mtu. Upate rafiki yako hapo, labda mwenye punch, ama mtu step kama wewe, ambaye atakuwa na kupatia mawe, hautakuwa na kazi ngumu. Sasa inakuingizia kwenye usherati.
What she describes is prostitution, and from the way she describes it, the practice is rampant.
Wanaume ni wabaya, ni kama umbwa. Unaona hiyo shimo ya nini? Shimo ya gold. Mara nyingi unapata watu wanatongozana hapo na watu wa ponch, wale ambao wanaingia kuchimba mawe. Hawaogopi. Sasa si unajua umebaki na hao, labda ni nyinyi wawili ambao mmebaki huko nyuma. Tuseme sasa hii ni shimo, watu wamepangwa hivi na mko huko. Sasa sio hao wengine watatoka wote, mtabaki wawili. Aidha kama sio kwa shimo, kwa hizi vichaka ambazo zina surround hiyo site, ambao wengine kwa lodging.
It's not just widows who are getting caught in this web.
And how girl child and who leaving school are lured by money by this mine. Because remember, those mines, most of the people doing mine don't come from there, and they have free money.
The mines don't just offer money; they expose them to sexual exploitation disguised as survival.
Akikuja kazi, kuna vile wao wanajifanya, vile wanaongea, vile wanajivaa, vile wanatembea, body language yani. Wanaume wataangukia, na hata kama ni mahali ambapo watu wanalipa pesa ndio uingie, wataingia bure. Akishaingia huyo, ashawekwa kwa box, ataingia kwa site, lakini hatafanya kazi. Utamwona mara moja. Siku ya kugawa mawe ndio utamuona, na hivyo inaharibu maisha yao.
According to Jane, she has been with just one partner throughout the years.
Vile tu umezoeana na mtu, vile tu huwezi jichanganya na watu wengi. Si ni mtu mmoja.
As the mines get exhausted and gold runs out, the women are forced to move to another site. And the cycle continues.
Hiyo ni makosa. Maanake hawa wanaume, mtu wa gold, anapoenda every site, lazima apate mwanamke. Hebu niambie, akizunguka 4 sites, ameokota magonjwa mangapi? Hiyo inasababisha vitu kama kusambaza ukimwi, kusambaza gonorrhea, vitu kama hizo.
These men often refuse to use protection.
Hakuna protection. Sasa ndio nilikuambia kuna disadvantage kwa kuwa wanakutumia bila kuvaa kondom. Chenye kimenisaidia ni kuenda hospitali. Unaelezea daktari na unapimwa na anatumia preps.
There are no taboos here. The women are entirely at the mercy of the miners.
But again, when you look at that mine, you get a mother and the daughter are in the mining. So you get the same man have an affair with the mother, have an affair with the daughter, because that's the person who sustained them in their house.
The public inquiry report on mining and human rights by the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights found that in many mining areas, exploitative sexual behavior had become common, and the allure of money from the miners promotes drug abuse.
Wanasema akishavuta hiyo bangi ndio ako na hiyo nguvu ya kufanya nini? Ya kufanya hiyo kazi. Sasa ndio unapata akishavuta hiyo bangi yake, Ndio hata aoni aibu, mama mzee atakwambia anataka kuwa sex na wewe cause yeye sasa ana nini? Hana aibu.
But the bad thing about drug and substance abuse is that one, where we have drug and substance abuse, we are likely to get increase in terms of sexually transmitted infection, increase in gender-based violence, increase in HIV infections.
In Siaya, where HIV prevalence was 15.3%, roughly 3 times the national average of 4.9%, according to a 2018 report, widowed women carried the heaviest burden, 26.4%, compared to 15.7% of married women. Sex for gold is not just exploitation, it is a public health crisis.
To widows, kuna vile itakupeleka mpaka sasa uache boma yako. Unaona vile uko peke yako, hakuna mtu anakuchunga. Sasa unaingia kwenye ngono.
From the outside, it can seem consensual. Roslyn Orwa, director of the Rona Foundation, a widow-led human rights organization, explains why this assumption is wrong.
Critics may say this sex for gold is consented. They had also said that wife inheritance and widow sexual cleansing is also a cultural right, but is a woman violated. While it is true, it may be consented, but what options does this woman have that gives a leeway to see this as an economic form of abuse?
You might be curious about what the men think. It is not something they talk about, at least not to a stranger with a camera. However, this recording from the mines exposes the harsh reality of this trade.
Kabidi jaboya. Na jaboya unge. Hata jaboya unge la shiri. Tudishamia ni amalo kama. Oh. Nikech. Poko ido. Dumurun si kani waro mai. Aha. Kisinas kong ngamo na tomatem. Na kubedi dap machi na des. Poken cheese. Kina korengo. Rirunya kaiwae. Mali ni dwaro ben bod, en tuma yodot. Kani mangato be de chiki ke grambe moro. Ke blodi te moro be hini. Mane kuro mako kode boya. Pero malumi. Malumi yani kurumi mali. Dichule pesa. Ini bimi. Mandas bicamu kayo. Mali yani oal in Mali. Così toccannali che se lui il paparga io gramma tie. Obi de caten paparga ucel dimni cemo. No che non prato che vi ude gini. Però che ho qui tuone e calegi mi nieti yeno. Oh, piccole no, che allo che mi nieti. Ma iso ni che tuone to o alla mode de gioco de wadi yude. Ma la ne belle no alla mar hot. E no alla madu. No alla madu. Profit magin mare pack. Oi. To kidi so timo nang. Kidi ka be tiere gar bale lo gede ka unya ya ka kidi so. Chama mandas. Mine ne ban tik. Sundas mari goldi. Dawasa la de na. Ciao Yori. Kana na to ko. Ora sai che puntino ne.
Caroline Adhiambo, 40 years old, was widowed in 2000. For over 2 decades, she has struggled to stay afloat.
My husband only worked on the first. Our marriage only lasted 2 years. We were farmers, but after 2 years, he died. It hurt me. The passing of my husband hurt me. I struggled until I started selling alcohol. There are days when I'd sell firewood by the lake and only make 200 shillings.
Caroline joined the gold business in 2015. She introduces us to another form of payment used in the mines, a system called garama, where women offer porridge in exchange for the gold-bearing rock.
Some people were working at the mines and it found me when I was struggling. The people there asked me, could you find us something to eat? That's where I started from. I sell my porridge instead of someone taking advantage to sell me the ore. Because as a normal human, you may be tempted to take the offer.
The women are not allowed to choose the rocks that could contain the gold ore first, and regardless of whether they pay with sex, porridge, or money, they remain vulnerable to exploitation.
If you go with the money, with the intention of buying the ore with your own money, you have to wait for the men to be given the rocks and then get them. But if you take a step there, you will go and exchange with the rejected rocks, sprinkle some water, and then gives it to you. That is the biggest loss women are going through, because sometimes someone sells you rocks that don't have gold.
Roslyn explains why the Garama system is stacked against the women.
Do our mathematics around our costs. Is there something wrong with that? Can we as a society question that? That this woman is providing 20 cups of porridge for 7 days, yet she doesn't know how she'll recover this money. Unless we are blind and we say it is okay for her to carry this burden and feed the miners for the rest of her life.
To mitigate these challenges, some women choose to go underground to mine their own ore. But even there, they are far from safe.
The women are most affected in some cases. You look at Ndori, in Lumba area, where 6 women died in a day.
Millicent Akinyi, aged 40, Mathlida Aoko, 42, Viola Aloch, aged 27, Caroline Atieno, 36, and 42-year-old Catherine Akinyi.
And the government has kept, things are normal. The leaders, it's okay, nothing. It's like, that's just another statistics.
These statistics also count men among the casualties. And here, where widows are many, the story becomes painfully clear. The mines took husbands, fathers, and the stability of many homes.
In terms of health, one of the things that we've seen is the traumatic accidents and injuries that have happened in the mining sites. When we have the gold mine collapse, either injuring people inside the gold mine or killing them, or even having the near misses.
Many people have perished in these mines, but one particular incident stands out. The 2021 tragedy, where 2 miners were killed and 10 others trapped after a mine caved in. The story of Tom Okwach, one of the trapped miners, made national headlines, and as Amos, an elder of the community, says, it left the people of Abimbo scarred.
Watoto wengine anaogopa mambo ya goldi kwa kulingana na kifo ya Okwach. Okwach anakufa kigafli. Okwach anakufa kwa simu ya kuenda na ya huko. Unafutafuta Okwach mwezi wangapi ya? Bwana Richard, mwezi wangapi? Abril. Mwezi wa 7 hivyo. Kufutafuta Okwach. Alafu kupata Okwach kama skeleton.
Amos's son was a close friend of Okwach, and losing him was so traumatic that he decided never to return to the mines. When death occurs in these mines, accountability often disappears.
There's a conspiracy between the police and the community and the mining site. When people die, if you process, do a postmortem, there's a possibility that those mining sites will be closed.
And some accidents end up being covered up. Gabriel breaks down the challenges of regulating the mines.
Not all of them have permits. Actually, a number of them don't. And because of their informal nature, it's so difficult to control them. Today is here. You intercept them and say, no, we want to see a permit for approval of this site. They disappear from that place. They go to a totally different sub-county. When they do the pits, right? At times they're following what they call them the gold veins, right? And at times the veins run across even roads. Sometimes they're even preventing homesteads, covering homesteads and blocking the entrances.
There's this sound that happens where the machines were mining. And what impact are they causing our eardrums?
The persons with equipment, some of them from China. We are seeing Somalis also in it.
Shit!
And with the use of explosives, comes tremors and destruction of property.
Kukaa hapo unasikia nyumba unapata cracks, alafu kama kujenge nyumba ya nguvu na chuma, lakini tafadhali, lakini nyumba vivyo mtu anapata cracks. Hapo zamani, hapa ni msituni kubwa zaidi hapo zamani.
One, environmentally speaking, we'd be losing our forests, because those guys clear trees like nobody's business.
The damage is clear, but the bigger question remains. Where does all the gold go?
Bondo. Bondo, where we sell the gold.
From Bondo?
Mostly I'm told they're in Kisumu. The real landlords who do the purchases.
After this, the trail goes cold. The Africa Gold Report by Swiss Aid shows most of Kenya's gold comes from artisanal and small-scale miners, a sector so informal, almost none of its production is captured by state records. A 2022 study estimated that these mines produce about 6.9 tons of gold every year. Kenya is also a major transit hub for gold smuggling from where it's exported. At today's prices, the annual 6.9 tons is worth roughly $931 million. Yet, at the bottom of this wealth chain are women, paid not in money, but in survival, traded one night at a time.
Which economies of the world, which currencies of the world are actually thriving at the backs of widows? Because the economies that are thriving from gold does not know that the gold mining sector is thriving at the backs and the sexual provision of widows.
After everything we've uncovered, it seems only fair that the people involved in extracting this gold would have a way to benefit from it.
But now the ultimate beneficiary is the person to whom the gold is being sold, who in most cases I've witnessed are not actually natives of these places.
However, these mines operate in a legal grey area. They are not marked, and no clear records of ownership exist.
But they operate in such an undercover way that you can't visit the site once and get to know this is the so-and-so. You'll have to visit a number of times. You have to be with the community before you get to see the real person who actually buys. That, to me, is the person who benefits most.
But some players are known. Take Shanta Gold, for example. In 2020, the company acquired Kenyan mining rights from the Canadian firm Barrick Gold. That deal handed Shanta 7 licenses across Kakamega, Kisumu, Siaya, and Vihiga, a stretch of about 1,161 square kilometers, believed to hold roughly 31,184 kilograms of gold.
So the resource that people have is a curse to the community. So it's not a blessing in it, because leaders have turned deaf ears. Company, Shanta, they're saying they have to migrate to, because government is saying when a resource is discovered in your area 6 feet deep, then that's mining that you have to get licenses from us. So the government is using that to evict the resident.
Issue of relocation, it has been said we don't sell our ancestral land, we are not being relocated, but we are told a survey on relocation has been done. What is the recommendation in that report?
A planned National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, public participation forum on the Shanta Gold mining project was violently disrupted in Isulu, Ikolomani constituency, and who have vowed to protect their ancestral land.
When you dispossess people, it's not about the land question that the people see. There are sentimental attachment to this. There are cultural issues attached to this. There are deeper issues that what you can see and cost is never enough. The emotional trauma that comes to the people. There are old wazis that they never thought of going anywhere. When you took them out, they'll die. Completely. There are people who bury their children behind their homes, and every morning they go to the graves, and that's what they console them. If they are removed from that, they will also die. I've written to ODP, I've written to Direct IG, I've written to DCI, Amin himself, about how the offices are being used to to criminalize the community of Ramula, both in Mabona area and Ramula area. I've been beaten by these oppressors. Yes. I've been have a case going in the court against them. But it does not stop me from pushing for the justice for the communities.
The community has joined the fight. On November 10th, 2025, the Kojoro Artisanal Miners Cooperative Society Limited petitioned the Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs, asking CK Holdings, a company based in Hong Kong, to release part of their license area.
The person must be known by full name. The person must be tamed.
We have spoken about the challenges at length. What about the solutions?
Ya chenye nilikuwa naona au wenye inasaidia wamama kama mimi, kama serikali inaweza saidia wamama wapatie kitu kama hata pesa ya kufanya biashara ama pesa.
In response to their struggle, the Siaya County government passed the Widow Protection Act on November 13th, 2025, led by efforts by the Rona Foundation and its partners.
So we basically transferred a lot of research, a lot of social impact into a framework that would be tangible, and devolution should work for the woman who was most left behind. So this is how this law has been framed. And the widows have been centered of it. And now our prayer is that Siaya County has set up a precedence, a best practice that other counties in the region should be able to look at.
It is a hopeful start. But hope alone isn't enough. Not after all the pain and struggle.
I think to me it needs collective action. And even when it comes to collective action, there has to be a lead agency. That's the way government operates. In this case, the Department of Mines and Geology, you operate this. It would be good to have consultative meetings, and not just with the government operations, the offices I quoted here, public health, county government, Department of Environment, Department of National Environment Management Authority.
As authorities fail to protect miners and their communities, widows live on the edge, waiting for a gentler tomorrow.
Mimi nataka nichunge hawa wenye nimebaki nao wasome malize shule. At least maisha yao wasikuwe kama hii yangu yenye napitia. Hata ni kama Mungu ameniongeza masiku, nione hata wajukuu wangu wakikua, yani boma yangu ikue, hiyo generation ikuwe na maisha mzuri, si kama hii yenye napitia.
Until change comes, sex for gold remains the unspoken price they pay.
You can't define her by suffering and make that her fate. That when you see her, this is her fate. She has to pay for it. She has to suffer for it. Everybody seems to observe and enjoy her suffering.
Ninamuuliza Mungu, hadi lini nitakuwa katika hali hii? Mungu, lazima ubadilishe tabia yangu na njia ninayopata kipato changu, kwa sababu nimechoka. Inafika wakati ninachoka na hii kasi na natamani nipumzike, lakini najua siku moja nitapumzika. Najua hivi karibuni sana utarudi, nami nitashuhudia yote. Hiyo nina uhakika nayo.
Hello and welcome to this episode of The Big Picture. The Big Picture, where humor meets depth. For this conversation, it's going to be one of those where you might need to grab up some water to drink mid-conversation just because of the weight of the conversation. But as of now, you might have seen our documentary that was just aired on Nation last night, and it was also published by African Censored around 7 days ago. It's called Sex for Gold. The documentary is about a gold mine in Siaya, an artisanal gold mine in Siaya, where women's bodies are being traded for gold ores. And that documentary, that subject, those women and the things that they go through, is going to be the topic for discussion today. I'm your lead co-host for the evening. My name is Tom Mukwana. I'm a reporter here at African Censored. And as usual, every week I do this with my co-host.
Justine Wanda. Hi guys. I know there's no response, but I like doing that just so in case someone is typing in the yeah.
But Justine, you've not sold Ujuza Sarah. Justine is a comedian, she's also a satirist, and she's a human rights activist. And she's my co-host, most importantly. Now, we have two guests in studio today. First, Chris Owala. Chris is a human rights and environmental activist. He prefers that title first, but I'll throw in a second one. He works for an organization called Community Initiative Action Group Kenya, and he's the executive director there. They do a lot of work nationally, but for this conversation, he's going to speak about his work in Siaya County. And to my far left is the representative for the East Alego Award, the member of County Assembly representing that ward. Her name is Mercedes Mado. She's also the chair of the Women Caucus at the Siaya County Assembly. She sponsored a very interesting bill that was passed. It's the first widow protection bill of the county, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's the first one nationally as well.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, interesting. It will also take center stage in this conversation at some point. But first, let's set the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Siaya, a lot of mining is happening in Kenya, and we ran a poll today asking people if they know of mining of gold in the country anywhere. And interestingly, around 33% of them said they don't know that mining even happens in the country, which shook me because it's not new news that people die in mines. So Chris, could you define what kind of mining happens?
Where?
Siaya.
Great. Thanks, Tom. I think as people have enumerated, and you're right so by saying that people don't understand their surrounding because they don't understand what wealth they have within themselves. And if you look at Siaya across, if you were to narrow in Siaya, there are gold that happens, but beyond gold, there are other minerals that also accompany gold. And the one that is known widely is gold. And the gold has dotted everywhere in Siaya. Siaya has got 6 sub-counties, and nearly in each of the sub-counties, if you start with the Alego Songa, Southeast Alego, where Mercedes comes from, is dotted with the gold everywhere. Children die, even school students, when the schools are closed, they go there, they die in those mining. If you get into North Alego, the same thing. If you get into Township Ward, the minerals are there. If you get into the other side of Game, West Game, the Central Game, South Game, North Game, all over they're happening. If you get to Gunja, if you get to Sidindi Ward, if you get to the entire, that area, if you look at the map of Siaya County, if it's put on the table here, you'll get everywhere there's mining of gold. And this mining is causing untold suffering. And what I wanted to check is to maybe paraphrase is that the narrative that's being peddled that they are artisan miners is false, because they are big people who are pushing this agenda. They are pushing those young people called artisan, but they are standing with the big money behind them, so that those people are sent. They occupy even circles that are registered in the name of the community.
Yeah.
They are the people running those circles. by pumping money. So it's not artisan. That's why I wanted to.
You're getting to the meat of the conversation. You're getting to the exact reason why we should have this debate between both of you. I want you, Mercedes, to describe how the mining happens, because he says that it's mostly powerful people behind the artisans. How do these artisans mine the gold?
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate this forum to speak about the gold mining in Siaya. As you rightly said, I represent a ward called Southeast Alego Ward. It's actually the largest ward in Siaya County. I'm a first-time legislator, and until I got to work, I didn't know the magnitude of gold mining in my own ward. And I can tell you, like you said, when I got in, I realized actually that gold mining is the highest employer of my people, of our people in Siaya. The number of people that depend on gold mining, it's so high. But at the same time, I was so shocked at the way mining is done. It's done in a very haphazard manner. No regulations, no safety measures. So when I just got into office, before I even got into office, when I was campaigning, a number of times I had to attend funerals of young men, young women who died in the process of gold mining. And I was concerned. I said, how do we send our people, our young people, for that matter, out there to do dangerous work, to do the work that they depend on for their livelihood? So it's important to the government. It should be important to the government that this is where our people are getting their livelihood, and therefore we should make it safe. I started going back and finding out who should be responsible for their safety. And in there's a lot of opaqueness. There are a lot of hush. No one will tell you the truth. You ask who is the owner, how does it happen? You go to a homestead and people are living there, and for some reason, somehow someone discovered that there's gold in the compound. There's no regulation. The next day, people just come in there and they start digging and go underground with no safety measures, no safety equipment, no safety material when they go in there. And accidents happen. But these people who are working very hard in those mines, they end up getting very little. The work is back-breaking. Apart from the risk factor is very high. It's back-breaking, very risky. The process is long. You don't even know. It starts with digging the sand in the hole in the shaft, getting it out. It is prioritized. It is put in sacks, in bags. There are people who then crush it into finer dust. There are those who clean it. There's some manual machine that does the cleaning. There's some mercury in it. It's complex. It's a big industry. And I was surprised that the government isn't interested in this industry. And I'm surprised that there's no revenue that is collected, that there's no regulation. The problem is that mining is not devolved. It's not a devolved function in the county. So I go back to the county and say, what do we do? And they said, oh, mining is a national government activity. It is one of the project functions under the national government, and therefore regulations come, and all these safety measures come from the national government. Yeah. And I did, because I was concerned about my people. I went and followed up with the national office. The national office, the regional office is in Kisumu.
Chris,
called.
Is it true that well, yeah, what you're saying is true. Mining is not a fully devolved function, but is it true, Chris, that the county assembly, it's, well, I understand it's that it's contained the amount of effect you guys can have, but is it true, Chris, that there isn't room for?
I think what Madam is saying is running away from some truth, because if you look at the cooperative circles, the cooperative circles are registered by the counties, and all this mining, the so-called miners, are registered under Cooperative Act, which is a devolved function. 2, county government collect revenues from these spots where the mining happens. You know, when you collect a revenue from an illegal business, which means you are perpetuating an illegality.
Yes.
The reality, what could have happened, county government could have stopped collecting the revenues and tell them, ship up, follow the order. Because when county government come out with a receipt and the revenue people goes there to collect revenue, is authenticating an illegality, is in a way dancing on the death of those young people. Because county government, the business, say, you are our people, stop this, regulate it, because SACCOs are registered under rules and regulation. If you go out of the regulation, you will be deregistered. So county government has a duty, as much as it's a national government function, county government has a duty, first duty is to protect its citizens.
True.
By making sure that the business they are doing are of sound mind and the business they are doing are protecting the resident. Because when I come and collect revenue from you, I have a duty to make sure that your working condition is safe. So if the county doesn't want to do that, then the county government has failed in their duty. The national government also, we have what we call the cooperation. They are distinct. The national government and county government is distinct in their function, but they are cooperation. They are partnership. There are things they can do together.
True.
So when this county government realize there something is wrong, they can pause and tell, oh, this mining is happening in our area. Can we have a round table?
Yes.
Can we make sure that the citizens are protected? But what is happening is that we thrive in chaos. The chaos enable, because what Mheshimiwa not want to admit is that there are even some governors from other regions, or even former governors, that are invested in this mining in Siaya. And they are doing partnership with friends. So they don't want to be touched because they are either the political affiliation is the same or the friendship of the governor is the same. So they come and invest in Siaya, send our people to die there. But beyond this, there are Chinese investing in mining in Siaya. Where do they get the licenses? They are the county government give them trading licenses. As much as you get the permit, you get the permit, but you're also doing business day to day. County government takes usuru from you.
Then I think my question to you, Mercedes, then what does it mean to coordinate between the national government and the county government so that what Chris is saying so clearly is, if I'm the one giving you the license to operate, I should at least know the extent of your business so that you're not endangering the county members. Is there a coordination framework between the national government and the county government, or does that not exist because people are trying to pass money under the table so that no one actually cares about the residents?
Thank you. Let me just pick it up from where Chris has said that there are big players, there are small players, there are middle players in this. And the big players play right. They've got their licenses from the national government. The small players don't have anything. And actually, my experience in my ward is with the small guys who just wake up in the morning and one day there's gold and everybody's running and there's an owner and there's a landlord. Suddenly you become a landlord and you are told these are the terms. You don't even know what terms are. There are people who dictate the terms. You don't know them. But they are big players. I agree. They are big players. Even now there's controversy in South Game about the big players, the Chinese who want to come in and extract big gold because they've discovered there's big deposits of gold in that area. Yeah. And that's good business. If it's regulated, that is good. There's nothing wrong with gold mining if it's regulated and if it's safe. The problem is that if it's not safe, we have a problem. I agree with him that as a county, whether it's a national government, whether it's not a devolved function, but it's affecting our people, we must find ways to work together. Yeah. And we must find ways to sit together. I am sitting in the county assembly, and this is has been a concern and is brought to our attention as legislators that we need to sit down together with the national government and come up with regulations that are going to oversee the entire mining business. Big time. There's big money getting out of Siaya. We don't even know how much it is. And there's a committee that is responsible, and I can speak authoritatively that committee has actually, before we went on recess, we had a schedule of the legislators going out on fact-finding missions, and this video has come out at this documentary video has come out at the right time when we have scheduled already to start doing something about it, so that we sit with the national government and say, identify where the problems are for both cadres. You can imagine it reached a point where I, as the legislator, had to go and buy helmets from my pocket for my people. I went and told them, look, this is dangerous. Every time people are dying, young people. In fact, these days, they even cover up. When people die now, they don't want to expose it that people have died in the mines, because they know there'll be hue and cry.
Mercedes.
Yes.
I'm just looking here at a petition on illegal and irregular gold mining activities in Siaya County.
Yes.
This is a public participation forum that was supposed to happen in August 2024. And the county seems to be well aware of the environmental damages, the deaths in the mines. But now this is 2 years on. Is there any goodwill, political goodwill? Because it all ends there. Is there political goodwill to solve this problem?
Yes. And the one I'm aware of is not for 2025. The one I'm aware of, which was postponed because it happened before we went for the recess, was in 2025, not 2024. So maybe there was an update. The one I'm aware of through the committee of the House, which is the Environment Committee, was in 2025.
The title reads Extension of Period for Public Engagement and Call for Memorandum on Irregular Gold Mining Activities in Siaya, which is an indication that the wards all the way to the county government leadership are aware of the problem. But let's move on to the next part of the conversation. But it just doesn't seem like there's good political will to solve this problem.
I can tell you from the County Assembly of Siaya, we are, because the committee has taken it seriously. We are going to do a fact-finding mission and come up, including everybody else whose statement, we come up with a recommendation that we are going to table in the House, and it will guide.
Maybe
Chris has something to say.
What Madam might not want to tell you. I've been in this on 15th of December. A High Court Siaya ordered for a visit for a mining site in Dori. I was there. One of the MCA was supporting the oppressor in that team. I was there. I had a video here. I was there with the court, with Deputy Registrar on the Environmental Court in Siaya, with the OCS for Ndori Police Station. I'll be there in Ramula, where the sitting MCA with the Santa. So when you say goodwill, it's led by, expressed by the governor of Siaya was in the TV radio station expressing on support of Santa. It contradicts the ethos, because when you're looking at your people, a leader is elected to serve their people, but what you share in the public contradict what people are saying, because people are not saying Santa is bad. People are saying, we are dying, you are being evicted, listen to us, I cry. But today, a lot of young boys in game cannot sleep in their houses because police is now arresting them. They are being arraigned in court, case being dropped. It is chaos all over. And that way, if there's a leadership that values the people, they could have called for a dialogue and bring Shanta, a leadership, say, this is what needs to happen to our people. Look at what's happening in neighboring county, like Kakamega. The senator is with the people. When they are rushing, but our people, they are the other side. They peep and they go, they lean back again. They don't want to be seen to be offending the capitalist. So the citizens are on their own. That's why even the death, because for example, investing in gold is a risky business. These small-scale miners cannot get a loan because that loan is a risk. The chance of getting it back is not easy. If the government of Siaya wanted to help that artisan to grow, first, they will have put a fund to give these artisan miners loan to do the equipment. 2, they will have supply water, fresh water in this mining site. 3, they will have invested in capital so that these people can go deeper and extract. And the issue of artisan mining is not a Kenyan problem. Globally, it has been accepted that we cannot do away with artisan mining. We only need to reorganize it to benefit the locals.
True.
So when we advance the capitalists and oppress the locals, Because if you get where the mining is happening, they have been criminalized. No one wants to listen to them. Even the Ministry of Mining say form circles. After forming circles, police arrest you because these people are treated as people selling bangi. They are treated like criminals. So whenever you are found that, so everybody comes from you to get money, police come arrest you. The people who get the best out of it, in those sites where the mining happening, there are people who park their cars. You after toiling, they come and pay you peanut to go with them.
Go with the gold.
Chris, I really agree with you, but then it shouldn't be a case of them against us. Otherwise, we lose it. It can't be that the national government or county government is with the capitalists and therefore the oppressors. We get it wrong. We must sit at a round table because we need investors. We need the resources that come from mining because the people are earning a living. We out of that mining, and like you're saying, we cannot do away with it. How do we do it right? By sitting together and in a round table and agree without antagonizing one group against the other. That's where we go wrong in our communities, where any investor who comes, and the investor would actually come through regulations. But the moment an investor comes, the investor is, from what I see, I'm not right now speaking and saying that I'm on that side, is when an investor comes or whoever wants to regulate, including even the small scale. I have tried to go to my own small miners to try and bring order. And I'm telling you, I end up zero because nobody wants to tell me who is at the top of the ladder. I am seen as an aggressor. What do I have to do in this business? It is ours. Until we start seeing ourselves as co-investors or co-interested parties, we are not going to get this right. But each time and everywhere, including Kakamega, it is them, us against them, and people come and want to talk. The next thing, it is war. People are chasing each other. We are not going to solve the problem. As problem is solved by sitting down the table and agreeing what are the parameters. How can we work this together? How can you bring you as an what are you bringing in as an investor? What are we getting out as a community? Then we are going to move. But for now, we won't move anywhere if it's a question of us against them.
Mercedes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, you have to move on with this conversation. Yes. Chris, in the same county, 1 in 4 women are widows.
Yes.
And Mercedes, you addressed this with a bill that you proposed in the assembly. True. But why is the life expectancy for a man in Siaya County so low? It's up to 10 to 15 years lower than the national expectancy. Chris, that's to you.
Men are more vulnerable. If you ask me, a study was done by Livium some time back and established that men are more vulnerable than women.
Why?
In Siaya County, because the vulnerability of life hits men. You know, men, when your wife dies, there are things you cannot do. You can fend for water. There are the many things you cannot do. So if the system collapse, and the men tend to be blamed all over. If you get an old mzee and an old mama in the community, even children, when you get children, as the children grow, they grow older, they tend to move towards the mothers. And this makes men become very lonely in most of the communities. And that's why they that's why they even explain why there are more widows. And that explains that circumstances that surrounding men, people think that women are vulnerable. But the reality is that men are more vulnerable because the society look at men that you are supposed to not to cry, for example, even if things are bad. Even if you are dying of hunger, you are not supposed to ask. The women can ask and they can be given.
In the context of mining, 20 men in 2025 died in those mines. Yes. And as you can imagine, the 20 that died, that means more widows in the county. Mercedes, why and how does this manifest in a community when the men are dying at a faster rate, more widows are in the community? I know Justine will have questions regarding that. How does that affect a community growing with less?
And the reality is numbers, and the numbers have said that there are more widows than, in fact, probably not more than, but in Siaya, like you say, 1 in 4 women, the number is so large. In the rural area, in Siaya, I was even shocked myself. In my ward, I have more than 2,000 widows. And they are all ages. They are young, middle-aged, and the very elderly. And one is a biological reason that women are more resilient than men. I mean, women adapt to situations much faster than men, and therefore the survival rate is higher than men. But then we also cannot run away from the realities that the cultural practices in Luoland 20, 30 years ago, we were very much hit by the HIV and AIDS. And we know the fact that our men were more affected. And because of that, we lost many of our people. We cannot run away from that reality. And it left widows who are now elderly, but very resilient. So the life expectancy for women is higher for the very fact that they are resilient. We adapt very quickly as compared to men. Our cultural practices have not been encouraging. With polygamy and wife inheritance all contributed to HIV/AIDS increased cases. And coming back to the mines, this is another problem. And we've lost young men living behind very, very young widows. 18, 20, 21. I've buried a young man who left behind a young wife, 20 years. She just was expecting a second child. She had one child. And the situation looked really, really pathetic. But now, another phenomenon which is coming up right now in the mining sector is that we have women who are now getting inside the hold, the gold shafts. Before, the women would mostly be waiting for the men to go in and come out with the gold, the rocks. But now women are actually daring to go in. Young women are daring to go in, and a number of them have also died in the process. So yes, they're widows, and the main reason that I came up with the bill was that we still have lagging behind in terms of taking care of our widows, and the cultural practices are outdated. They're harmful practices against widows, and that was the motivation for me as a widow myself to come up with that bill to protect the women, the widows, from the cultural practices, but also from inheritance issues, particularly land ownership, which is very, very strong.
This situation sounds like something that continues to spiral, because I'm pretty sure if you lose the dad of the family, and the mom has to take up so much of the work and the protection and the care for the child, sometimes it also affects the children, and then they end up in the same cycle. So one of the things that the documentary highlights is how a lot of the women who are widowed, because maybe they were very dependent on income coming from the man who was maybe working in the mine, or even if they were harmed in another way, or like they ended up losing their life or passing away, if you're a widow, you have to keep providing for your children and even for yourself. And a lot of them are ending up exchanging sex for high grade. So my question is to both of you, actually. For Chris, is how do you see the extent of this manifest in the daily lives of the community, just beyond the dangers of the mines and how that looks like for the stretch of the community? And then to you, Mercedes, I'll ask what this bill particularly entails and what it hopes to achieve, considering it's such a significant bill in a space where we've seen so much tragedy. What does the bill entail? And also, what does the implementation of the bill look like? Yeah, so Chris, you'll go first.
I think, Justin, you are right on the point, because I've gone depth into looking at this impact of this on women and also general community, because there's no part of this society that will live without the other. We must coexist. We can't say the women need to live and men don't need to live. We are a society, we are an ecosystem. Ecosystem will not be complete without men. Even the bills, when you make bills that are not in a way discriminative. One of the reasons why a lot of laws have been knocked down in the High Court is when you make a bill that look at one society and not the others. That's a fodder for not implementing. But that's not the issue. The issue is if you look at the mining side, beyond the risky going down of the mine, the mercury that is used to wash this gold is handled by the women. It's the women that hold the greatest impact. Because if you are a breastfeeding woman, you are in the mercury, your child is breastfeeding in your breast, and you have not washed it because the water is also scarce. So the child is breastfeeding the mercury here in your breast. You yourself, your skin, the chances of your skin being damaged by the mercury is high. You remember you don't drink water because scarcity of drinking water, safe drinking water in this site is a big issue. Even in her area, she can attest to that. The availability of water in the site is not there. And even if it's available, it's not clean. If it's available, it's polluted by mercury. And this, if you go to this site where the people are using our women are employed here to wash this gold by their bare hands. Sneak the fume from cement, those dust. So the lung problems is going to be. That day we did a survey and we look at the kind of diseases that are prevalent in facilities around this gold mine. What we found out is shocking. A lot of these people, the upper respiratory diseases is on the rise. And they're women. Some of them are young girls who, because the data does not give names, but it gives the population, this kind of population that are affected. You realize that a lot of our young girls might not ever be able to live many years. Or if they live, they'll be perpetually in the hospital. And that's what we are saying. One of the principles of business, and it's called business and human right, is the state has a duty to protect its citizen. The business, even if it's a small-scale business person, has got a duty to respect the community. How do you respect the community? You don't pollute their water. You don't you don't bring them noise, that ballast that kill their eardrums. You don't, because when you pollute the cow, animals that are eating that grass has got polluted by mercury. That cow is sold in the local butchery. To what extent are these things affecting our locals? So if you look at this, the livelihood of these communities, the livelihood is under threat. And that's why we are saying this conversation is a conversation that we must go deeper and hold each one of us that is responsible, accountable. And if we don't do this, because NEMA is here, supposed to look at issue environment, they are left of the job. The WARMA supposed to protect water resources, they are slept on the job. The county government is supposed to look at environmental concern of the locals and licensed business which are appropriate, they are slept in the job. The police are used to arrest the locals and do traffic charges in the law court. Some of these people, schools, like if you go to Sakwa, Bimba area, mining is done even in the school. Who get this money, Mashimeo? In Ramba High School, who allow the mining to happen in a compound of the school? Who is benefiting from this? And this is a conversation we need to have. Because if it's a public learning institution and you are killing these learners and people are celebrating, no one is approaching it, we are turning a blind eyes. Where is the future of SIA?
I agree.
Yes.
Is
this new information that a high school is being used for mining?
That for me, that is new, but I'm not surprised because it happens every day. My mind is dug. Today you pass there, it's not there. Next day you pass there and there's activity. So yes, and agree. And right now you've got learners who are dropping out of school to go into the mines because they make quick money. That's a concern to me and to the rest of the.
Then the worst is our children who are girls. They are in the mining site. They are lured with easy money.
Yes.
Schooling will be a thing of the past. And when a girl gets the money, she will not go to school. And what comes with the money is the disease, is a pregnancy, is a dropout. And some of these cases are real. The people who have money, they make the women their mothers and their girls. And in a cultural sense, that is worse. That's a double tragedy. You kill one family because if you are infected, this girl, the mother, this family is gone.
Yeah.
So as leaders in Syria, I thought this will be our concern, and looking at these issues, looking at a colloquial, and I will call in court to order, because in most cases, courts turn blind eyes. I remember Justice Okongo the other day made a ruling, a very funny ruling. I have witnessed two rulings, one by Justice Okongo in Kisumu Law Court, one by Justice Koros in Syria Law Court. Both of them Environment and Land Court Division. One allowing the two people without licenses, allowing the other one, and debarring the other one. And both of them don't have licenses, don't have permit. So what criteria did he use to allow this and deny the other one?
Mercedes, there's a question Justine asked.
Yes.
About the bill that you proposed. And Chris, we'll go back to that, to the companies mining in that area, because it's a crucial part of this conversation. But there was a question.
Justine, please just come again.
So I'm very curious about the bill that you brought up. What actually it entails, but because I think it's very important for us to have the perspective of, because the number of widows is very high.
Very high, yeah.
But at the same time, there needs to be some kind of protection that cascades to make sure that they're not just going through the same cycle again and again. So kindly let us know what the bill entails and what measures and what ways it's going to be implemented, because I think it's also important not just to know the facts of the bill, but also what the plan of action is.
Yes. Yeah. I think the Syria Widows Protection Bill 2025, which I sponsored, has been assented to, and it's an act now. It's law, first one of its kind in the country. And the bill itself was informed by the challenges that the widows go through, and the widows in Luo Nyanza go through really cultural, harmful cultural rights and practices which have been accepted over time as normal, is the norm. But in reality, they are retrogressive. In reality, they are harmful, and they are clustered as gender-based violence, but accepted because this is our culture. This is Luo, and this is how we do our things. So the bill outlaws those harmful cultural practices and names them and says wife inheritance, a lot of practices around the sexual hinging around forced sexual practices for women, for them to get cleansed, for them to get clearance to till their land, to build a house, to visit outside. Once you are a widow, you have this cloud around you that is has got to be cleansed before you even interact with the rest of the people. There are cultural practices that women do not own property that belongs to their deceased husband. Succession issues. They are denied and the rights to control the land, particularly, which is a factor of production. We depend on we are mostly small-scale farmers. We depend on land, so it's a main factor of production, of earning a living. If it's removed from a woman, then she's helpless, and it's taken away from her. She's not allowed to till it. It is sold without her consent. She has she's left alone with the widow, with the children, and she's got to just fend for herself. A lot of times, even women are the first suspects. They are the ones who have killed their husbands. They are sent away from home. They are inhuman things that happen to women. You're forced to sleep with some madman just so that you are cleansed. And those have been practices that have been held high in the society for many years. And now the women have said, no, this has gone beyond. We need our freedom to make our decisions and choices. We need support from the men and from our in-laws, but you don't need to be forced into these cultural practices.
Mercedes.
Yes.
The situation you're describing is very similar to the situation of Angelina Diambo, who's a character in the story that we've just spoken about.
Yes.
She lost 5 of her 6 kids, presumably because of the mercury, Chris, you'll say.
Yes.
And
presumably, yes.
Yes. And all 5 are dead. And
Did you make one?
Yeah, just one left. And for most women who have to go into those mines, it's clear to them early on that the mines are the only source of income for them.
Yes.
And your bill seeks to support people like that. And to me, I'm just left wondering, because your bill also includes a committee, there's a fund.
Yes. So I was just going to get that.
Yeah.
To that.
Yeah, please proceed.
And so the bill goes beyond just the outlawing the cultural practice, the forced harmful cultural practices. There's an element of forced for that for in this bill. And so we have put structures right from the grassroots, from the ward level, that we are going to put a widows welfare committee at the ward level and at the county level. And in each, at the ward level and even at the county level, there are going to be widows who are members of those committees. So if a widow feels they are wrong, their rights have been infringed upon, they have a first point of first stop shop at the committee level within their area. They don't have to go far. And they'll find a committee which has got like-minded people, the widows who know the issues of widows, and therefore will take their cases and refer them. If they need to go to the chief, they need to go to the court, they'll hold their hands, they'll be a paralegal on each of the committees who will give them guidance and walk with them through the processes, which women normally fear because they're expensive to go through the legal process. They fear walking through those corridors on their own without being their hand being held. We are also, through those committees, there's a fund, now there's implementation, there's a fund which we have even approved as a county government that we are going to put money every year to support programs supporting widows, especially their economic empowerment. They're going to be put through circles, through groups. They're going to be supported with funds to help them get into gainful activities or employment or activities that bring them income. That committee has actually been mandated to be able to go beyond the seed money that the county is going to be putting there, to go out and look for partners, friends, sponsors who will add into the kitty. And one of the things that they will have to start with is to take a census of the widows. Who are they, where they are, what are their ages, or what are the challenges that they're facing. Yeah. They have orphans also. Where there's a widow, they're also orphans. You're going to go through that. We're going to have programs specifically for orphans through the widows. Yeah. That is going to create a revolving fund for women to borrow and return and therefore grow the kitty. But beyond that, there's also going to be a lot of civic education among our people, including men. So men are not going to be left behind to sensitize them why the bill is and why it is good for the widows, so that they support the widows in their families. It's not that we want to separate the widows from their families. We want them to coexist. So the widow still has a voice within that family.
I assume Chris wanted to
interject
for that question.
I tend to think the bill is just a replica of what the Katiba provides.
Yes.
So I think if we have a law that is inconsistent with the National Assembly Act or it's null and void, if it's inconsistent,
if it is
inconsistent.
It's not inconsistent.
I'm just saying, if it's inconsistent.
It is not.
So what new things? But what too, I want to ask Madam here that they need to move pole. Because when you come with a law, that its implementation is difficult. Remember, what you are describing is a money bill.
It is a money bill.
It's a money bill.
Yes.
And when you do a money bill,
yes,
there are a lot of factors that you need to put in consideration. Yes. Because this bill ought to have been, money bill technically supposed to be introduced the assembly by CC Finance.
It has gone through that.
Is the one to introduce, not.
No,
that's a procedure. If you get to the procedure of legislation,
I will correct you on that.
Money bill, because it's involved, it's a heavy investment.
Yes.
that the government need to approve in the cabinet.
Yes.
Then it's being reduced because the huge, the investment huge. But that's not for the today. The issue is the bill, if we discriminate a particular society, then you remember the other day a man went to court and said that men are not allowed to inherit their women when there are the property succession issues. It was expressing that for women it's automatic, but for men, for a long time it was not automatic. And the court agreed that yes, this kind of law is in a way discriminating men. And the court reversed and said, okay, both of you, because automatically, if a man dies, the woman automatically is the first person in your line to succeed you. But for a long time, men were not being prioritized there. It's only women. So at that level, women were prioritized. If you look at Succession Act does not discriminate women. Actually, women, if I die today, my wife is the first benefactor, irrespective of. So those things are the 2010 constitution was progressive, envisaged some of these things. But there are other set of traditions that cannot be legislated. It cannot be legislated. The tradition as norms of way of life that people disagree with and accept. Because if you today, the women cannot be inherited. It's we only inherit property. Those terms have been used indifferently. But when a woman decides to remarry, it's a choice.
So that's not the case that she's speaking.
I'm just bringing you the context. The context has been used to criminalize or to say, Luos do this. But even in the olden days, I'm a traditionalist, I'm a culturalist, I know.
I'm a widow.
Even the so-called, the what we call inherit, it was not that. It's not overplayed. The woman could decide this, same age that I went fall to, but some people, in traditional, even passing a cigarette by the window was enough. Even hanging a coat in the house was enough. But when people commercialized, when people brought sex as part of inheritance, the people destroyed culture. It's the Uzunguni part of culture that made culture look bad, but culture is in context, was not bad. But now people join and say, it's bad. But all not said is that women need to be protected, young people need to be protected, widowers also need to be protected because vulnerability has no boundaries. So every member of society that is vulnerable, because the other day I was involved in another exercise that was looking at some vulnerable children to benefit from some scholarship. And you go to a home where there's a widow living in a permanent house, having all set of amenities. You get to a home where there are two, but the mother is there, the father is there, but even eating is a problem.
True.
Okay.
So we need to look at the vulnerability of society that we work towards that.
And we have to wrap this conversation up, Mercedes. But I have this question for you. What's the support like for this bill, particularly by your male counterparts in the assembly? And secondly, this is a money bill, as he said, which means there has to be funds that are appropriated for this purpose by the cabinet.
Yes.
It's one thing to pass a bill, it's another thing to appropriate for the bill.
Yes.
How about both of those situations?
Okay. Thank you. Chris, I agree and disagree, but that's for another day.
That's for another day. We'll have this conversation another day.
Yes. The bill had actually overwhelming support from our male colleagues. And interesting, when we introduced the bill, our male colleagues, more than half of them, probably 90% of them had their lives impacted by widows. Either they were orphans themselves, they were orphaned when they were young, they were taken care by an aunt who was also a widow. It had overwhelming support, really. And that's one of the bills which sailed through very, very fast. And even we were actually surprised. We thought that we were going to face some hurdles. But
what about the budgetary support?
The budgetary support, the money bill, and I wanted to correct Chris here, it does not have to be approved by, introduced by the CCM Finance. It has got to be, the money element has got to be approved by the CCM Finance. And it went through the process. So it has been approved, and there's no going back, whether we are there or the next assembly comes in. There's been a fund that is going to be established, and there's a budget that is going to be allocated from the next budget, 2026, 2027. We are going to allocate money, and whoever comes after will allocate money. We recognize that the money that we are going to allocate is not sufficient. That's why there's the leeway for the directorate, which will be established. Directorate for
What is the
widows.
estimated budget?
20 million. That's
Okay.
what we are going to put in first. And the seed money is little money. It's good to start. It's a starting point. So the directorate, which has been mandated to be established for widows, will work with a committee to go out there and fundraise. And I'm telling you, I'm a widow myself, and I'm behind that bill 100%.
We'll have. It seems like there's a lot of questions that Chris also wants to ask about this conversation. We can have this conversation.
Seems to be
Chris, in 30 seconds, Chris.
Skeptical about the bill.
I've been in the legislation field for long.
Yes.
And the problem Kenya is facing, we have a lot of legislation that cannot be implemented across both national government and county government. If you look, if you go to Selva County Assembly, you look at how many bills have been passed that have never seen the light of the day. Because as you put it right, when you have a bill, ordinarily you need to have a policy before the bill. Because the policies are broad for focus. Then the bill come and close it. If you have a bill without a policy, if you have a bill without regulation, it's dead on arrival. As much as we will score political mileage, but its practicality of implementation
is the biggest.
It's the biggest problem. So we don't pass a bill. I'm not a proponent of passing a bill for the sake of it. I'm passing a bill that meets the threshold, that has the foundation of policy, then you have a regulation, then a bill. Then you have a implementation matrix. Then you can say, this is how you are going to work, how many widows that you want to support, seed money is going to work here, this is how you are going to report. Then, if somebody goes to court challenge the Siaya County Widows Bill, they will succeed in the court of law because it's one segment of the society.
Chris, you were saying something about mining. Again, in 30 seconds. There was something you're saying about companies without permits. And
yes, the counties, there are a lot of companies without permits because Mheshimiwa is aware. I went to court, and among others, in court of Siaya Law Court, to challenge the mining that's happening in those areas. And what the court agreed, even in the plenary, that they don't have mining, both of them. But court can say because of employment. But we are saying these two companies, one, these people employ, these people employ. But why do you say this one can proceed? You lock this one out because it's the corruption that happened in judiciary. And the police, they have the protection. People can come and pollute your water. People pollute your air. People do everything. And they have the police, they have the court. So what I'm saying is that if the Siaya County government want to help the residents, at assembly and executive and national government, they should do mapping of all licensing that are there in Siaya, call for a thorough meeting with because Mheshimiwa is aware that the CC environment is the chair of county mining committee.
Yes.
Yes. And that's a body that brings national government and county government. And this could be the framework to sort this thing out. And that's why I'm saying that there's a lot of weaknesses
within the county.
And the citizens there who their life depend on this, live like thieves in their own area.
Okay.
Yes.
Great way to end this conversation. The first part of this conversation before we let you both close the whole episode. There is James Okeyo, who comments and says, wonderful bill, which is now an act, one of its kind in Siaya, Kenya, and Africa. And Cape Spring, thank you for watching. But gentlemen and ladies, we have to sadly close this conversation. We'll throw the ball back in both your courts to get your sentiments. But before we end our show, we have two segments. The first one is where we let people who are watching, and you would know this, Mercedes, public participation is very important.
Yes.
For today's public participation, we have two things that are happening in the country. The first one, and both of them fall under the divestiture or the privatization of government entities. You might not know this, but members of parliament are now in retreat at the Lake Naivasha resort until February 10th. They're retreating from their duties, the same duties that they have successfully abandoned for almost 3.5 years. But they're retreating to speak about issues, and some of those issues will be brought to your attention. We don't have anything fresh to tell you because they're in recess and there's no bills that they're debating. Nothing is being read for the first time or the second time. We might have something after February 10th, but for today, we bring you what we brought to you last week, the divestiture of 15% of government stake in Safaricom. A bit of history here. The government owned 35% before this proposal. Still owns 35% because it's not gone through. It's selling 15%, which will leave it at 20%. The 15% is being sold for over 200 billion Kenya shillings. The government argues that this is more than the valuation in the market right now. It was over 17% more than what the market rates are for the shares of Safaricom at the moment. It's selling it for over 34 shillings per share. It's important for you to know this because Safaricom is the company that you mostly call with. It's the company that you transact your money with. And M-Pesa alone contributed over 600 billion Kenya shillings in 2025 to the Kenyan economy. That's a lot of money. And that money pours back into your pockets. That money is what makes you make these calls, but also that money controls your life. Safaricom controls a majority of the communication data in the country. They hold a lot of the data that could mean life or death to you. And we saw when the company went dark in June 2024, eyes and ears all went to Safaricom for answers. Apparently that was because of a cable cut. The government has one seat in the Safaricom board. Government says that they will maintain that seat and no one will be retrenched. Safaricom employees are safe. The company will still keep its Kenyan social responsibilities and no South African interests will intrude. So by that, I mean that the 15% stake that Safaricom is selling will go to Vodacom. Vodacom is a South African company. Government promises that nothing is wrong. The CBK governor went in front of the committee, said that nothing is wrong. Just recently, Peter Ndegwa, the CEO of Safaricom, said the same thing. But between February 3rd and February 12th, across 30 counties in the country, the government will be holding public participation forums. I'm telling you this because it's important for you to attend these events and voice your opinions. Don't let any legislators tell you what to think. Read for yourself, read the sessional paper that is proposing this to Parliament and see what you feel about it. Is it important? Is it not? Should it go through? Should it not? Serikali wants to hear from you, and it wants to hear from you. I'll mention the 4 biggest cities in the country. Nakuru will have the event held on February 4th. Nairobi, February 3rd. For Nakuru, it will happen in the Rongai NGCDF office. For Nairobi, it will happen at KICC. It's a familiar place. Kisumu on February 6th at Tomboya Labour College. And finally, Mombasa on February 13th, Tononoka Social Hall. This is happening across 30 counties. I've just mentioned 4. In those 4 counties, even there'll be more than one public participation forum. Check them out. It'll probably be on your screen by the time you see this. And go to these events, voice your opinions. It's now time for Justine to explain everything badly.
Well, that was overwhelming, Tom, but I hope people go out there. So this week has been difficult. First of all, on Saturday, an accident occurred on the Southern Bypass where a loaded petrol tanker collided with another lorry. The truck driver in one of the vehicles died in this gruesome incident. On the 4th of January, a family lost their 3 children to an accident in Gilgil. All the kids were under the age of 16 years. And lastly, Bill Kaunda, who's a young man living with disability and an organizer for people with disabilities, big advocate for environmental causes, was knocked down while crossing a road. He didn't make it. It's as if in Kenyan roads are meant for those people who know how to fly, because a road user is in an extremely dangerous and draining affair. So if you are chronically online, you've seen videos of boda riders experimenting with space and speed, matatu drivers who are very impatient in traffic, so they're using pedestrian paths to overlap like an expressway, and there are very many other countless reckless incidents. According to the national reports, over 4,100 people have died from November 2024 through road accidents. That's a 3.4% jump from 2024. Kenyan road problems are terrible, and I feel like there's an insatiable need for speed, and this isn't even the full picture. Kenyan road culture is terrifying because everyone wants to go somewhere, but no one wants to stop for anyone. So if you look around, where 2 or 3 are gathered, there's a boda coming to join you almost every single time. And it's a terrifying reality. So I feel like it's a buffet for recklessness, and the Grim Reaper seems to be the only winner. Being a responsible Kenyan road user feels like you're in the 7th circle of hell without your consent. Everyone is trying to get somewhere, and you are in the way almost every time. So for people with disabilities, roads are not even designed with them in mind. It's a huge problem. The Persons with Disabilities Act of 2025 mandates inclusive design for all public infrastructure, all of them. However, implementation is not even like in the dreamscape of design. So, and even if it makes it, sometimes you don't see it in the final finishes. And this makes it very terrifying to be a road user if you're a person with disability. And if we really think about it, any spot can be a black spot if you're a Kenyan road user. So upgrading Kenyan roads to safety goes a little beyond just design. I don't think design is enough. NTSA, if you're an NTSA follower like me, NTSA is in a tagging conference daily with members of the public. Members of the public are always, NTSA this, NTSA that. And their decision is to get the drivers that have been tagged, they put them back into classes to receive their licensing exam. And however, passing with driving colors needs to be seen in practice. Maybe hefty fines can help, or better yet, a full shift in our road culture practice where people learn how to drive better. Bodas finally have to accept that having 2 wheels is not being bipedal, and they can leave the sidewalks to the pedestrians. And road designs have to factor everyone in, not just people who can run across the road. So that will ensure safety for all of us. Next up is people are being encouraged to leave their land so that they can get into an affordable housing apartment. I'm not sure if you guys saw, one of the Kenya Power Board members, Joy Mdivo, said that Kenyans need to leave their 2-acre plots that they inherited and move into affordable housing so that the government can use the land that they've left for agriculture. Here's the clip.
Look at, for example, a country like the UK. They intentionally zone their land so people settle in villages and leave agricultural land for agriculture. In Kenya, I don't think so. Kila mtu mogodane title. Once you have your title, you do with it what you want.
Whatever you want.
So unless we start thinking different and making intentional steps. So if we talk about land consolidation, affordable housing is happening. How many of us are willing to leave that 2-acre plot that our father left us, move into an affordable housing plot, and let that land produce food for the rest of Kenyans? Our mindset needs to change.
If you've seen that clip, I feel like the feudal kingdom, the feudal United Kingdom is back, but you were never missed, because honestly, Kenya really truly struggles with food insecurity. It's not debatable. We are like someone who is in a bedsitter, and we are in a very codependent relationship with the person who sells chapos. So if they don't cook, we don't eat. And I think that's a bit of a problem. So currently, 2.8 to 5 million Kenyans experience acute food insecurity, usually depending on the season. So if it's drought season, it's worse. 5 million can count as a small village in India or China, but 5 million is a lot of Kenyans. And that's a very worrying number. So but as much as Joy is saying that people should move from their small land so that they can move into affordable housing to have agricultural land, there's a big section of Kenya's arable land is actually held by a very small number of wealthy elites. A very small number. That's 0.1% of all the large-scale landholders control 39% of agricultural land. And most of the land that is being held by very wealthy people is actually idle. Most of the people who farm and consistently are smallholder farmers, or people who are leasing land and they can only lease a very small portion. So most of this land that's being held largely is idle. And I feel like you know that Lion King thing where some people like after colonialism ended were like, wherever your eye touches or like wherever the sun touches, that's your land. I feel like that's where we are at with how much land is being held and not being used. So the rest of the 98%, the smallholder farmers only hold 46% of land, and they don't get a lot of farming help from the government or even like at any level. They usually struggle a lot, and inputs are very expensive. So her statement actually implies that Kenyans leaving their land will automatically lead to food security, but that lie is as old as like Water Stadium being built in 6 months' time. Obviously, no one actually believes it. So Kenya's food insecurity is structural. We have a lot of climate change issues, and they're affecting different areas. We have expensive farm inputs, and just subsidizing fertilizer is not enough. We actually have a documentary by Uncensored that talks about seed, how seed was, for lack of a better word, colonized, and it became very expensive as an input. And some farmers are just like risking their lives to plant and replant seeds. So all these issues are structural, and a lot of the people who are prioritized are the people who have the biggest farms, and more farmers are being encouraged to take the privatization route instead of us funding cooperatives and having logistics where cabbages are not rotting and becoming fertilizer, instead of actually getting to the markets that need them. So if people purely move to a town that's like if all people move into town, that's de-skilling farmers. Because you can't farm in your affordable housing. You'll just be buying food from the people who are supplying it to you. And I think farmers should be prioritized. Small-scale farmers should be prioritized, and we should have more affordable inputs. I think inputs into farming at every level should be cheaper than beauty supplies and wigs at Du Bois Road. Like, they have to come down significantly. And heavy reliance on corporate farming will lead to a lot of soil depletion, and even the nutrition in our shelves will actually greatly reduce because commercial farming only prioritizes what sells the most. Commercial farming might be good, but how can we structure it to benefit farmers instead of corporations? So, you know, you don't want to have your farmers being divorced from their farm so they can have a long affair with an affordable housing apartment. It's not fair. So if she decides to move into an affordable housing, maybe other Kenyans could follow her. She said what Kenyans need is a change of mindset. But what if the mindset change is who they invest in? Because I think that could really give us good results. Going along to good results this week, the High Court declared the Office of Advisors to the President unconstitutional. The President had 21 advisors just hanging around getting paid close to, I think, $1 million bob to say things like affordable housing is more effective than paying school fees. I mean, I don't know what they're saying in those meetings. I was just guessing. So the judiciary made a decision that took most Kenyans, I think, common sense to realize you can't have 21 advisors. I'd get 2, you know, because you already have a cabinet. And kwani a cabinet is just like a collection of plates. Like, you can't have all those vessels out there and they're not helping in the advice forum. I think it's better if the advice is taken also from people who are going to implement, the cabinet members. The advisors were costing taxpayers, in the year 2024-2025 financial year, the advisors cost Kenyans 1 billion Kenyan shillings. Right now, the economy looks like someone refreshed the timeline and we went all the way back to the 90s. So the advisors who have been on the timeline are mad. They're like, we can't lose our jobs. And I'm like, get a job in affordable housing, because that seems to be the priority. But speaking of good news, Kenyans are at it constantly. I saw a video of a young lady. Her name is Harriet Akinyi, who shared her story of how she was struggling to manage this restaurant in Nakuru. She was not getting any customers. It was a very heartbreaking video. And Kenyans in true fashion showed up for her. They showed out like that Manchester United goal this weekend. My goodness. We collected a W. That's a very rare find. You should see our
our crew. I didn't know there were this many people. I just thought it was Tom that was happy today.
We are legion.
Yeah, but I believe in the true essence of how Kenyans showed up for Harriet Akinyi over the last week is the true essence of Kenyans. So Kenyans, keep showing up. Keep showing up.
It's the essence of being Kenyan. Asante, Justine. That's a lot to handle in 10 minutes. But thank you. Thank you, Justine. Mercedes and Chris, I have one question for each of you. First of all, Mercedes, are we still going to see minors in mines? You lead a caucus which can easily make that stop. Are we still going to see minors who are defiled, because that's defilement?
Minors.
Yeah, there's no consent for minors.
Not,
Yes, so are we? Oh, yes. So there was that confusion. Okay, I mean minors, underage girls who are in the mine sites and being defiled by minors. You lead a caucus that can easily stop that.
Yes.
Are we still going to see that?
No, we must not have our minors, young girls and boys in the mines. It should stop. And it's up to us as the legislators to work together with the national government, the Ngao, who are in charge of that regulation, to make sure that we go and flush them out.
Chris?
We should not have minors in the mines.
Yeah.
On 15th December, we visited a mine in Ndori with the local area of MCA. And the court themselves established there and called the miners that were on site. The MC never spoke.
We're going forward.
Never spoke.
It will stop.
And he was on the side of those people.
No, minors. You're talking about
a minor.
Minor.
A young boy.
An underage.
A young boy
must not be
in the site. MC of the area was present and turned a blind eye, was supporting the people who were employing those people.
No.
And if the High Court register, deputy register, had to summon that boy and summon the owners of the people. There are women who are having no gloves in those mining. Clothes, yeah. The same women we are defending, they're in those mines.
Yes.
And their life is being ruined because they don't have alternative source of livelihood. Can we look for them? Their fish is in the hand of private people. Can we reclaim their fish to give those women? Can we make the women have alternative source of income so that ease them off the pressure?
Let's work together.
Yes.
Please. Together.
It's a brilliant way to end the conversation, Mercedes.
No,
I think it's a brilliant way to end the conversation. You both being on the same side. So this is obviously a conversation that cannot be had and be completely dusted in 1 hour. So maybe we'll have this conversation again in the next financial year, when we'll see if that 20 million was appropriated for it. Thank you so much, Chris, for making time.
You too, thanks.
Asante sana for Mercedes. Both of you came from really far to get here, so we deeply appreciate both of you.
I wanted to say one word that I'm committing here to Chris and all of us. We are going to have regulations for the Sierra Widows Protection Bill, which then will guide the implementation. I tell you, I agree that there are many others that are not being implemented, but the Widows Protection Bill will be implemented. It's not inconsistent with the law. It's in our cultural practices are the ones which are not inconsistent with the law. And this bill is bringing it out so that our people understand that there's a law that governs the rights of the women who are widows. That's why we're having our widows now being taken advantage of in the mines, being taken advantage of in the fishing industry. There's fish for sex.
Yeah.
There's mine for sex. Everything, and widows are more vulnerable because they have no choices.
Yeah. We'll hold you to that.
Yes.
The next time you're here.
Yes.
But asante, both of you again for making time.
Pleasure.
Justine, thank you for being the awesome co-host that you always are. Are you hopeful? This was
a little bit. The conversation was very dark at some point, but then there was consensus at the end. So I'm very hopeful. And when Mercedes made me, I am a proper hater. I follow up on things even when people forget. So I will find you.
That's a threat. I will find you.
No, it's not a threat. It's something to look forward to.
Hold me accountable. I said it. I'll do my bit. I'll do my part. Yeah, I may not succeed, but I will do
We'll
it.
try. Yeah. And Chris will be there to hold you accountable.
Yes, we are going to work
For sure.
together. Yes, we have no choice.
All right, great.
But I don't work with people who don't commit to their word.
Try me.
We'll litigate. We'll drag you in the court of law.
Yeah.
So that to show you the direction.
Okay.
We don't need
Brilliant.
We don't need it.
Brilliant.
No.
Asante both of you for making time, and thank you for watching us. Big Picture will be back next week. Good night. Good evening and welcome to this episode of The Big Picture, Big Conversations. This is where humor meets depth. For today, we're having a not so good conversation, but also a very important conversation for you to hear and contribute to. We have two guests in studio, and there's a huge topic in the country right now. 11 billion was allegedly stolen. Yes, you heard that right, stolen from the National Health Insurance. What was that? Was then that, but now it's the Social Health Insurance Fund, or SHIF. Some of you would call it SHA. Honestly, we use those words so interchangeably these days, but they mean so different things. And also we have two people who will explain from two sides of the conversation how this sort of theft of this massive scale can affect healthcare delivery in the country. So, as I've said, 11 billion stolen, but healthcare delivery in the country remains a problem. But the president and his proponents keep saying that things are okay, SHIF or SHA is working, it's all noise, and it's negativity from the press and not real life stories of actual Kenyans. Today we'll be interrogating whether those claims are true. And to do that, my name is Tom Mukwana. I'm your lead co-host for the evening. As usual, I do this every Monday with my co-host,
Justine Wanda. I'm a stand-up comedian and a human rights advocate and activist, if you will. Yep.
Brilliant. Justine, you didn't have to do it today. Thank you so much.
I was covering for you, man.
Manze, but Justine and I are not enough to have this very heavy conversation. To have this conversation, we have two gentlemen who are on two different sides of this debate here. First of all, one of the guests today is Dr. Brian Lishenga. Dr. Brian Lishenga is the chairman of the Rural and Urban Private Hospitals Association. Did I get that right?
You got that right.
Doctor, the and is there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we have Derek Henry. Derek Henry is a cancer survivor. Derek?
Yeah.
Asante sana kwa kuja.
Welcome.
Derek has been through the worst you can imagine. And by that, I mean chemotherapy, and he's gone through it all. He'll tell you what his experience is. But aside from his experience fighting cancer, he'll tell us how SHIF is working for him. Is it working? Is it not? His experience will give us the answer today. And Brian knows more than most people how this whole system works. India.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. Not unfair.
I know a whole lot.
You know a whole lot about it. Brian, I'll ask you this question in the most cut and straight way possible. Is it a lie what people are saying that SHIF is not working? Is it true? You have over 700 hospitals under the private association.
The answer depends on who you're asking. Yeah, so it's a straight answer.
Yeah.
And if you listen to public conversations, this is why this is very divisive. It's very divisive because it just depends on who you bump into and ask the question. And I explain this way. If, for instance, you speak to the minister, the cabinet secretary for health, or the PS for health, or if you speak to the president, I will tell you, SHA is working.
Yeah.
In fact, it's the best thing since sliced bread. If you speak to Mwananchi, so it depends on who you're asking. Some have positive experiences, and we have many who have negative experiences. If you speak to healthcare providers and doctors, I mean healthcare facility owners or administrators and doctors and nurses, they will probably tell you SHA SHIF is not working.
Well, obviously the government will say that it's working.
Yeah, so
but before we get to the actual details of it, our audience might not understand the difference between NHIF and SHIF.
Yeah.
How did you even spend a ton of money to move between these systems, and why?
Okay, so there's SHA, which is the Social Health Authority. Now, SHA is manages now. I think it's growing every day, but by law, it is supposed to manage 3 funds. This is what we passed in what we call the SHE Act, Social Health Insurance Act, in 2023. So 3 funds: the Primary Healthcare Fund, the Social Health Insurance Fund, which is what people commonly call SHIF, and the Emergency Chronic and Critical Illnesses Fund, the ECCIF. So those are the 3 funds that by law are supposed to be managed by the Social Health Authority. And then sometime last year, through what, without mentioning my words, I would say an irregular process, they included what we call the Public Officers Medical Fund, so POMF, which is a medical fund for civil servants. So this is included through some clever gimmick around regulations and things like that, but it's not found in the SHE Act. The SHE Act only has the 3 funds I started with.
Yeah.
And then recently, I'm sure those who follow this conversation, teachers were brought on board.
Yes.
So I think it's called the Elimu Medical Fund, or let's just call it the Teachers Medical Fund. There are conversations going on now, and I think that this will happen in March, where now we'll have police officers with now their own fund.
Okay.
This will be prison officers and your regular police officers.
Why are we establishing all these funds?
So you are gonna end up. So that was how many? I'm losing count. So this is now going to be 6 funds.
Yeah.
Managed by the Social Health Authority by March, for sure.
Okay.
So why are we doing this? It's a very complex question. I think that the civil servants, the Public Officers Medical Fund, was brought in December 2025. Earlier. Media actually brought in June. The reason why it was brought in was to steady SHA financially. This is because for the first year of the existence of SHA, the money was not coming in. Their projections were not meeting up with reality. It was a big disconnect. And if you recall, there was a huge uproar around August last year from healthcare facilities about non-remittance of payments. The reason was it was a cash flow crunch. Now, one of the ways government solves this is to simply dip into another pot. So the civil servants were hanging around there, somewhere, and so they basically I think it's about 4 billion shillings a year, the Public Officers Medical Fund. So they brought that in to sort of steady the ship. Then that wasn't enough. So the 2 other medical funds, largest, that are legally outside SHA, are the teachers and police officers. The teachers' medical scheme on its own is right now. It might change in a few years because we've employed so many more teachers recently. 17 billion shillings.
But
the police is 9 billion shillings.
Daftari, why are we moving from NHIF to SHIF?
Kenya Kwanza Manifesto.
Okay, so it's a political thing.
It's a political decision.
Okay.
I think the Kenya Kwanza administration had a very ambitious manifesto. The manifesto was tackle big problems very quickly, and maybe sometimes invent big problems and tackle them as fast as you can. So they identified health as one of the key pillars where they wanted to go in and sort of address issues. So this is how it looks like.
That's how it is. Derek, do you feel included in the SHIF? Because first of all, when were you diagnosed with cancer, and what's been your experience with SHIF?
Okay, so I was diagnosed in 2022, March. but then we had NHIF. Yeah, so I think I already registered on the platform. So when I got my cancer diagnosis, I started using NHIF. And in comparison to what we currently have, I think my experience with NHIF was way much better compared to, from 2020, was it 23, 24, when now they brought in SHA. I think I had chemotherapy. I started with radiotherapy when I had in NHIF, and NHIF covered the first sessions of radiotherapy that I had, all of them. And there are cases where they would cover almost 3/4 of my chemotherapy. So that has never happened with the SHA that I currently have, because I've had cases where I'm going in for surgery and we make a request, and it's rejected when I come out of surgery. So with SHA, request or claims can be flipped from approved to rejected within minutes or within hours or overnight. There's literally someone who's just working with that app. I don't know whether it's an app or a system. So it's someone who's controlling your life. So my experience with SHA or SHIF or whatever it is has been really, really bad. And this is not about politics or academic. It's about my life. Because now when SHA was brought and what was on paper was really, looking good, and I thought it was going to be better than NHIF. My expectation was it was going to be, what was not covered in NHIF was going to be covered by SHA. But SHA is worse in the sense that they have reduced the coverage for my case, because I have I have documented experiences of, text messages and everything of, I've had 4 surgeries since SHA was introduced, and all of them have been rejected.
We haven't mentioned the type of cancer that you have.
Oh, sorry. So I was diagnosed with the Kaposi sarcoma, which is basically cancer of the soft tissues. I think I started feeling unwell in 2020, but we didn't know it was cancer until it was 2022 January. So that's when I did the biopsy, and it confirmed that it was cancer about 2 months later. So I started my treatment in March of 2022. I've had 3 recurrences. The first one was on my left lung. Then the other one was my left neck. You can see the marks of the tumor removal. Then recently I had another recurrence on my left knee. So it's been moving along the left side of my body. But most of this treatment, especially after 2023, I've had to cover them out of pocket, which has really, gone up the roof.
It's a huge burden.
It's a huge burden. It's a huge burden for me, yeah. Because considering the fact that when I had this diagnosis, I didn't have, cancer, you never prepare for cancer. You don't have, unless maybe you have some sort of insurance that prepares you for that. That for me, I had no, savings or family backup or anything.
Yeah.
So I had to fundraise. Even with NHIF, I still had to fundraise. But now when NHIF was phased out and we started using SHA, it got worse. Because remember, I'd done 18 chemotherapies, I've done 12 radiotherapies, I've done a couple of surgeries, and these were essentially sponsored by my friends, not family, friends. So you coming back to these people, telling them that now I need more money than what you used to, contribute. So it's been heavy, with that. I call it begging, fundraiser and everything. I term it as begging. It's traumatizing and humiliating in a way, yeah.
How much are you spending as you talk right now? How much are you spending?
Like the total amount?
Yeah.
It's going to about 7 million. Yeah, but what I'm supposed to do right now is way much expensive than the whole amount that I've spent. Yeah.
I think I'd have a question about the pre-authorization process, and this goes to you, Brian, considering the system works depending on what you see. Could you take us through what the pre-authorization process is and means, and also what that does to the hospitals themselves, or like the personnel who are working in the hospital. Because if from Henry's experience it can just be flipped while you're getting your procedure done, how is that even possible? Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just hearing him, talk about this exact experience for many Kenyans, and it's especially also frustrating for hospitals because, as is described, if this rejection is coming after surgery or after radiotherapy or chemotherapy, you've already spent, expenditure has been done. Your nurses, your doctors, your drugs, everything is spent, and being left with a patient for whom now you have to quote unquote harass for payment. What we have seen in many cases is hospitals now really struggling, and lawsuits and things like that. But they digitized the pre-authorization process. Now there was a lot of buzz around that because that in itself should be a good thing. Okay, if we're not doing paper anymore, where everything is click of a button, it should be a good thing. But what then happened is very different from the law. The law requires that there should be peer review of pre-authorization cases. So that means that, if you have a cancer patient who needs chemotherapy, if you have any reason to question the prescription, so if I'm an oncologist, what peer review means that at SHA, we have an oncology peer, okay, who's going to look at my request and say, I think maybe it's going to. But until 2 years ago, there was not a single doctor at SHA. I mean, until 1 year ago. Everybody there was, accountants, clerks, and, we had a few clinical officers and a few nurses, but not even a medical officer, let alone specialists.
So was that like patapota ilikuwa?
So, I mean, so you can imagine, I'm an oncologist. I send a request. I say, Henry needs radiotherapy, 12 cycles. And the person looking at my request is a guy who did software development. Like, now, what is this too much? X, send. So you have this crazy situation. They have not remedied it to this day, because what the law requires is that there should be even a board, a board of doctors, specialists, all these people on the other side. But right now, pre-authorizations are subject to the financial health of SHA, not the health of patients. Okay?
What do you mean by that, financial health of SHA?
So if they think you are an expensive patient, you are probably going to be out of the door. Or if they think that the hospital is sending in too many requests, that could be another issue for rejection. So in essence, the decisions being made are financial decisions rather than decisions for healthcare. And so what happens now with digitization, as opposed to when we used to have papers, something will be sent back to you, but somebody can do it in their sleep, just wake up in the middle of the night, reject, something like that. Yeah. Now, to make it even worse, none of us has any idea where these rejections are happening. We don't know, who's doing it, who is in charge of the process. And the reason why I'm saying that is that it's only this year that the Social Health Authority has recruited directors. It's only last month that the Social Health Authority has recruited county administrators for SHA. We transitioned, NHIF had 1,800 staff, including what we call benefits officers and quality assurance officers at local branches across the country. They laid off, out of this 1,800, they laid off 1,000 staff. Remained with a skeleton staff of 800. A lot of them have gone home. So we don't have anyone. So a hospital like Wifi goes to previously, if there's an issue, I would go to my branch or even call, because we had their contacts, and say, hey, this patient is on the ward. If you are really concerned, why don't you take a walk, visit us, and come and confirm that the patient is there? Now, when you sweep away all these people, because there's a lot of narrative that even all the staff at NHIF were corrupt. Okay, so you swept out all those guys because they were all bad. but you didn't replace them on time, because it takes a long time to replace 1,000 people. So we have a situation where no one to call. You have a call, the cabinet secretary says, call this number, you will get assisted. I mean, idea can.
What happens when you call that number?
Well, for sure, if you call it over the weekend, it's not working. Okay, that you can be sure about. If you call it late at night, it's not working. And the likelihood that whoever is receiving the call has no idea about what to do is very high.
It's very high.
Because they took the call center and put it under something called the Digital Health Authority, DHA. So the call center is not even at SHA. So it's manned elsewhere by different people. So it's this big disconnect between what's happening to the patients and how SHA is handling them.
Derek,
yes.
When you go to hospital, and at that time you described it lightly, and when you spoke right before now, that NHIF and SHIF are different in how they offer oncology services. Could you describe the descriptions, like the differences in how you'd go to hospital and what would be offered to you, and versus what is there now?
Of course. So first of all, I don't know whether Dr. Brian is aware of this, because I speak to most of oncologists, and they tell me about this thing called the 360 app. I don't know, it's called 360 app, where not all doctors treat sick people. Like sometimes you just need maybe a checkup, or you have a crazy headache, you need to be checked, and I don't think we have enough oncologists in the country, so we probably get one doctor attending to maybe 10 hospitals. So according to this app, when you need to make a request, you should be within 500 meters within the hospital. So if you cannot make a request, let's say if I'm seeing this doctor in KNH and maybe he's in Aga Khan and he needs to make a request, he has to move over to this particular facility to make the request so that it can be seen. So this is something that was not happening with NHIF, in as much as they say these have been digitalized, and I mean the system they spent a lot of money on preparing the system and stuff, but we have such flaws. We have a case of some terminologies, I mean some diagnosis not available on the system, so they have to look for, because I'm sure like Kaposi sarcoma is not available on the drop-down, so the doctor has to maybe write a note, or maybe has to deal with a lot of rejections. We make calls and all that stuff. So this has been frustrating in what we now call a digitalized system, and they were not happening in NHIF. In as much as NHIF had a lot of paperwork, I mean the process was straightforward. You would walk in, fill it in, and you didn't have to deal with a lot of rejection. So for my experience, because I think I had like the same services during when NHIF was working, and now my experience with NHIF was way much better. It was cheaper. To me it was even faster, because you walk in, you fill the forms, you wait a few minutes.
How long does it take now?
It used to take sometimes a day, sometimes few hours, but they were not, the rejection rate was not at this high. Maybe if you've exceeded the limit of chemotherapy or radiotherapy, which they explain to you, that's normal. But for SHA, you start maybe a new line of chemotherapy or a new line of treatment, and you get a rejection in your first treatment procedure. So this was not happening with, they will tell, the NHIF will tell you, we're going to cover like 30 cycles of radiotherapy. So maybe additional 1 or maybe 12, and the rest you'll cover. So that is straightforward. But now with SHA, there's a lot of goodies on paper, but on the ground, it's totally different. So I'd say and again, this is not politics or anything. It's my experience, and it's been, I'd say SHA has been worse, my worst nightmare, because I really, really needed SHA. Like I mentioned, I had depended on people for this entire period of time. And so when SHA was introduced, I thought it was going to be sort of relief, but it turned out to be worse than what I was previously, using.
You've mentioned that there's some procedures that are not on the drop down. And I don't know also if you, as the doctor on this other side, are aware or if you're given a menu of what is there, or you just start searching also with the patient so that you can figure out how to help them. So I would like to hear from both of you what other procedures that you may need did not appear, and how do you remedy that from the point of view of you, Derek, and from you as a doctor. Yeah, I'll start with you, Derek.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like for instance, cervical biopsy. I don't know whether it's available there, but it's not been there. So they used to choose something which is close. Actually, they told me Kaposi sarcoma was up there, so they either choose sarcoma and have to write a note with this particular one. So, and to me, it will be rejected because they say the doctor or maybe whoever is handling my case has entered incorrect diagnosis. To the facility, she will say it's they're trying to fraudulent the system. I mean, it's fraud because they're entering something. There are cases where you go in for a quick checkup, maybe you have a headache or something, you go in for MRI, they tell you we need to rush you to the theater, you have a tumor growing or something, so they have to make another request. Then you get a double rejection because now whoever's handling the system would say they're trying to, rig the system, and the doctor here is trying to just save the situation because now you are headache, but now they've discovered something and they can't wait for maybe you go back and we treated, we get approval for this first diagnosis. Then, so I think those are some of the flaws that I've experienced, and they're sort of worrying, especially when you have chronic illness that literally don't wait for time. So, I know Kaposi sarcoma was not available there. I know a friend who had cervical issues and cervical biopsy was not available, and the doctor selected something, I can't remember the name, it had H in it, and she was rejected, and they actually said it's fraud. So this has reduced patients and doctors and healthcare providers to be always just on the dashboard. You're just looking out for that rejected and you try again. If I show you the messages, there's one, we sent a request at 11 a.m. and by 5 p.m. it was rejected. We sent another one. I mean, and they don't give any reason. Say decline because of rejected. It doesn't make sense. And they don't give you any reason. So you keep on trying. Sometimes you go to the hospital, it's an emergency case, so you have to rush there and waiting that maybe NHIF is going to come through for you. So it's really, for me, it's been traumatizing sort of, and so that's also some of the experience that I've seen and I have to deal with.
Maybe just to add on this experience. So the whole problem with Shah right now and what he's explaining is everybody is a suspect. I have no idea how this happened, and I think this has been so deeply politicized, and Kenyans have been made to believe that the problem with the Kenyan health system is fraud. Okay, and this is not to say that fraud doesn't happen. I mean, it happens everywhere. It happens in the best healthcare systems. In fact, the global statistics are that, the rate is something like 15% of medical claims have issues, but 85% of medical claims are correct. But what is happening in Kenya and with our leadership at SHA and the Ministry of Health, and what they are telling the president, just being privy to this, is that every time there is outcry, like his experience, every single time there, public outcry, the next thing you'll hear is a ministerial statement or a presidential statement saying those are cartels talking, those are thieves talking, those are the people who used to steal from NHIF talking. Now, so we have the entire health system now is running on a fraud narrative. So let me explain why everybody is a suspect. The reason why we have Practice 360, what he was explaining, this app, is what SHA is trying to do, and which I really fault them for. They are trying to do social engineering through digital systems. In other words, their intention is to change human behavior through IT. It's not healthcare. So if you think people are thieves, we are going to use IT to make them change to angels, you know. And in the process, what they have done is every single person in the health system in Kenya has been criminalized. Everybody is a criminal. So the doctor, the reason why they want the doctor 500 meters at the hospital when they are making the pre-authorization, is they don't believe the doctor. They do not believe. They just know that Kenyan doctors are all quacks and they are thieves. You know, so you are a suspect until proven otherwise. They also believe Kenyan patients are fraudsters. You know, they don't need this care. So, and this is explaining the high rate of rejections. But also on the point is mentioned of missing procedures. This is a problem brought about by the digitization project. I don't know if Kenyans remember that we went into a 10-year contract of 404 billion to digitize our entire health system. Now, the Ministry of Health has made a commitment to companies. Okay, you know, they are signed contracts where they committed this country to 10 billion shillings in payment for digitization for the next 10 years, 10 billion per year.
It was supposed to come to 104 billion.
It's 104 billion shillings. The payments were scheduled to start in last year in February. The payment schedule is something like 500 million shillings a month, escalating to eventually get to about 750, 800 million shillings a month. Of course, if you ask me where this money is coming from, it's coming from contributions because the state is not really putting in money. Now, part of the problem why we are not being paid. But the companies that signed this digitization contract are under pressure to deliver. Now, what are they delivering? They are delivering experiments. So let me give you, Practice 360 is a deliverable for one of the companies. Because when they were selling this to the Kenya Kwanza administration, they told them, you know, the politicians were throwing around problems. They were saying, we have this problem, you know, doctors don't show up in hospital, they do this, you know, social engineering. How do we fix that? And then somebody says, I have a brilliant idea. We'll give them an app, we will geolocate them. They have to be at the hospital.
Which is not practical.
It's impractical. No, look, we have less than 100 oncologists in Kenya. I think maybe even less than 50. You know, very few. I haven't seen the latest numbers, but the number of specialists are very few. Within here in Nairobi, there are probably about 30 around here in Nairobi. So, and I mean, we have 48,000 cancer cases every year. Now, if you're going to get 30 guys in Nairobi to be everywhere where a patient is making a pre-auth from, just because you don't trust these 30 guys, okay? What you're going to end up is the law of unintended consequences. Patients suffering, okay? Patients dying. Hospitals now stopping to take the risk, because what hospitals are doing, they've gotten to a point where they're saying, okay, there's a level of risk we will not take, okay? Because, you know, once bitten, twice shy. So once they reject his, you know, they do for him the radiotherapy. It's rejected once, rejected twice. The hospital is like, next time, just come with cash. Just pay cash. So there's the link between the digital contract that the Kenya government signed and the deliverables for the 104 billion.
It's interesting that you say that, Daktari, because I'm seeing here that Ranson Ngonga, the Director of Public Prosecutions, has only approved 10 charges against suspects, and only 4 of them are directors of health facilities. If billions are being stolen from a health system, it's definitely not 10 people doing it.
No,
we're focusing on the wrong problem here.
And just to mention, you know, you started off by talking about the 11 billion shillings. There is, I mean, this is what we call a classic red herring. You know, people are not looking at where the money is going. The 11 billion shillings is just hogwash, you know. What really happened is last year, Aden Duale came up with a statement and said he's discovered 10.2 billion in graft fraudulent claims. He paraded 1,188 healthcare facilities. He said they are opening charges on 21. Let me tell you, there was no 10.2 billion fraud happening. What was happening is requests from patients like him, which were rejected en masse, all of them, whether they had been, you know, whatever, they just rejected them. But you can't come on a press conference and say, hey, we just rejected your treatment, you know. So what is the easier way to say? Fraud. Fraud is a very good narrative.
Yeah.
But while they are accusing Kenyan hospitals of fraud and accusing Kenyan patients of fraud, the actual fraud is happening behind the scenes. So this is a real story.
By who? That's the question.
Just explain to me how we spend 10 billion shillings a year for a digital system that has never worked, but we are paying. We are literally paying this amount of money because we've tied the Kenyan government to this.
Yeah.
Somebody's getting paid a huge sum of money for Practice 360, for example. Somebody's being paid another huge sum. Do you even know that in that 104 billion shillings for digitization, there is even airtime bundles? Okay. You just walk around the country and ask how many hospitals have received airtime bundles. Somebody is being paid for those bundles. There is, what is it? A cloud secure system. We know the SHA portal was hacked some time back, but somebody is being paid that. So all this is happening. And then the icing on the cake, for public hospitals, which are very quiet when all this is happening, but Kenyans in rural areas are suffering, they were gotten into a contract for medical equipment worth 200 billion shillings. Looks very good on the surface, but what the actual mechanics of this contract, for example, for every MRI that is done, when they deliver an MRI, for every MRI that is done, the vendors keep 90% of the money that SHA pays. So if an MRI is 10,000 shillings, the hospital, that public hospital where you went, only remains with 1,000 bob. A vendor somewhere is making 9,000 shillings. Now, this is the real story of the social health engineering.
Yeah.
And that is what people are not talking about, because we can't see that corruption. What we have been made to think is that hospitals are thieves, doctors are crazy, they don't show up, and patients just want treatment that they actually don't need.
Yeah. Which is horrible for a system.
It's terrible.
Yeah,
It's the entire politicization. And unfortunately, because I have interacted with the presidential advisors, and they are, respectable guys, nice people, we know each other. And we ask them, what is this all about? And, for me, they tell me, tell your members to stop stealing from us. That's why you go tell your 700 guys, hospitals, stop stealing from us. I'm like, but it's very easy if you have spent 100 billion shillings on security. It's very easy for you to pinpoint, who logged in, who did what, who is stealing.
Should be easy.
Should be very easy. But they tell the president the same story.
Over and over.
Because the president watches the news, he sees, patients of cancer patients are complaining. He calls his advisors, the advisors tells him, we know those guys, those are fraudsters.
That's a great place to move the conversation forward. Asante sana Masai for watching the show. Masai says tuning in. Leave your questions in the comments. If you have a question to Derek or if you have a question to Daktari, leave it in the comments and we'll be sure to ask it. Now, there's a clip of President Ruto saying that SHA is working, but for now we'll play a clip that involves Derek's experience. Derek is obviously seeking oncology attention. He's seeking services to treat his cancer. And the Cabinet Secretary for Health said something a few months back. Let's play the clip.
My commitment was to reform the National Health Insurance Fund. So this time round, we decided to overhaul, actually, to change the whole setup. We replaced the NHIF law with 5 pieces of legislation. And today, Kenyans that are registered on the SHA portal are 29.3 million, up from just under 8 million under the National Hospital Insurance Fund.
So that clip that we've just played, Daktari, is President Ruto saying that over 29 million Kenyans are registered to SHA and about 7 have taken the means testing. And that means we're sailing smoothly. But his experience is very different in terms of healthcare, because he says, I remember when he was campaigning, he was saying that you could walk into a health facility and you get medication and healthcare as soon as you walk in. Everything is going to be fine. But his experience with a certain promise that was given by CS Duale is different. President Ruto said that, and a few months before that, this is actually a clip from today, the one you've heard from Ruto. But the one that we're playing right now is from Duale. The clip, gentlemen, it's a clip of CS Duale saying that the Ministry of Health and a company called Roche Pharmaceuticals have entered into a partnership. That means that some drugs that cancer patients will need for their cancer care will be free. Is there any drug that is at a subsidized cost or free because of a partnership?
Not any that I know of.
Okay, which drug did he specifically promise?
So the drug that I was supposed to use was in that list. Yeah. It's called imatinib. And I went there the next day. So what they told me at first was that, the price was subsidized, but they were considering those whose cases were a bit more critical than, because I walked in, so they assumed maybe I'm not as sickly as others. So I kept on going because it's quite expensive. I think it's around 290-something thousand Kenya shillings, which we later learned that was the cost of the generic one. They told me the first grade one, the original one, is supposed to be about 7,000 USD or 1.1 million Kenya shillings, which is way much expensive. But I went there and they told me it's available for those whose cases are more critical. And so I knew those who really needed that drug, who are more critical than myself, and I sent them there. And I can confirm that none of them got those drugs. Actually, they were told to fill in some forms, register, and then they will be contacted. And I think those who are handling that whole project were doctors who actually know that you can just sit waiting for, confirmation, and you have a cancer diagnosis. They know how brutal cancer diagnosis can be, and cells and everything. So in short, there were no drugs that were offered, according to those who went there, according to me who went there. And I don't think there's any company that's offering free medication. Actually, I haven't used pain drugs. I use morphine. It's not free. I use tramadol. It's not free. All these things I have to, because I'm sort of managing my diagnosis because I can do targeted therapy rightly. But I'm buying everything. All drugs are not given for free. Not anywhere in the country.
It's an experience that many Kenyans will share. Now we can play the Duale clip now.
To further strengthen access to oncology care, the Ministry of Health, and I want to say it with a lot of pride, that we have signed an MOU with Roche, and I'm sure they're here, one of the biggest pharmaceutical company, to provide Herceptin 600 milligram SC.
Yeah, so that was the clip. Derek's experiences contradicts the entire thing that the CS said. But Daktari, you'll react to that after Justine's question.
Okay.
So one of the things that I'm realizing, like you've explained really well, how there's a disconnect with the people in charge and the people on the ground, and there's no one working in those offices. It's almost like an imaginary digitization of sorts. Mm-hmm. And my question to you would then be, how do you make accurate diagnoses and get the help to the patient in time with all these hurdles that you have to jump through? And for Derek, maybe this you can answer later. When we were speaking earlier, you had said that there's sometimes when you actually try and get a diagnosis, it takes much longer because the system works differently per patient and per hospital. And if you're not privy to the information of how the system works, you might end up getting your diagnosis a little later. I'd like us for you to take us through that particular experience. But first,
so just before I say that, you mentioned the president 29 million.
Registered.
He was celebrating that, and this 29 million registered Kenyans. That's not the really important number. The number is, out of 29 million Kenyans, how many of them are paying premiums? Okay, that's a really important question. Mm-hmm. And that's the number that the president should have talked about, because to register is free. In fact, everyone should be registered, not 29 million Kenyans. There's no cost to register. He mentioned that 7 million had taken proxy-means testing. Now, that is still not a very interesting number, because taking proxy-means testing just means they have assessed your ability to pay and they have set a premium for you. It still doesn't tell us whether you are paying or not. And that's a design problem that they have at SHA, because many Kenyans now think that their premiums, I mean, they know this. Many Kenyans think that their premiums under SHA are higher than their premiums under NHI. So people are not paying. So those are the good numbers, but they are the real numbers somewhere else, which they should share with us. But how do we make an accurate diagnosis with all these problems and ensure patients are treated? First, in sub-Saharan Africa, the only country that has better doctors and better health facilities than Kenya is South Africa. So we have excellent doctors here. We have excellent nurses, and we have some of the good facilities in the region, So in terms of our ability to diagnose diseases and get patients help, I think this country is doing pretty well. But that's not the problem. The problem is you need to come with cash to get a good diagnosis, an accurate diagnosis. And this is a failure of the government, because it's the government that is supposed to ensure that this public service is available. I can tell you this for sure, that if you have the money in Kenya, and Derek can confirm, you will get a diagnosis and you will get treated if you have cancer by a world-class oncologist, and you will get world-class services. But the caveat is if you have money. Okay. Now, if you are somewhere in rural Kenya, like Kakamega, where I come from, let's say near my home in Navaholo, we cannot get an accurate diagnosis, not because we don't know, but because there is no way for you to access or afford a lab that will be able to take your sample and print out. You can't afford it. The cost is out of your reach. It is very likely that the health center right next to you has a very competent clinician who can figure out your problem. But once they write that lab request form, maybe the lab has no reagents, maybe you have no money to actually pay for this. So the problem we have is more on the side of supporting the patients to be able to reach the diagnosis, and even the healthcare system, the doctors, because the doctors, the nurses are there, but the patients cannot access this care. It is out of reach. So now, how do we make a diagnosis? I think I've given the answer. If you can afford it.
So it's the money is the motive. But,
exactly. Because one of, we have a historical problem in Kenya. Modern healthcare was introduced in Kenya by the missionaries. I mean, it was part of their evangelization project. And, that's where we got so many hospitals, old hospitals in Kenya are mission hospitals. Now, because they were doing missionary work, what we as a country what is in our psyche is that healthcare is a work of God. That is what is in our brains. People don't believe that. In fact, if you charge people, speaking as a doctor, you are judged. You can't say I'm suffering. It's supposed to be a noble work for God. But 21st century, healthcare has to be paid for by someone. If you walk to a hospital, like many patients tell me, SHA worked for me. You walked to a hospital, you walked out, isn't it? Just because you walked in and walked out doesn't mean that there was no bill, that nobody paid for it. Somebody somewhere is paying for that medical bill. Now, what we have in Kenya, we have a structural problem of how to raise money for healthcare. Unfortunately, one of the things that the Kenya Kwanza administration has gotten really wrong, they have burdened a few Kenyans who have pay slips. Now, we're talking about 3.5 to 4 million Kenyans. And that number has shrunk. More people have lost jobs in the last 2 years.
Yes.
Those are the guys who are funding healthcare for 55 million Kenyans. Now, the rest of Kenyans, they have made the other mistake. They have not created for them an affordable, cheap solution for them to finance healthcare. One of the things we suggested that was very simple, contributory system does not work in a country with 60% unemployment. It cannot work. When you have 60% unemployment and you have a country where it is 80% informal sector, what you require is a fair system, just like, for example, what we use to repair our roads. We have, the road maintenance levy. I drove my car here. I paid road maintenance levy today. Because when I fueled, a few shillings per liter went to road maintenance. But did I ask for receipts? Okay, how many shillings I paid for? But I have paid for road maintenance today. For me, that is a fairer system where we have a protected levy that people don't need to feel. What they need to experience is roads that are tarmacked.
Asante sana Daktari. I'll have to interrupt you there. Derek, you could take Justine's question. And
Okay. Dr. Brand, maybe before I answer that, I don't know whether are you aware of any country in the world that has a perfectly working healthcare system that's funded by the people? I don't know whether that's where the problem is, because
So the British NHS system was considered perfect for a long time. It's a totally tax-based system. It's starting to have problems recently. However, if you go to the Scandinavian countries like the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, they have a fairly high taxation. Ours is catching up because I know my tax rate right now is 42%, but not for the same lifestyle, But they have a fairly high taxation. But you get healthcare that justifies the taxation. Okay, so it is possible. I think the countries which are doing really well and which have managed to protect a lot of people have gone for tax-based systems where they collect the money. So if I can afford to buy a shoe for 7,000 shillings, there's VAT on it, there's a levy on it. I contribute more than a person who the maximum they can do is buy a sandal for 200. So the guy who buys a sandal for 200 pays 5 shillings. It's their fair share. For me, who can pay a shoe for whatever amount of money, 7,000, 8,000, I also pay a larger amount, but for me, it's my fair share. So a few countries which have a tax-funded system are doing much better than countries which are doing contributory. Obama tried this
in the US.
The US, people have been crying still.
Obama.
And I think that's how Luigi Mangione kind of showed up, because it's the same process.
It's the same process. And one of the things that we asked the government to do, we wrote as RUFA, was just take 2 years to talk to Kenyans about the healthcare system they want before you reform. There is no rush.
Yeah, that's a good place to end it for you, Daktari. Derek, your experience with cancer in very brief words.
Okay, so
how do you want it?
So I'm going to take you back to early 2022, when the current president was campaigning, and the manifesto was beautiful in paper. So before I got my diagnosis, I'd gone to several hospitals, including out of Nairobi, and because it was about 5 years ago, so I was fairly young. So I was running away from this word biopsy. They kept on telling me, you need to see whether you have cancer or not. So I would go to the next, because in my mind, I thought cancer was for certain demographic or maybe certain class. So I finally went to the top hospital in the country. I don't know whether I should mention them. Well, I've been mentioning them, the Kenyatta National Hospital. So when I did my biopsy in January, they told me it was going to take 2 weeks, because I was badly off. I was on crutches, I had wounds, I had a crazy amount of pain, and we didn't know what it was. So they told me it's going to take 2 weeks for the result to be ready. So I went back, and they didn't give me a reason, but they told me my result is not ready yet. So they just asked me to go and maybe get some pain meds and keep on waiting. Then I came back again for another week. So this happened for a period of 2 months. And what I didn't know, during that period, I think there was some sort of crackdown. I think by EACC or some anti-corruption bodies, they were trying to bust healthcare providers who are taking bribes from patients or caregivers, caretakers. So there's a security guard who had brought in a patient, and he had seen me because he used to bring a lot of wardens and stuff. So he had seen me coming in, and then he told me, what you have to do, your result is ready. I'm sure it's ready. It's been ready since, I think it was ready, that's within a week. But they won't ask you for money, but you'll have to pay to get your result. So he had to take me through the corners to the histology, and we had to pay something to get my result. So myself, nobody sat me down and told me you have cancer. I got the report, and I had to send it over to someone I knew who I knew understood it, and told me, yeah, it's cancer. So I went back to Kenyatta to look for an oncologist, and they told me, there are rates for non-Kenyans and there are rates for Kenyans. So if you're gonna go with the rate for Kenyans, you might take a bit longer waiting for your services. So it's better to go for a private hospital. So that's how I ended up in a private hospital, which at first I thought was going to be very expensive. But now, from the experience I had, because there are people who are in Kenyatta who I knew now later, because we have maybe a group or something. I think their experiences were worse than mine at a private hospital, because they had to wait for services, machine breakdowns. A huge number of people, so it was overcrowding. Yeah, there are people who are literally giving up. They just say, I'm not going to do this anymore. And I lost so many friends who are just literally giving up. They just deciding to stay back at home
you would want a system that is smooth, that gives everyone care when they need it.
Yes, I think that's what we were promised. And actually with NHIF, it was actually who was getting the service was the person who was paying.
Yes.
But for this, you paying and you're not sure of getting that service. So it's crazy, and I don't know whether it's going to. I think what the doctors said, if the government might decide to take time to listen to the people and maybe implement it, then probably it might work.
Yeah. Asante, Derek. We have comments here from Masai. Masai says, this points to the very heart of building sustainable health systems, because it is the finances that pretty much dictate all the other pillars. I think it's touching on what you said, Daktari. And he also says the contract between SHA and facilities indicates 90 days payment moratorium. What is the gross percentage pay of dates due by November 2025? I think that's a question to you in 30 seconds.
So, payment transparency stopped in August last year. So as at now, we have no idea who is being paid and how much they are being paid. This happened after the leak of ghost hospitals being paid. So the response by the ministry was, when this came out, they shut down all payment transparency. So we don't know how much hospitals are owed and who's being paid. But the last numbers we had as at August last year, SHA owed Kenyan hospitals 43 billion shillings. That is more than what NHIF owed them after 60 years, because the NHIF debt was a mere 33 billion.
The president said that they paid all the money in October. Is that...
Now,
was that NHIF?
So, judge, jury, and executioner. I owe you money. I pay you 5 bob. I say I've paid you everything.
It's a good way to end it. Asante sana Daktari. Unfortunately, this is a conversation that we can't come to the end of, but hopefully Kenyan lives are most important in all this. His life is more important than a politician's pockets, although that's not what we frequently see in this country, but people like him get to bear the brunt of such bad decisions and poor leadership. Now for the two segments that we end the show with. First, Serikali wants to hear from you. So for today, you will remember 2 weeks ago when we told you that MPs have gone on, I think 3 weeks vacation, and last week Batuan, I believe they were in Naivasha. So when they were in Naivasha, they had their fun, they had their committee meetings, they tabled issues and spoke about them. And one of the issues that they spoke about at that time was something that I've also mentioned before, the Safaricom divestiture by government. And at that time, I told you that from dates between 9th of February and, from dates between 3rd of February to 15th of February, there's going to be public participation events across the country. And I gave you a list of some of them. So for today, we're going to go to that list again and tell you the ones that are happening between 9th and 14th of February. That's Valentine's Day. I don't know who will show up for those. But on the 9th of February 2026, West Pokot will have their public participation. By the time you're seeing this on social media, there should be a list of all these and where they'll be happening. Tarakaniti also happens on the 9th. Kiambu happens on the 9th. And Vihiga happens on the 9th. For Uasin Gishu, we're going to see 10th of February. Same for Nandi and Meru. So if you're around those areas, show up and give your opinions. And then from the 11th to the 14th, we'll have public participation in Kisii, Taita Taveta, Kajiado, Samburu, Homa Bay, Mombasa, Kilifi, and Kwale. That's it for this week's public participation. Next week, we'll probably have something more because MPs will resume their seating as usual. But for this week's Serikali wants to hear from you. That's where you can meet them and share your opinions. That's it for this week. Now, Justine, explain everything poorly.
So I don't know if you guys heard, but there's no more pay for those earning 30,000 Kenyan shillings and below. The Treasury CS, in a collaboration with the man in charge of the country, said they are planning a proposal to take to Parliament to exempt Kenyans earning 30,000 and under from pay. Well, before you rejoice like J. Cole fans over here, the fall off of that pay isn't official yet. Plus, we have officially entered campaign season, so it's good words, vibes, and inshallah. Kenyan pay slips have been looking a lot like a defunding program for citizens, courtesy of the government. But if you scratch GOK close to elections, you can find logic, reason, sudden empathy, and other things that they're not known for. This Wheelbarrow Season 2 promise will impact 1.5 million Kenyans. That's what they're estimating if it takes effect. Even though pay may have been scrapped, emphasis on May. Kenyans still are in the boxing ring with SHA, housing levy, and the latest entry into the grand rising pickpocketing statutory deduction, NSSF. I'm sure the good doctor knows NSSF was going up. The Treasury CS also said that people earning 30,000 Kenyan shillings and below should only be spending that money on rent, food, and other important things for their families, not taxes. Kenya's current living wage is actually estimated at 30,531 Kenyan shillings, meaning that pay exemption still places all those earning these wages below survival pa kukapitia. Beyond this pay savings introduction, which you've had, NEMA will be charging people more for sanitary towels and diapers for the environment. So whatever 700 shillings you're saving from pay can come in handy for like 3 packets of pads and some diapers and even aluminium if you're buying it. And people earning 24,000 shillings are already exempt from pay. So their proposal also hopes to reduce the next band of pay rates from 30 to 25%. However, NSSF newer higher rates are coming in with that assist to pick up where maybe the pay is living. And remember, GOK still has other pay as you eat schemes like VAT that are still in play. So away from all the love for your pockets to love from the Office of the Attorney General and a little bit of hate from the Central Bank of Kenya. The Office of the Attorney General has set up a VVIP lounge for civil marriages ahead of Valentine's. Mercury this month is in lover's grade, and I'm just shocked. Like, what do you mean this country is capable of human treatment?
They're not known for that.
Yeah, not really. We've seen the story like today. The Office of the Attorney General said they did this setup to provide a dignified, serene, and welcoming environment. You know, all the things Karura used to be for people getting married. The setup is complete with flowers, white chairs, and an arch, so you can do one for the gram at the entrance. And then you can really tell, like, love is in the air fryer. You know, you can smell it everywhere. I'm not one to step out in the name of love, but how much did that setup cost? Can we see those procurement documents?
Someone from that sofa.
I'm always curious. I need to see the side by side. The Office of the Attorney General is returning what the CBK may have taken from lovers after they issued a warning that money bouquets are ruining notes. Here's that clip.
Now, florists have pledged to comply with the directive issued by the central bank in controlling how banknotes are used within the national economy to avoid mutilation, such as creating money bouquets as Valentine's Day approaches. Our young people involved in the trade say such creativity is their source of livelihood and warn that CBK's regulations could stifle a business that had begun to thrive. And as Martin Opio reports, they caution that these rules could be misused to harass them and cripple their businesses despite complying to the directives.
So the bouquet creatorverse is severely hit, as many of them say this is the best way for them to express themselves. Like this lady.
bring a more effective feeling or something, like you feel the quality, you feel the intensity of the gift.
I'm so sorry to all the artists of these bouquets. CBK does not care about the intensity of your art. They've given you an immediate talanta, hell nah, to all of you. So Valentine's haters, this is your time. You've definitely won this round. Cupid may have refused to visit you this year, but CBK said you will not be alone. You will still feel that love from a fellow hater. So CBK says that the money is theirs, like the notes themselves are theirs, and they choose how you use it. And failure to do so is going against the Penal Code Cap 367. For all the lovers out there, true love surpasses all the knots understanding, so just use flowers. CBK said gluing, pinning, and folding counts as criminal activity, so please, whatever you do, just try and keep your love committee free. The person who had gotten all that, all the change ready, from all the notes, has to go back to their consistent customer base, the matatu drivers and conductors. So good luck. Jealousy is a disease case, CBK. Not sure who at your headquarters is foreshadowing being forgotten on Valentine's, but you should heal. Let people enjoy things. Hit up the factory for some personal gifts for yourself because you still have time. And now, away from lovers, we have a bit of Zaka to end the drought. So according to the National Drought Management Authority, the current drought in arid and semi-arid regions of the country has affected 2.1 million Kenyans. Here's that clip.
According to the National Drought Management Authority, at least 2.1 million Kenyans in the 23 arid and semi-arid areas are in dire need of relief food.
So at least 32 regions of the arid and semi-arid parts of the country have not seen rain for consecutive seasons. Therefore, water is scarce, just like Lang'ata residents experience. The Kenyan Red Cross estimates that about 784,000 children are malnourished, while nearly 300,000 households lack adequate food supplies. Although the Met warned of this situation months beforehand, GOK loves to work under pressure, to deliver nothing, as residents are grappling with water scarcity and massive loss of livestock. Northeastern leaders have done their fair share of satellite appearances from Nairobi to reassure that constituents, affected, that they are working sometimes on the clock to make sure that they receive every single thing that they need. Arid and semi-arid areas in Kenya have severe abandonment issues just from history. So many funds have been put in place to equalize that. Women and children currently are eating wild leaves to deal with the hunger, but the Eldas MP recently argued that the cost of living has significantly reduced because the dollar is down. But the dollar hasn't found a way to drop into the pockets of their residents for food and water. One of those senators from the region even claimed that the horrors of the drought persist because pastoralists do not pay zaka. Here's that clip.
Sisi kama wafugaji tuko na tatizo moja. Mtu hata akikuwa na ng'ombe 100 na mbuzi 100, huyo mtu hawezi kutoa zaka kwa hiyo wanyama.
Personally, I didn't know there was some prosperity claims of the gospel in the Muslim community. Also, what amount of zakah should 14-year-olds pay when they're supposed to be in school and they're currently digging wells, while others are completely exhausted from the search of water? How should they be getting, how much should they pay for them to be getting the share of the rain? So to all the leaders of the region, send your answer to this question to *9 #. And lastly, we have a tennis star whose light has been dimmed a bit because Angela Okutoi, who is a star champion, is currently fundraising for 10 million Kenyan shillings to go pro as a WTA player. Kenyan athletes taking up any sport less played are severely underfunded. We saw this from David Munywa, who played darts, and Alexandra Ndolo, who's a really good fencing champion, who have had to use their money or dish out a begging bowl to be able to compete. Even if the ministry can't put 2 and 2 together for Angela to get her sponsorship, at least they can put her in a position to be in rooms with people who can. Angela has 13 ITF doubles championship titles and 4 singles titles, and she has won all this just by faith and professional sight. It's no wonder even former winners are on sports Tinder, just kind of swiping right on new countries, willing to take them. Like Bridget Kosgei, who was a former Kenyan marathon world record holder, who switched her allegiance from Kenya to Turkey. So building a stadium worth 44 billion plus interest when athletes' welfare itself is barely hitting those second serves, so they have to walk around begging for assistance to advance their professional careers, means that the government's priorities are as clear as the visibility in Limuru in July. I hope this week is much better.
Yeah. I'm disappointed hearing that Angela Oktoi story because she comes from a humble background. And the president is so willing to, in big occasions, make these political statements to dish out money when systems don't work for people like Angela. Asante sana, Justine. That was a mix of funny but also very disappointing, like that Northeastern MP. Senator, was it? That was horrible. At you toy 2.5% of your wealth, and that's why that's happening. That's horrible. But briefly, Daktari and Derek. Derek, I'll start with you. You have had this journey that you've seen your life almost end, because I imagine chemotherapy is not that easy. What's the status of your health right now in 30 seconds?
I have a recurrence right now. But unfortunately, I was told the sort of treatment that I need right now, it's not available. It's not, easily available in the country. So they gave me the liberty to look for treatment elsewhere, which is also still expensive even abroad. So still navigating the ways, but right now I'm trying just to manage just check the blood count, immunity levels and stuff, and pain before I officially begin that treatment. Yeah, but it's not as brutal as the previous one, but it's going. So we hoping care will be, I'll get care before it gets to uncontrollable levels.
We hear we speak about things, and for you live those things.
Yeah.
It's not something that you're reading like me and asking questions.
No, chemotherapy is it's like a grenade. It messes up with your mental psyche, everything, finances, self-esteem. Because I started growing back my hair, I think last year. So you even don't want to see people, but you have to see them because they're there to maybe help you. So it's crazy. You go for chemo and you promise never to go back there again. You remember your life literally depends on it. So it's been a very, very tough journey, and I think I thank God I'm here today. Yeah,
Daktari, people like him live through these realities, and politicians out there shouting atop sunroofs, saying all these things. And how does that translate eventually to him getting the care that he deserves?
I think one of the tragedies of the current conversation on health is that it's a campaign tool, and so politicians will tell you whatever suits their chances of re-election, So, I can guarantee you, Derek's story would be very quickly dismissed. He will be called a fake patient. He has never seen a hospital. And if it turns out they can't discredit him that way, they will reach out to him and now make him the poster child of SHA. But how many Dereks are there in Kenya? So it is quite unfortunate that these tragedies are turned into sloganeering and campaign things instead of policies. What I would like to see really for patients like him is, even if we can just go back to the cover under NHIF, maybe we can't afford more, but under NHIF it was 600,000 per year per person. But if you had a spouse, guess what? You could dip into your spouse's limit. So that could potentially be 1.2 million shillings. I'm also just reading comments here from my friends who, I don't know where they are watching this, that they are like, no, SHA is better than NHIF. In fact, somebody has said on a scale of 1 to 10, I give it a 7. This is a guy I know very well. And the public seems to think that the misgiving hospitals have with the social health authority is all about payment and money. But this is not the truth. What we want Kenyans to know is that just next to him, because he is living the experience, the only other people who have as close as an experience to him is us, because we take care of them. So a lot of this has to do with our patients who are suffering, and we can see them suffer. So if they need to fix this and depoliticize it.
Asante sana, Doctor. That's a great place to end it. Depoliticize. And Derek, we wish you all the best here at The Big Picture.
Thank you.
And we're deeply appreciative of you sharing your story on our platform. Asante sana to you for watching this episode. It's been Tom and Justine, and this is The Big Picture. Our guests have been Dr. Brian and our cancer survivor, Derek. Thank you for watching. Big Picture returns next week. See you then.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard in the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
That is something to think about and to be concerned about. We should at least own the digital public infrastructure that is being developed for Africa.
Me still na go back to kwa ID venye tutapata tu. Hiyo ndo kenye tu na set tu my target on mona. Imeniinda mitu mingi mpaka hata kuna watu wamengi discriminate ati huyu jamaa na ID.
Nubians wanted to be returned back to Egypt. The British refused. So you see, we were left here at a limbo. Not Kenyan citizens and not British citizens, and we are not being taken back.
Digital public infrastructure rests on 3 core pillars: digital identity, digital payments, and ICT infrastructure. It enables equitable access to public and private services. Kenya's implementation of digital public infrastructure aligns with Africa Union's digital transformation strategy and Kenya National Digital Master Plan. Kenya's 4th President, Uhuru Kenyatta, on 31st December 2018, assented to the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Act No. 18 of 2018, amending the 1947 Registrations of Persons Act.
I am pleased to confirm to this House that the rollout of the unique personal identification number, Huduma number, is now fully on course.
The amendment established a National Integrated Identity Management System, NIMS, as a single source of truth. It built upon the progress made by the Integrated Population Registration System, IPRS, by getting information from the source, Kenyans. The rollout of Kenya's 3rd generation ID, Maisha number, is set to streamline government services and digitize personal data, addressing the challenges of fragmentation and compatibility. However, despite Kenya's promise of digital transformation and its commitment to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 16.9, providing legality for all by 2030, a troubling paradox persists. Kenya's DPI implementation faces major challenges, including poor public awareness and trust deficits, weak data privacy protection, and persistent urban-rural equity gaps. This documentary examines legal battles, human impact, and systemic flaws. It exposes how a system framed as a digital public good risks entrenching long-standing colonial injustices.
When Huduma number came, why we went to court is that we felt that our one and always grievances has always been the people who lack documents. A lot of people will be left behind. There will be no inclusivity.
Article 6 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that everybody has the right to a legal identity and personhood.
My name is Maka Yusuf. I'm a paralegal working with the Nubian Rights Forum. We assist the community members in application of citizenship documents. In this field of citizenship, we always say citizenship is the mother of all rights. It starts with a birth certificate, then to ID, to passport and all that. Without an ID, you will not get a birth certificate. Without a birth certificate, you will not go to school. Without an ID, you will not access healthcare. Like everything will be, you'll be like done.
I was born in Kibra. Tangu ni grow hadi hapa, nimelelewa huko tu ghetto. Nimereziwa na single mom kuanzia class 8. My dad passed nikiwa class 8. Unaona? Mimi kenye niliambiwa huko kwa office registration ID, lazima ikuwe family member mwenye ana carry that name yenye mimi na carry, unaona? Lazima kuweke that print. Na yeye pia kwa na ID, pia yeye wachukue details zake, waweke print ndio nikubaliwe iende through.
In Kenya, most people take their nationality for granted until they apply for an identity card and it is questioned. Quickly, they realize that ethnic identity is a better determinant of vetting than their place of residence. As in Aaron's case, he describes his first visit to the registration office and how he found out he was supposed to undergo vetting.
My dad was a Kenyan, alikuwa Mjaluo, but my mom alitoka Tanzania kuja huku, they met wakanipata. So mi juzi before hata Ruta kwa so nilienda kuchukua ID. Hiyo ni like 4 years ama 5 years ago hapo. Kwenda kuchukua nikaambiwa my dad anatoka Migori, place inaitwa Suba. Na watu wanatoka huko Suba ni nasikia ni border ya Kenya na Tanzania. Wakaniambia nitafanyiwa vetting.
He describes the vetting process as disruptive.
Now vetting ilikaa, nikaambiwa date. Sasa tangu hiyo date nimekuwa tu nikiambiwa napatiwa date, kuja napatiwa date. So at some time nakuwa tiresome, tena nachoka, tena narudi tena naanza tena.
After prolonged frustration,
leo nimesema hiyo maneno ya vetting iondolewe.
Hope emerged for Aaron.
Ndio vijana wote wa Kenya wapate vitambulisho.
Juzi ndo nimesikia vetting imetolewa. Nikijua vetting hakuna, ita go through this time. Kufika kule wakaniambia nao lazima kuwa na mwenye atakokea fingerprint wa familia.
The renewed hope was short-lived. Under Kenya's current constitution, citizenship by birth follows the principle of nationality law, where a person's citizenship is determined by their parents' nationality, unlike birthright citizenship, which grants citizenship by the virtue of where one is born. This may be automatic for anyone whose mother or father is Kenyan, even if the child is born outside the country. Aaron explains why in his case, his mother cannot be the one to do so.
Now the issue is my mom hajawahi pata ID. Amejaribu, ndio amekaa Kenya so many years. Hajawahi pata ID. My relative nikijaribu ku approach wanekea the fingerprint, ni kama wataki. Maybe kuna kitu inainda family issues. Sometimes inaniharibia hata mimi job, napatanga job, naenda naambiwa uko na ID, nikisema ID sina, naambiwa job imepita hivyo. Nikienda job nyingine naambiwa I must kuwa na ID. Job mingi sana nimeenda ID na niweka nje.
Chris Bomu, a legal researcher on digital economies and policy at the University of Nairobi, weighs in on Aaron's case, noting that his vetting stems from his father's origin in the Suba border, nestled along Kenya-Tanzania border.
One is that whole thing of how borders are very artificial, you know. We are here in Kajiado County, you know, less than 200 kilometers away from Tanzania. And before colonialists told us that this part is now called Kenya and this is now called Tanzania, there was a community and people used to interact.
The Nubian community has long endured vetting and discrimination, notably during the mass screening of Somalis under President Daniel Moi in the 1990s. Maka provides historical and legal context through a court battle that exposed systemic discrimination and risk of statelessness.
All these discrimination aspects was once highlighted by an elder called Ali, Mzee Ali. He's still alive. He went to court to petition the government, seeking redress as to why a Nubian child is subjected to challenges when acquiring documents.
In response, the Kenyan court asked community elders to produce 100,000 signatures for the petition to proceed. The troubling question that followed was,
where do you get 100,000 signatures from the people who don't even have IDs? For you to sign a petition, you must have an ID. It was impossible. And then he was advised to seek more redress at the Gambia. Yeah, that's where he filed another petition seeking the same. In 2008, the African Courts on the Rights of a Child, and judgment came in 2011, ruling that the Nubian children should not only Nubian children, no child should be subjected to discrimination. Every child has a right to a name, to a country, and all that.
She explains how Nubians ended up lumped together with ethnic Somalis in the 1990 vetting process.
The fact that we share the Islamic name, the Muslim name, the Arabic name, that's when they subject us to that in that security measures. They won't be able to determine if this Muhammad is Muhammad Nubian or Muhammad Somalian or Muhammad Arabian.
After President Ruto's order in February, stopping vetting in border regions, the process shifted to digital vetting from manual checks.
When we went digital, you had to have all the required documents. If you lack one, there was no way you could move forward. I think they realized that, and then they went manually. So now manual, the only thing that I can tell you about the manual vetting is that the sitting is not there. But every other document is subjected to scrutiny. Because you find that a Nubian child, their birth certificate has to be verified.
The Kenyan Constitution defines citizenship as an individual right, primarily through birth, Article 14, registration, Article 15, or naturalization, explicitly independent of ethnic identity. Kenyan leaders have a track record of granting citizenship to historically marginalized groups as ethnic groups rather than through legal reforms.
Members of the Shona community will now be able to access basic rights in the country after President Uhuru Kenyatta recognized and gave them citizenship.
We are according citizenship to 1,670 members of the Shona community.
Members of the Pemba community who can now rest easy after they were awarded citizenship, ending their long-standing push for recognition.
Wapemba hoye!
Kilichotufanya kufika mahali hapa ni kitambulisho. Kila jambo lazima uwe na kitambulisho.
Yangu ni kuomba radhi kwa sababu imechukua muda mrefu.
Ethnicity shapes voting patterns in Kenya, as seen in consistent ethnic block voting. This makes it advantageous for politicians to adopt group-based strategies to mobilize ethnic communities.
One problem I know they faced, which should concern every Kenyan, is that for the communities that got IDs, they got the document, the physical document, but then the document was not digitalized. So they could not use, for a while, they could not use their documents on eCitizen. Why I'm saying this should concern Kenyans, because it shows us that there is so much power in the digital, meaning that somebody can put in code that either activates or deactivates your ID and your access to services.
Well, local and presidential leaders back these communities without legal grounding, such support risks fading if they don't serve electoral benefits. Ethnic codes lack official status. It is not a guarantee for citizenship and resources. Maka notes the progress Nubians have had since their quest for citizenship started.
The Nubian Rights Forum started with the community, came up with a petition addressing challenges of documentation and recognition. After which the report was taken to Matiang'i, the then Interior Minister. And that's when we got the code 50. You know, each tribe in Kenya has a code. Each tribe in Kenya has a code. So Nubians were others.
On September 5th, 2019, Nubian Rights Forum, Kenyan Human Rights Commission, and Kenya National Commission on Human Rights filed a petition against Huduma Number implementation. Grace explains how the 1919 Kipande system has its effect felt more than a century later.
There are many reasons for the petition, and there were several petitioners, and I appeared as an expert for one of the petitioners. But basically, the thing is, because of our history as Kenya, you know, we started having identification documents from as far back as 1920 under the Native Registration Ordinance.
In 1920, Kenya's earliest registration of individuals primarily served the settler colonial states. The Kipande system operated as a colonial identity tool to control and monitor African men, enforcing labor and tax compliance. Civil society organizations and academic groups have proposed eliminating ethnicity from ID requirements to simplify access and reduce barriers for marginalized communities.
So they were very surprised to learn that instead of coming up with a new framework on IDs, the government had just decided to amend a colonial law called the Registration of Persons Act. It is a law that was made in 1947.
It's okay to go digital. We are not fighting the government, but we are saying, why doesn't the government just address this issue first? Let's all move together. Ensure that these people that don't have get the document and they're captured somewhere. And then we move together as a country instead of leaving other people behind.
Huduma Number, meaning service number in Swahili, started its mass registration on March 2019. NIM centralizes personal data by assigning unique identifiers to all citizens and foreigners, accessible by ministries, departments, agencies, and approved stakeholders.
What the government did in 2018, they simply amended the colonial era law by just inserting a new section saying, now we also have the National Integrated Identity Management System, or NIMS, which they were marketing as Huduma Number.
The NIMS Act was introduced in Parliament on 18th April 2018 in the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill. The Omnibus Bill contained multiple unrelated changes, creating barrier from public scrutiny.
The question was, what is this NIMS? Where did you buy it from, the system? How much data will it take about us? So, who even had access to the system? What would they do with the data? And, you know, they were trying to collect very granular data, like they wanted DNA data. And they were saying they wanted DNA data so that every child can know its father.
Despite these risks, Huduma Number mass registration captured approximately 38 million people compared to Kenya's estimated population of 47 million. Grace outlines the court's response to the NIMS case.
And so the court said, we cannot interfere with a government project because it's up to the executive to set out its agenda, but we have to protect human rights. So the court said, asked the government to make frameworks to ensure that rights are protected, to ensure that there is privacy. Some issues the court outrightly said no. For example, on collection of DNA, the court just said, we don't believe that we have the framework to collect such granular data, so that one, please, no. Also with GPS data, the court completely stopped that.
The government responded to court orders by providing the legal framework for NIMS database, Huduma Number. It gazetted Registrations of Persons Rules 2020 and the Data Protection Regulations 2020. These regulations were preferred to Huduma Bill since it required Parliament approval. 2 years later, on November 1st, 2023, President Ruto launched Maisha Number as Huduma Number's successor, pledging to correct the structural flaws that undermine the original Digital Identity Initiative.
By December, we will be able to launch Digital ID, where every Kenyan don't have to carry any paper, plastic or otherwise, as an ID, that they should be able to be identified digitally using their iris or their fingerprints.
The Maisha Number system integrates Maisha Number, Maisha Card, Digital ID, and the National Population Master Register to streamline online government requests and payments.
The government will embark on registration of Kenyans onto a digital platform similar to the Huduma number.
When someone is given that number at birth, that is the same number which will be their school identification number, it will be their university identification number, it will be their ID number when they turn 18, it will be their PIN number for KRA, it will be their number all through their lifetime. Until when they die, it becomes their death certificate number.
The third generation ID, Maisha Card, is made of durable polycarbonate material embedded with a microprocessor chip holding encrypted biometric data. The microchip expires after 10 years. Proof of identity is a basic requirement when accessing Kenya's digital public infrastructure. Unfortunately for Toma, who doesn't have a birth certificate and thus cannot access government services, her story shows digitization alone cannot fix unequal access to these foundational documents. We asked Toma about Maisha Number, and her response speaks exclusion.
Siwezi register juu sina birth certificate. Si Huduma Namba ulikuwa na register na birth certificate ama?
Her case highlights how strict ID documentation create barriers to social services. The lack of a birth certificate has blocked ID acquisition and now barring her son's education.
Venye nimegrow hivi, niko hivi mkubwa. At least nilikuwa nataka ID but nikifika pale ID wananiambia birth certificate na give up. Mimi naenda shughuli zangu na sawa hizo maneno. So sasa hivi unajua niko na mkidi. Kuna mkidi mwenye anaenda class 4. So sasa hivi nimechukulia iko serious juu anataka hizo vitu za shule nini na lazima ID yangu ikuwe. Nemisi yake imesimama sasa hivi juu mimi sina ID. Naona. So ana repeat. Ata repeat grade 3 mpaka siku nitapata ID. Hiyo mambo ya birth certificate ndio imeniletea shida yote. Juu huyu venye alinichukua akiniraise hakuwa anajua kama kuna venye nafaa nipate birth certificate. Juu pia mimi unaona niliachwa. Sasa hakujua hata nimezaliwa nini hivyo. Mimi nilienda tukuzaa nikapatiana ID ya baba. Ndio wakamjaza kama next of kin. Lakini hata hivyo si yuko na babake na sijui sasa pale nitapata huyo babake nimuitisha ID twende tuchukue birth. Na ukiendea hiyo birth lazima wanataka ID ya mama first.
Her ID application involved persistent rejections until politics happened at Kamukunji, enabling her to get a waiting card.
Usijui kama kuna mtu alikuwa anataka MP ama nini ndio alikuwa na nini umeona. So nilikuwa kwa hao watu.
Biometrics are highly sensitive data which Maisha Number is using as unique identifiers.
Biometrics is not like an ATM card. If somebody has a database of all these biometrics, if this database is breached, I can't go and say now I'm going to get new biometrics. Yeah. So biometrics are very, very sensitive, and the way NIMS or Huduma Namba was designed to centralize everything just makes it a honeypot for like cybercrime. So what happens is that if you measure me now, if you take a picture now and then you take a picture 7 seconds later, you use some mathematics of probability and compare the two pictures to see whether they are likely to belong to the same person. Why? Because I said my finger keeps growing, my eyes keep changing, like cells are ever reproducing. So you can't use biometrics alone because you're using probability. And so a big question even during the case was, how are you going to determine? And there's a big popular picture, a viral picture of the late President Kibaki trying to get his fingerprints identification on an IBC biometric reader. And, you know, the guy was even, you know, really pressing even his own face because the biometrics were not being read. The probability was not working.
Grace critiques government's modernization rationale, noting external pressures from Europe to drive Africa digital biometrics adoption.
There were some rationales around what the people who gave us money for this project were seeking, because digital ID is not only about internal issues or your Kenyanness, it also has an aspect of it's internationalized. How? Because with this biometric identity systems. And I think a good example is the biometric passport. Yeah, it can be read and your information can easily be shared even with other agencies, including international bodies. So, for example, if you think about Europe, where they're really worried about migration, and the US, this kind of systems, digital ID, allow them to even know people before people come to their borders.
Research shows foreign technology firms dominate Africa's biometric ecosystem, with 35 out of 54 countries on the continent using biometrics in their election processes. Companies such as Udemia provide the core technology, hardware and algorithms that underpin these systems.
Biometric readers we were having, the fingerprint readers were procured from Udemia, but then later the contract was given to another company. But these NGOs were concerned about the data. It is true the contract went away, but what happened to the data? Were they still keeping Kenyan data? What were they using for? Were they using it to train algorithms?
The National Assembly voted to block the company providing the technology, that is Udemia.
In Kenya's case, Udemia's involvement has left Kenyans with costly failed system and loss of sovereign data. Grace compares Kenya's Maisha number to India's Aadhaar. In 2018, the world's biggest database of 1.1 billion people was breached, and unrestricted access could be purchased for $7 to $8.
And again, comparing with India, where it was their own companies that were doing their own digital ID, as problematic as it was, at least in India there was proper skills and knowledge transfer. And it was local companies that were doing the work, which is not the case with Africa, where the different levels of, whether it's infrastructure, the algorithms, the software and hardware, it's all being done majorly by foreign companies. And that is something to think about and to be concerned about, because we should at least own the digital public infrastructure that is being developed for Africa.
Maisha number enrollment significantly impacts Kenyans, yet minimal details exist on its design, purpose, or risk to rights. For Huduma number, no official disclosure confirms data destruction, migration, or reuse, prompting privacy concerns amid fresh biometric enrollments. Article 35 of the Kenyan Constitution guarantees citizen access to information and officials to publish and publicize vital national matters. When Huduma number project stalled, the government had processed 11.2 million cards and spent $6 billion on the project.
Biometrics promise unique and efficient identification, but often demand escalating data layers to compensate for probabilistic matching flows.
Biometrics, which are supposed to make to make life easier by making it more unique, still requires to give more and more data, which raises even more privacy questions.
The interoperable unauthorized cross-sector data access of Maisha numbers design may enable banking staff to view health records for loan decisions, or doctors to pick at financials, breaching confidentiality. The centralization of Kenyans' data, giving the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration the allowance to dictate rules and guidance on ID processes, could lead to new justifications known as function creep, exposing citizens to surveillance and identity theft.
Ukienda hata kununua kitu kwa supermarket ama wapi, unaulizwa wapi ID ama benki, unatoa tu ile code yake. Inaonyesha tu hivi, inaonyesha ni wewe, tunaonyesha sura yako, inatokea. Si lazima ubebane na ID ile physically. Unatoa simu yako, unaonyesha ID yako kwa simu yako.
Kama sisi hatuna, imeinda many progress yetu, umeona. Kuanzia tu kwa vitu mingi tu, kuanzia voting, job, healthcare. Sometimes unaangalia uache vitu venye ziko, na sometimes you give up, but ku give up mimi ndo inaniumiza. Siumizi mtu mwingine, ni mimi tu.
The thing about IDs, they are intergenerational, because your ID is also tied to your parents' ID. It is your parents who sponsor you to get an ID. If your parents do not have an ID, it means you don't get an ID, and then over time, there's a generation of people who just lack identity documents.
Recognition under Kenya's immigration and citizenship laws demand costly lawyers. For Aaron's case, this turns affidavits and evidence into financial barriers.
For example, the case you were talking about, where somebody's father passed away and the mother is not a Kenyan citizen, surely it should be as easy as the person swearing that this is what they know to be the truth. And you know, there are laws that criminalize lying under oath. So you take an oath, swear an affidavit as to what is true, provide all the documents you have to support your case, and the government should be able to resolve your issue and give you an ID, as opposed to taking you round and round and always, because it also has a psychological effect, always making you doubt whether you actually belong to this country, also delaying your useful in society, because you can't get useful employment, you can't go to university or even to college without an ID.
Maka shares her plea addressing the government on implementation of digital public infrastructure.
Number one will be for the government to handle the current challenges that we have of the same people who don't have documents before moving digital. And then number two, I would urge the government now to sensitize the community members by having an impactful public participation whereby communities understands why they need this digital ID.
Haki na Sheria secured a court victory in January 2025 regarding issues to do with citizenship and recognition.
Haki na Sheria has been pushing the government to ensure this situation is resolved, that these individuals who are registered when they are minors be taken out of this the refugee database once they are able to prove their true nationality as Kenyans.
Maisha Namba implementation has been petitioned in court by Haki na Sheria, challenging the constitutionality of the digital ID system. With the case set for hearing on March 17 to 19, 2026, and Kenyans having not recovered billions lost to Huduma Namba, and now implementation of Maisha Namba, we ask Grace her recommendations to solving this recognition and documentation
okay.
issue.
So we're going back to the basics where it is the role of the government to give identity documentation, and that means that where there are problems, or because the government knows that there are a lot of people who do not have identity documentation, it shouldn't be making it a burden of those people to prove themselves, or it should be the other way around.
Kenya's 2010 constitution lacks specific provisions for stateless persons, relying instead on general rights to nationality and equality under Articles 12 to 18.
This isn't just their story. The 2010 constitution whispers equality, the model governance framework demands inclusion, yet for Toma, Aaron, and thousands like them, rigid biometrics build walls and not bridges. As Maisha Namba rolls out, will it finally etch their names to the nation's heart, or will it leave their dreams dead on arrival?
Good evening and welcome to this episode of The Big Picture, Big Conversations. My name is Tom Mukhwana. I'm your lead co-host for the evening. Week in, week out, I do this with my co-host, Justine Wanda.
Hey everyone.
Justine is a comedian, she's a satirist, she's a human rights activist, and she's also an award-winning writer. Next to Justine is one of us, and by one of us, I mean one of the reporters here at Africa Uncensored, Felix Mudoka. Felix is a fact-checker, he's also an investigative reporter. He's on this episode of The Big Picture for a reason. He produced a documentary called Lost in the System. That documentary is fresh out. If you haven't watched it, we're about to run the trailer, but briefly, I can explain what it's about. It's about a system which excluded many Kenyans. Millions of Kenyans still don't have identification cards. And your ID, the document that you walk around with so casually, could mean life or death, or a future that is stagnant, or a future that moves forward. For many Kenyans, it's a future that's stagnant, and their stories are not told enough. And so Felix went to tell that story. Here's the trailer to Lost in the System.
We always say citizenship is the mother of all rights.
Kila jambo lazima uwe na kitambulisho.
Felix?
It starts with a birth certificate, to ID, to passport and all that.
Niko na 25. Kienda pale unataka 18 years. Na una birth certificate, unaongeza shida tupu.
That we are not Kenyans, we don't have a right to own lands.
Kwanzia voting, job, kama sisi hatuna, imeinda many progress here tumeona.
We will be able to launch digital ID.
On registration of Kenyans onto a digital platform.
It's okay to go digital. We are not fighting the government.
Why I'm saying this should concern Kenyans because who even had access to the system? What would they do? There is so much power in the digital.
Lost in the System, available for you to watch at any time on YouTube on our page. And aside from Felix today, we have another guest. Her name is Aurelia Miheso. Aurelia is the Technology and Human Rights Officer at Amnesty International Kenya. Amnesty are particularly important for this conversation because they are a point of research for Felix's production that I've just spoken about. They produced a report called Ready or Not, and it's a citizen's perspective on Maisha Number. Maisha Number features heavily in that documentary, as you'll notice if you watch it. Aurelia, asante sana for making time. We're really glad to have you here. Felix, to start with you, what's Lost in the System about?
Lost in the System is about the government rationale in digitizing Kenyans' data and to supplement government services. So the government wants to give equitable access services to everyone. So its rationale, it's if we go digital, we are passing some barriers that would have been there. So we want access to public and private people. But in the documentary, you'll find that there are some people who are excluded to those services due to the nature of where maybe they come from, that is from border communities, marginalized communities. Some of them, their family, maybe one of your parents is not a nationality from here, but one is from here, and you are born in the middle. So Lost in the System looks into their stories and how the digital public good could be framed. The digital could be framed as a public good, but sometimes it could also have some underlying effects just below. So we're looking into the effects that those people are facing that the digitization does not curb.
Yeah.
So we must be able to jump that before we go to digitization.
Yeah, we'll get to the people that you interviewed who have deeply troubling stories. Aurelia, what does digitization of an identification system mean, or digitization in general?
So it's basically transforming the physical ID, the current physical ID that we have, into a digital copy of the physical ID. So just the same way you have a physical ID with all our personal information, now having a soft copy of such on the online, on any online platform. So that's basically the whole understanding behind a digital ID.
Yeah. And so what does that look like? Does it mean I just give you my face, you scan it, and every detail, every history of myself pops up, or what does that look like?
So I will use the Kenyan context of digital ID, and I'll start by giving a history of how our national ID system have transformed since the colonial period. So during the colonial period, we started with the Kipande system, and then that was improved to a Kitambulisho system. And then after the Kitambulisho system we had the second generation ID, which was, of course, after several improvements, is what we are currently using, our national ID. So now in 2018 is when the government wanted to roll out what was the common Huduma number, the Huduma number project. And this project basically was digitizing our identity system in terms of integrating all our identity system in one system. So during that process, when it was launched by the former president, and there were various complaints about how the information was being collected and how it was being processed and how even secure that information was. So we had the Nubians Rights Forum together versus the AG case, which went to the courts. And now after what is it called? After the hearing of the case, the process was actually termed as unconstitutional, specifically because there was no sufficient public participation in terms of collecting the information, and also there was no comprehensive data protection framework in place to ensure that the information that was being collected was done in a lawful manner. So that's the whole reason why the Huduma number project was termed unlawful and unconstitutional.
But now we have Maisha number.
Yes.
What's the difference?
So now that was so the case was like the judgment was passed in 2019. Now in 2019, we had a Data Protection Act, which was at that moment was a draft in the parliament. So now that the Huduma number project was quote unquote tupiliwa mbali because of lack of a comprehensive data protection framework and the public participation bit. So the draft that was in parliament was actually made law. So now we have a Data Protection Act, which is now in place, that is solving problem number 1 of Huduma number. So now the government again tried to roll out the Maisha number, the Maisha number project. So the Maisha number project in itself is a project that has 4 components. So we have the Maisha number, which Maisha number is the number that babies are allocated, same as you have the birth certificate number. So we have the unique personal identifier, which is the Maisha number. So when a kid is born and has this Maisha number allocated to them, then they are able to move through the system with the same number. So that's the number they'll use for registration for school. That's the same number they'll use when they are trying to get their national ID until NSSF, NHIF, KRA.
Does that make it easier in any way?
In terms, ideally, yes.
Yeah.
But practically, there's a gap.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's the...
Just to put a little span in the works, because you've said that we have the Data Protection Act in place, right?
Yes.
I just have a little bit of a pushback on how that framework is supposed to protect someone, especially because all this data, we're presuming that it's well stored, well taken care of, because we have the Data Protection Act in place. But do you find this kind of like hyper-surveilled storage as a safety issue, or is it we should just trust the system as it is? I'm asking this because I don't think we'll have an opportunity to delve into it in this episode, but I'm curious about if the data protection works as it's intended.
So, as any other legal framework, there is the intention of the legal framework, and then now we come to the practice of the legal framework. So, in a nutshell, the Data Protection Act actually is in place to specifically protect our information when it comes to the collection, to the use, to the storage, and even to the deletion, the whole processing activity of any personal information. Now, in relation to what system is in place and whether that data in that system is actually safe or not safe, it's you can't really say whether it's safe or not. You get, specifically because you have to look at things like the technology infrastructure around the system, who are the owners of the system, who are actually in charge of the system. Because now, when you're looking at a good digital ID technology system, is that is supposed to ensure that there's a right to privacy to the citizens. The technology system itself is actually owned by the state. Yeah. Now that begs the question of whether, because our current National Integrated Information System is eCitizen. Yes. And that is the one that Maisha number should is to be integrated, the all components of the Maisha number. So how much control does the government have over our eCitizen? That's the question. Yeah, so there are other questions that are now linked to us. The framework is available, but whether the framework is sufficient enough is a gap. Yeah.
Felix, when you're conducting field work for this story, you met some people.
Yes.
Some of them are featured in the documentary.
Yes.
What were their stories?
So mainly we had like two characters. One was called Toma. Toma had an issue with a birth certificate. So when she was young, she was a baby, she was abandoned by her biological parents. So a relative took her to be able to raise her up. But now the problem is, as Toma grew up and was not able also to access education like the rest of people. Since you require KCP and KCSE, you need a birth certificate to be able to register for those exams. So she was not able to get that education. So her son's, what is even troubling is her son's education. So he's in from class 3, sorry. So her class 3 son is supposed to go to class 4. But NEMIS requires you to have a birth certificate so that you can register. But since he doesn't have a birth certificate, Thomas says that the son is begged to repeat until she gets the birth certificate. And then also Thomas speaks about the discrimination that she's also facing even from the family that raised her, since she's not like valuable at the moment, if that's a word. She's not bringing input into the family. They see they are trying to discriminate her and push her away. The second character was called Aaron. Aaron was born, Aaron's had a parent who, one of them was from the Kenyan nationality, another one from Tanzania. The dad was a Luo from Suba. So Suba is at the border of Kenya and Tanzania. So that is why when Aaron went for the ID, he was told he's from a border community, he's supposed to go to Suba for vetting. But according to Aaron, he's been in Kibra for almost 40 years. The relatives have been there, he's been living there. He even has his school documents showing that he studied in Kibra, not even in Suba. But they're still sending him for vetting in Suba. So that has been still today. Aaron has not been able to get his ID. His brother and his sister are almost finishing. So he was hoping that maybe if he got the ID, he can sponsor the rest of the parents. So the problem is the mother is Tanzanian. The law says that either parent can be Kenyan given by either parent. But the problem is the dad passed away. So the dad is not there to put the fingerprint for the son.
So he's locked out of the system for that.
Forever now. Aaron will now face the consequences of
what consequences?
Of their data not getting digitized, which is not getting education, jobs, healthcare. He cannot register like for SHA. You cannot register for government services. Even you need eCitizen for people to log in. You need an ID. It tells you scan. Yeah. So I think that those are some of the things that we also met. One of the person, Marka, told us that there was a dad who had a biometric issue. So the dad was a plumber. So the dad was not able, the biometrics were not matching. That was also something that came up. The technology, sometimes it does the good, but it excludes people whose fingerprints are not matching.
Wait, so if like you work certain types of jobs and your fingerprints can't be recognized, the system is like, you're not a person.
Yes, you're not. Yes. It's like proof of identity is so paramount than identity. Proving that that you identify is so important than you you being
your actual identity.
See, but you're here. Like, why is that? They don't have like a various forms of biometrics that qualify, or is it just like the fingerprint that's the primary source?
So most of the time, fingerprint are the primary source since they have unique prints. But the fingerprint, also the technology uses something called a deduplication algorithm. So algorithm matches. For example, in the documentary, you'll get Grace was explaining that your finger cells, your cells grow. So once you take your fingerprint, like right now at t-0 second, and then take t-7 seconds after 7 seconds, the algorithm is going to use the match from this to this and match if the closeness is there. So the technology experts will argue that it's a must match 75%, must match 90% regarding on the probability which will match. And regarding how it will match is how it will prove that it is you who's using the system.
Yeah.
So if your fingerprint gets worn out or something happens, you're not able to access the system.
So everyone stay away from any fire right now. It's going to mismatch. That's terrifying.
It's crazy in a country that has a lot of informal jobs as that the means of earning an income. Aurelia, how often is it that when you were researching for this report, ready or not, you met people like Toma and Aaron?
So when we were doing the research, we did in 9 counties, and we were doing the research based on we had 3 hypotheses, and one of that is that we are testing the level of readiness for the citizen for the Maisha number rollout, and also how they perceive the whole process and how ready they were for that process. So when we were doing the research and sampling out our participants, so the participants for our focus group discussions were from all backgrounds. So we had women and women who were in terms of religion, women who are stay at home, women who are quote unquote in some sort of employment. We looked at men, we looked at youth, and our goal was basically to have like as wide perception as possible. So, and on addition to that, we interviewed specific communities that are not currently identified, or they're not identified as a main tribe in Kenya. So we did interviews for a community in Kwale, such as the Makonde community. We did interviews for the Nubians he mentioned, the ones that stay in Kibra. So we wanted to actually get the raw feel or experience of the national ID and the Maisha number, and how that will transition into the Maisha number project. And as Felix said, it is so unreal when you are in a city and you grew up and you have both your parents, and getting an ID was as smooth as possible. So all you could do is walk to your chief or assistant chief, fill out the forms, and get that ID within, say, a month. Or even if there are delays, it's actually the system delays, but you'll eventually get your ID. And then there are communities that even before you reach the phase where you're actually populating the form, you actually do proper vetting. And as he mentioned, for example, the border communities apply like in Turkana, in Suba, he mentioned. So you find that when you're starting the initial step of doing the application is that you look to the chief. The chief might even say, I don't know you, based on how familiar your family was, or I know you. Now, based on the perception of the chief,
you can get it or not.
We had the first initial step. That's when they'll decide whether you're bringing your immediate parents, or we've even had cases where someone had to bring their great parents. Yeah. So you find that once you do all that and come up with bring their documents, that's their birth certificate and their national IDs, then now you can proceed to the next stage, which the next stage is filling out the form and meeting a vetting panel. Now, going back, we've just mentioned the case of Toma, where she was like abandoned.
Yeah.
So she didn't have the ID, and of course she couldn't trust the parents. Now you are in a scenario where you have your parents and your great parents, and all of them don't have IDs. So that definitely means you cannot fill out the forms based on the details that are required.
Yeah.
Or your parents have their IDs, but the IDs are not sufficient to prove that to fill out the form, so they need to bring their parents' IDs. And for sure, years back, most of our grandparents didn't even know the year they were born. So most assured is they even didn't have those IDs. So that means as an 18-year-old born in right now in 2022 or 3, meaning I can't get an ID because my parents, yes, they do have their IDs, but their parents don't have IDs.
Oh, really? It's 63 years since independence.
Yeah.
There isn't a solution to that problem yet.
So far there's no solution, and the best solution that has been offered is scrapping the vetting, so that these people no longer required to face the vetting panel.
Vetting panel.
Yeah. But there's no tangible solution so far. And that means the historical injustices that were happening 50 years before, 30, 20, it's the same injustices that will happen even to a kid that will be born in 2030, for instance.
How successful is vetting as like a guardrail?
And just to give context, I come from a border community.
Yeah.
I had to go through a vetting panel, but I was very lucky because one of my relatives worked within the vicinity. So it was mostly like I can show proof of a person who knows me and all these things.
Yeah.
So just, I don't know if he wasn't there, I don't know if I would have been able to get my ID, or I would have become one of those stateless people also, which is ironic because my siblings had IDs. So I am also very curious about what Tom just asked, like how effective is people who actually are probably not as familiar with you, making sure that you have an ID, or like understanding, oh, this is a person, we can account for them. And are there any consequences also that goes back to the panel in case your statelessness can't be proved, can't be disproved, like you are actually a citizen, you stayed here. What happens if the panel is not wrong, but doesn't understand the extent of what you're struggling with?
Yeah. So first of all, as I mentioned, there's the perception thing. So you said you got it because a relative was employed, and so they had an idea who you are or your family ties. Now imagine for someone, because most of these vettings happen within the districts, like the district commissioner's office or the ACC and DCC offices. Now, usually those offices are situated within the towns. Yeah, take for instance Turkana County. So those offices will be situated in Lodwar town. Yeah. And then now imagine someone coming to Lodwar town from Lokichogyo or Loima, the far-flung areas. So definitely the members of the panel don't know this person, and most likely they don't know their parents. So already that means there is a bias based on the fact that I do not know you, and so I cannot either give it a yes or a no. So from the research, we found out that some of the individuals seeking the services actually had to go to an extent of paying for the vetting panel approval. So you've traveled all the way from whichever sub-county that you are, you've used your cash to come for that panel session, then you have to pay, actually not to pay, actually to bribe for you to get a pass. Now there's that. And also the panels don't sit so often. Yeah.
How often are they, like if there's a
There's no routine. There's no routine. There's no law that requires them to sit monthly or bi-monthly. So if you had a session, say this month, and then they decide there's no sitting next month or the following month, that means you're gonna stay without the ID for 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
And that means that is just the process.
Yeah.
Now there's a process of you getting vetted. After vetting, whether you pass or you fail, that's when you proceed now to filling out the forms and your biometrics being collected. So there's all that with regards to access to even the registration offices. And then now there's the bribing to get the service in itself. And then there is just the inconsistency of the officers actually sitting more often.
Yeah. And so before we went on with this episode to record all of us, we asked our audience, 2.3 million Kenyan adults currently have no IDs. Which of these, by these I meant services, due to lack of identity cards, sounds like a nightmare to you? And a majority of those people, 36% of them, say no voting is a problem. But also just underneath that is no job opportunities. Felix, Toma, and I remember particularly Aaron saying that he gets accepted to jobs, but because of the mere fact that he doesn't have that ID, they tell him they can't employ him. And what's life like for him because of that?
So life for him, even paying to the composition of vetting, he underwent vetting. So he has gone through the panel. He's been told come for this day. He's come for that day. That day the panel is not sitting. And also the Nubians, as I was researching for the documentary, they were telling me that vetting usually happens on Tuesdays and Thursdays and happens from 9 to 12. Just that. So the rest of the days, you can say normal Kenyan or ordinary Kenyans are allowed to apply ID at any time. But Nubians specifically, from 9 to 12 on Tuesday and 9 to 12 on Thursday.
Nubians specifically?
Yes.
Why is that?
They were vetted because Nubians are a special group since they are from Kibra, which Kibra is not a border community. Kibra is just some few
in the middle of Nairobi,
minutes away from the CBD, but they experience that because of their Arabic name. So they undergo the ethnic Somalis the way it is hard for maybe the person who's at the register to know this is a Mohammed Somali, a Mohammed Nubian, or a Mohammed Mohammed maybe Arabic or something. So they have to undergo through the same process. So for them, they had to undergo through two vetting. So the elders vetting is when the people who know you, elders wa kijiji, they just put a finger for you and they say, okay, we okay you. Then after that, you go to the national vetting. And for Aaron, he's really said from his experience that he's passed through a lot, to say the least. In the docu, also the day that we went to shoot, he was gracious enough. He was at work. He was working at a site in Jengo is a good way to put it into perspective. So he was working at a construction site, and he was gracious enough to give us an interview and continue working at the same place. He also has a shop he's opened, and he's selling charcoal and sweets. So he wakes up in the morning, find charcoal and try to distribute to the hotels before they wake up. But the reason why it has costed, lacking an ID has costed him a lot is because he cannot apply for the formal jobs. Most of the formal jobs require you to have an ID.
KRP,
NSSF, NHIF. Now you go. It's like an entry point is the ID. Then the ID opens a lot for him. And now since he's with his mother, and then he's looking at his siblings who are behind him, and they're like, these people don't know what's ahead for them. They are going to suffer
the same thing.
The same thing I am suffering here. Yeah. He's even saying that there are sometimes they get these jobs called government jobs called kazi mtaani. They come, they're asked, can you bring an ID? And since he cannot just bring an ID, they all know him. He's been living there. Some of them, even his friends are taken to the same job, but he's excluded just because he doesn't have an ID.
Not because he's not Kenyan, he hasn't lived in Kenya, was born here, but because of those small issues.
And also, the border issue is such a thing that you can talk about, since the Anglo-German agreement is what drew these border regions that we have right now. So before 1890s, even the 1900s, people used to live like we're all Africans, we live in one pot.
Borderless.
Then someone came, drew and then suddenly you were told these people and these people. So if I was living here and my family, I had an auntie on this side and an uncle on this side, how you defining us even? So even the way you define even border communities in the border regions is also something that should be specified, how you get to the border regions, how you get to the regions and everything. So yes. And also maybe towards something that has been put as a solution to the issue of getting IDs. Some societies have put forward that we do away with ethnicity as a requirement for getting an ID.
That's a problematic discourse.
Yes.
Felix, that's a problematic discourse. And we'll get to the solutions later in this conversation. Justine, you?
I think one of the things that I'm curious about, just to hear from both Aurelia and from Felix, is that has the digitization process just digitized the colonial kipande? Because if we look at historically people who've been marginalized, even there's a time when women were not like counted as people. So it's like you have to walk around with your husband, or you're not like counted, or like your male relatives really accounted for you to be a human being, like you existed as an extension of another person. So has the government, or is the government just digitizing the kipande system, like extrapolating that and causing even more chaos in people's lives? I think Aurelia, you go first.
So one, I think I'll start by what's a good digital ID, like the ideal digital ID would look like. And number one is an ID, a digital ID that is based on the legal framework. Yeah. So the Kenyan Constitution says every individual has a right to legal identification. It doesn't say people born in cities or people born
border communities.
Border communities do not have a right to legal identification. It says every Kenyan has a right to legal identification. So that has to be replicated when adopting a digital ID. Okay. Now there's the second principle where the digital ID system respects the national values for this particular country. Now the same. Does our maisha number or our digital ID respect the national values of this country? Does it respect the cultural value? Does it appreciate or accommodate the cultural values of this country? So those are some of the things that when adopting a good digital ID, that we have a legal foundation for all this. So now, speaking to what you said, is we are trying to cure a problem, not even cure. We are trying to create a solution, but not addressing the problem. So one of the problems that has been consistent is the exclusion of these vulnerable or the marginalized communities from the legal identification. And that's why all through these communities have been fighting for them being recognized as a community in Kenya. So, and I'll use an example of the Makonde community. So when the president visited the Makonde community, and actually as one of the main issue has been the legal identity, because apart from living within the community, they can't access government services. They can't go to the hospitals. They are basically, you're living, but you're not living. You're surviving, you know. So when the president visited the area, and the people that attended that forum registered during that particular forum. So the people that registered are actually the ones that got their IDs. So if you were there that day, you got your ID. But if you're not there, you have no ID. And your kid can't have an ID. You get? So just moving the same into a digital ID, because looking at how the digital ID system is deployed, is actually following the same parameters that were applied with the physical ID. For example, if I am born today and my father has an ID, then the process is smooth.
Mhm.
But if I am born and say I lost my father, so I can't access their ID, I can't locate my mother, I'm not able to get my ID. Yeah. Now look at how the system is being rolled out. The parameters are still the same. So meaning we've not addressed the historical injustices of the marginalized communities, even with the rollout of the digital ID. So I would agree with you. We are just duplicating whatever existed without actually. It's like we are proposing a solution to a problem that we do not know or to a problem that we do not want to cure.
Yeah, I think best to describe it as number 2, problem that we do not want to cure. Because if you're a country that has existed for 63 years, you know where the problem is.
Exactly. And you find that these communities are actually looking at their history and how they got into Kenya. And having lived all that in these communities, they're usually getting an ID by naturalization. So they meet that criteria, even if also now the kids that actually born in Kenya, they're actually Kenyans by birth. Yeah. So now looking at it and how the digital ID system is being rolled out, then definitely we are duplicating without addressing.
The core issue.
So it's just problems with extra steps.
Yeah.
Can we add
actually an expensive problem?
Yeah.
Even the way the NIMS was introduced, the NIMS Act was introduced by amending the 1947 Registrations Act.
What is NIMS kwanza tuanze?
NIMS was the National Integrated Identity Management System.
Mhm.
That is maybe the anchor of Huduma number, and that is maybe the anchor of Maisha number right now. That is the anchor of what is, if maybe you have another president who brings another number, he'll have he'll anchor on the same NIMS.
Yeah.
So NIMS is the anchor of the system. So the way the system was introduced, it was introduced by introducing an Act 9A Act to introduce the digital ID component by just amending the 1947 Registrations Act, rather than writing a whole new system. Now that we got independence and we can govern ourselves.
So you basically had the word digital.
They just added digital on top of it, and then they went away with it.
It's a new system.
Yes.
Okay. So we asked. So the government has been on a drive targeting over 1.5 million new IDs to specific counties right before the 2027 election. And so we asked our audience: is this a step towards equality or a strategic voter preparation move? And 87.5% of them said it's an election strategy. Does that reflect the reality? Both of you will answer the question, but first, Aurelia, is it really an election drive? Is it a political choice? Because the president had this problematic conversation when he went to northeastern Kenya at some point last year, and he's been going on this drive saying that tape an ID. But is there a goodwill, or is it all politics?
Okay. So disclaimer, this is a personal opinion.
Yeah,
this is a personal opinion, but I would look at the timing, number one. So it was not a priority area when you started this
in
2022, 2023. So it was not a priority area. And if you remember, even then, getting a passport used to take like the whole year to get. So I would ask myself, why is it a priority now? Okay, that's number one. So the timing, and number two, the areas of target. I haven't had such a conversation within Nairobi or within Nakuru. It's been Mombasa, na huko ndani, Turkana, Northeastern, the regions where the problem has been there, but it has not been addressed. But then you're looking at it from a political angle, is that these regions they do not have like a strong alignment to any coalition at the moment. So what can you do to ensure that you get the numbers from these people? Give them an ID. And given that an ID has been problematic getting, so it means they're like indirectly bribing them, because it's like you are hungry and then someone tells you, let me give you food and then
I'm your savior.
exactly. So definitely, if you give me food and I was dying after a whole week work of food, I will definitely adore you. Yeah. So it is the same approach I will use when looking at it, specifically because the issue has been there. People have been going on without IDs for like 6 months, 1 year, and with frequent visits to the Huduma centers. So how come right now, when you are less, are we less than a year? No. Yeah. But you are in the campaign mode. Yes, yes. You are very active. So meaning you're doing this so that you can lure them in terms of facilitating a need for them.
But I'm looking at it as that person, and as you said, it looks like the savior is there, but politicians have been promising this for years.
Yeah.
And it's finally being done so close to an election, and you've described it perfectly. But what are the dangers?
Let me just add like a practical example that we got to encounter in Turkana. And it's the same tactic that has been used by politicians. So a politician will come to your household and collect your names, including kids as young as 3 years, 4 years. And when they collect your names, is they go and actually produce IDs for you, including that 3 years. Yes.
So you don't need to...
Yeah, you don't need to go anywhere.
A 3-year-old with an ID?
Yes.
What does that say about this?
So you go, the IDs are printed, unaletewa.
That's something you...
Bro,
Yes,
that 3-year-old can get a job.
That is a lived experience in Turkana. So they come with these IDs. But then what happens is when now it's time for voting, those IDs get collected and they actually participate as voters.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like umetumika tu.
Yeah.
Because now tell me why a 3-year, 4-year-old requires an ID. And then now what they do is they even don't use your actual names when producing those IDs. They give you names. So now for this person who's 3 years, they have an ID allocated to them, but it's not in their names. So now when they get to 18 years, they'll definitely have an issue getting an ID.
Getting an ID because they're already in the system on a different...
Yes. Now, linking that, the experience in Turkana to what exactly is happening currently, then you see like there's a huge
question marks.
Question marks. And that actually tells us something about our whole ID system.
ID system.
Yeah.
Right. We'll wrap that conversation up there. We'll get to... So we usually have 2 segments, Aurelia. The first segment is Serikali wants to hear from you. And this is where we tell you what you can get involved in the coming days. And for today, we have 2 specific things that are happening in the country. First of all, Thika municipality or Thika town, whatever you want to call it. Most of you are watching, maybe you obviously know where Thika is. I don't know why I'm even describing it. Thika is about to be a city. And this is because the Senate has received a proposal to make Thika the 6th city in the country after Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, and Nakuru. And then in 2024, the last town to be made a city was Eldoret, the president's hometown. Now, there's a process to making a town a city in the country. You don't just wake up and name a town a city. First, there's a board of municipality which makes a resolution and applies to the county executive committee. So now it's gone to the county level. And then the county executive committee considers that, and it either accepts or turns it down, but then it also ends up in the county assembly. So the county assembly then approves the recommendation for the conferment of city status, in this case Thika. So it was approved by the county assembly, it was passed, and then the clerk of the county assembly transmits the same resolution to the Senate. Now this is the National Assembly for consideration. No, the Parliament, I mean. So the Senate then looks at it, the senators debate it, and they let you participate in it. So I don't know if you don't want Thika to be the 6th city in the country. Interesting to hear why you wouldn't want that, but it's up for your proposals. So you can send. There will be a public hearing on this matter on Friday 6, 2026 at Thika Municipal Chambers. Those are probably the best people to speak about this in Thika town, and members of the public are invited to participate. Aside from that, you can send your opinions and you'll email them to the clerk of Senate, because this is a thing that is being handled in the Senate, through email at senate.devolution@parliament.go.ke and clerk.senate@parliament.go.ke for your submissions to be had. And the deadline for that is March 9th, Monday, 2026, 5 p.m. Do you want Thika to be a city? Do you not want it to be a city? Send your opinions. I'm sure they'll have fun reading those. And aside from that, we have the Public Management Amendment Bill 2025. Now, this one is a tricky one because just recently, Nairobi Governor and the President of the country, William Ruto, signed an agreement that gives Nairobi a huge budgetary allocation way above other counties to streamline a lot of services that will pour back into your life. But this specific bill is related to it in a different way. It does not directly affect that because that's a government to county government deal. This particularly affects one budget item, which is the an item that's called conditional grants. Every year, the county government, you'll correct me if I'm wrong because you're CPA. Aurelia, every year counties come up with budgets, and part of that budget, a lot of that budget actually comes from the national government through the county allocation fund. So part of that is conditional grants, where their public entity, in this case, a county government or the national government, manages the risk of non-performance by attaching significant conditions to the ongoing payment of funds. So in this case, it's Nairobi government, for instance, receiving 1 billion from the government, and the grant is then released in tranches. So it's released in phase 1, phase 2, depending on the performance of the implementation of those projects. I'm just laying ground for this new amendment because this amendment expunges or repeals like 5 sections of an existing act, the Public Finance Management Act. Now, the implications could be huge because conditional grants run in billions. Some of these repeals are affecting measures like guardrails that are put in place for county governments to ensure that they're using these funds for the right things. So for instance, if Section 191A of the Public Finance Management Act, which touches on conditional allocations, is expunged, it means that without formal intergovernmental agreements that are signed, it weakens enforceability conditions. So basically, your county government will then have access to funds and they won't have to account for them. And then weakened Senate oversight. A lot of these funds, as the Act stands, they have to be set and approved by the Senate and also the County Executive Committee. What this bill would do is it would remove that. So there's almost zero oversight on how the conditional grants will be used. Loss of guaranteed public participation. Section 191B of this Act has you participating as a part of this entire process of the grant implementation. If this passes, it means that you will not have a voice in how your county spends these amounts. And this is just some of the implications of the passing of this bill. That's why you should read it, go and have a look at it, and submit your opinions to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. And you have until March 9th, Monday, at 5 p.m. again to submit your opinions. These might seem like small things, but these are the small things that take and chip away at your financial freedom and access to services like healthcare, good roads, and good drainage systems, because it's raining in Nairobi. You don't want that to happen at a bad time. Submit your opinions. These are 2 things that you should care about, and let's hear from whatever the government has for you next week when Serikali wants to hear from you again. And now Justine will explain everything badly.
First of all, let me just say, Thika, if you're looking into becoming a city, check what happened to Eldoret's water bills and electricity bills, and then make your decision. In our one. So this last week there was a 2-day robberies because the presidential visit in Lakisama turned unlucky for multiple residents as some of the boda riders robbed them and beat people up.
Now, two suspected criminals were lynched by an angry mob on Wednesday in Nairobi after groups of riders allegedly went on a robbery spree targeting pedestrians, including police officers. The incident occurred shortly after a group of riders left an event presided over by President William Ruto in Eastlands, Nairobi. Police say several suspects have been arrested and investigations are underway, calling on victims to record statements at their nearest police stations.
Nairobi should just start workshopping its new name, which I'm saying is Gang Zoo, because from all the amounts of goons and guns currently showing up and thriving in different neighborhoods.
Groups of boda riders descended on pedestrians across multiple locations, from Thika Road to Westlands, Chiromo, Kileleshwa and Kilimani, robbing unsuspecting members of the public.
So people across this country are fighting for their lives, dignity and passes due to the endless gun activities we are seeing. No one is safe because these border riders are even beating up cops. Pedestrians who've already lost their battle for sidewalks with borders now have a new trauma update from whoever's at the back of the borders. Because you're thinking, is this border a goon-wheeling service or am I profiling a person and their passenger? Kenyans now have to leave their homes and enter the great goon trek to freedom, which has left some of the people injured, while SHA is figuring out whether it wants to work or it's just bonding with reject claims. The goon expansion program in this is happening in various cities and towns, from Nakuru to Eldoret or wherever you get your podcasts from. So Nairobi entered the NMS Season 2, the collaboration after the governor agreed to a cooperation deal with the government. Dimples zimeingia mchanga, but part of the deal was a proposed Nairobi Metropolitan Police Unit. Could this sudden increase in crimes be a way to manufacture consent for the installation of this new system? Well, we'll just have to check the new CCTV installations and the AI surveillance that is being set up that copies the New York Police Department to find out.
Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has outlined how the proposed Nairobi Metropolitan Police Unit, which is expected to be established within the next 2 months, at least a framework preparing for it, will operate.
Part of our plans is to make sure that we incorporate the business community in the city. Generally, because we want to ensure that their CCTV systems are interoperable with the police ones, so that it is quick to carry out investigations when we have issues.
Having this much insecurity in a country that is heavily invested in defense and increasing police budgets really diminishes Kenyans' faith in the system. And we already lost faith at LSK. We can't keep going on the hope of just like having hope for the safety of all of us as citizens. And speaking of safety, Kenyans may have been unbuckled from safety, given that the Interior CS and the renowned watch collector said that someone somewhere is handing out tear gas to the wrong people.
Hatutoroki leo, zima hiyo kitu mkutano iendelee. Zima hiyo kitu mkutano iendelee, hatutoroki leo.
Is this one of the tear gas canisters that imaginatively found itself a buyer or a thrower?
Zima hiyo kitu kama bangi. Zima hiyo kitu kama nyongi ya jana.
Kenyan tear gas is so ambitious, it's even getting new markets. But its lifespan is on the line because...
Funika na jacket, mkutano lazima itaendelea.
So the CS even said that he can tell for a fact, without a shadow of a hair follicle, that it's not cops using tear gas on people at rallies. If you watch that clip, there's a guy right there who had his BS radar go up a couple of earlobes because it's coming from the cabinet secretary himself. What does he mean, somebody somewhere? That sounds like a TV show that was written by Nameless. Also, if you're the Interior Cabinet Secretary, the design of Kenya's security system should be glistening from your mind like that first mirror glance after a Kinyozi visit. You should be Marie Kondo up in this getting rid of what doesn't serve the security of this country, unless you're facing a real Kikulacho scenario where the cops themselves are implicated. As John Allen said regarding how fortress capitalism presents itself,
something that I'm noticing is becoming a very big part of transnational repression in East Africa, and that's fortress capitalism. And a good way of understanding it, or a simple way of understanding it, is when wealth builds physical, digital, or political walls to keep out the very people that they profit from. So here are a couple of symptoms or factors to think about if you are an East African and you're starting to see this in your country. Number one is how security is becoming a growth industry. So you'll see it at both ends of the spectrum. You'll have analog violence in the form of goons or unruly mobs being unleashed on the public at a moment's notice. You'll also have this very sophisticated digital surveillance infrastructure that is usually bought or sourced from other countries that are part of now the global digital surveillance ecosystem.
Is that what's happening? Allegedly. And on to the higher education, higher miseducation, if you will. Kenya's higher education is entering the lower stretches of mapambano as it faces a 260 billion funding gap in the proposed budget. This shortfall threatens over 650,000 students, meaning that the new funding model didn't even survive the runway of reality. The new funding model, which places students into bands, and not even cool bands like Sauti Sol or Kodong Clan or We Are Nubia, it's just bands according to their wealth and poverty reflections. This new funding model has not worked out like most of my New Year's resolutions. I promise I'll go to the gym. I've just started on the Chinese calendar. Ndo imeanza. So before this administration wheeled in 2022, public universities had a 60 billion in pending bills, but that number currently stands at 85 billion Kenyan shillings. You can accomplish a lot in 4 years, even if it's just increasing your loan rotations. Fuliza experts will agree. The university funding model had more promises than a relative you will never see again, from increased budgetary allocation, timely fund disbursement, increased access to education, and even a unicorn ride-off to the sunset of employment. However, barely 2 years after its introduction, the funding deficit in universities is threatening staff salaries, infrastructure development, student loans, scholarships, and other when I grow up hopes and dreams. And lastly, businesses are about to cage it off. Higher education may be facing off with low funding, but at least some reprieve is coming to business owners. The deputy president took a break from this pneumonia exposure.
Mayo kwenda mpaka Nakuru na Mausame, wachana na hiyo. Fire si fire. Sasa ukinipatia mwavuli na wananchi nao, kama mwananchi ananyeshewa, si hata sisi tunyeshewe? Ama mnasemaje jameni? Ama mnasemaje jameni?
To announce that the government is launching another project called the Kenya Jobs and Economic Transformation, KJET.
The yet to be rolled out KJET project. KJET is the Kenya Jobs for Economic Transformation project.
So every program named by this administration is about relocating people to the sky. KJET, Nyota, Bottom Up, and even the way they stop protesters. The KJET program will focus on businesses that are more established and need equipment for value addition.
It is supposed to support perhaps business people who are a little more established, but they lack equipment for value addition and better business activity.
So I'm not even going to knock his newfound deeper Homer voice, because this is actually a solid initiative. The import costs for machinery into the country is relatively low. However, the landed cost is often very high due to administrative levies, VAT, and logistical expenses. These costs can be a real cog stopper for those in the businesses. The cost of energy is also extremely expensive, so hopefully these machines are running on solar, nuclear, or the power that Mbosso sings about. If only there was an entity in charge of this that could reduce these charges significantly, or finance the research institutions or universities to come up with more inventions and machines that are needed. I'm looking at you, Kenyan Parliament, and other key policymakers. But maybe it's a bit of a waste looking at Parliament. One of them hasn't even spoken in any session. Maybe he took a vow of silence against anything that requires reading. I hope all the Kapseret problems are resolved and they're living in a policy utopia. So transparency may have been wrestled to the ground by this administration on very many occasions. But hopefully, this new rollout for KJET has a clear selection criteria and the benefits are going to go very, very much further in this wheelbarrowed economic times.
Interesting. Kapseret, man. Another honorable appearance. Another honorable
Of
man.
course, like it's consistent.
He who is named shall not be named.
Yes.
Okay.
You have to know he's consistent.
Aurelia, asante sana for coming. I don't know if do you think there's an end in sight to all the suffering that people like Toma and Aaron go through?
To answer that, I would basically give you the recommendations of our research. And given that the implementation of Huduma number was termed unconstitutional because there was no enough public participation. So how about we address the question on public participation? How about we roll out the entire Maisha Number project in phases so that there's the Kaizen effect, the continuous monitoring, evaluation, and improvement. How about while doing that, we do not attach a high cost to actually getting accessing the identification documents? How about abolishing the entire vetting process, because you've already discussed and seen that it's actually not objective? And actually, how about moving the Data Protection Act from being an ideal to actually ensuring that the data protection framework during and even after the implementation of the digital ID system is actually adhered to? So those will be my main recommendations on ensuring that we're actually addressing this problem. And the end goal of this, just to ensure that we have a human rights respecting digital ID system in place, ensuring that we are adhering to the Article 13 of our Kenyan Constitution, that is the foundation of every Kenyan citizen having a legal identity.
Asante, Aurelia. Felix?
Or maybe she said everything. But maybe I can add and say, maybe Maisha Number system is in court.
Yeah.
In less than a month, from March 17th to March 19th. So, as what happened with Huduma Number, the project, we were registered, that 8 million Kenyans were registered, and the project stalled. So, we are yet to know where the data of Maisha Number is, since the data of Huduma Number was in the company Idemia, and we are yet to see that data being given to us. So we are asking, in case Maisha Number system also goes down, the government ought to give transparency in the people who are connecting Kenyans' information and things like that. So it's for us to be aware in the data conversation that you also had here. So for us to be very aware, who are we giving our data, who's the sovereign over us, because they can just take it and use it at their own peril.
Yeah.
Yes.
Brilliant. And integrity is not something Kenyan government is known for. So asante sana Felix, asante Aurelia for making time. Justine, as usual, asante sana. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for watching this episode, and we'll catch you on the next one. Big Picture returns next week. Bye.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard and the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
Healthcare in Kenya is complex, with plenty of unknowns. It is not just a straightforward matter of healing the sick. Getting healthcare can be a matter of life or death. Far too often, it becomes a battle against systems, against greed, against those who are meant to save you, but who are only interested in helping themselves.
The child was referred, but the ambulance transferring the child from Kajiado diverted them to the private facility, Abian Hospital in Isli.
3 months ago, these words shook the nation. This is Esther Olavu, a young mother who claims her baby was detained when she could not pay the bills. But to understand Vikram's story, we must go back to where it all began. I must caution you though, baby Vikram's story is far more complex than one family's pain.
A hospital can set aside 100,000 shillings aimed at meeting 10 ambulance providers. Then a meeting is called and a discussion is held with the aim of forming a partnership that will end up with these ambulances taking referred patients to that particular hospital.
This is Vikram King, once full of life, full of promise. Born in 2024 in Loitoktok, Kajiado County, his family knew him as a playful, innocent child. He was the joy and pride of the family, brightening a homestead with his everyday jovial mood. However, a complication had been detected shortly after birth.
Nilipojifungua huyo mtoto ilikuwa date 16 June 2024. Baada ya kumwangalia nikaona kuna shida katika sehemu yake ya kukojoa. Nikaona hayuko kama boy wengine wenye wanakuaga. Na sasa akaniambia tutampeleka kwa daktari wa surgery, tutampeleka aende akamwangalie, atuambie nini tatizo. Daktari akamwangalia, akasema hiyo ni kawaida, huwa wanazaliwa hivyo. But wakifikisha 1 year wanapelekwa operation, wanafanywa surgery.
Haswa shida ilikuwa nini uliona tofauti?
Niliona tofauti kozi watoto vijana wakizaliwa wanazaliwagwa hiyo ngozi inakuwa imefunika ile nini kabisa. Yeye ngozi yake ilikuwa wazi hapa mbele, haijafunika. Daktari akamwangalia akaniambia unaona hata shimo yake baada ya kuwa hapa mbele iko na hapa hivi chini. So ilikuwa itahamishwa hapa chini iwekwe hapa mbele. Hiyo tu ndio ilikuwa shida, but mtoto alikuwa anakojoa vizuri, hakuwa na shida yoyote, hakuwa isumbuka kukojoa. Ni ile tu unasema wacha juu daktari amesema inarekebishwagwa, wacha tu nitapeleka aende akarekebishwe.
Olavu was advised to wait for a year and she was patient. In July 2025, baby Vikram turned 1 and doctors at Loitoktok Sub-County Hospital gave the go-ahead for him to undergo a corrective procedure for a condition he was born with. However, something had gone wrong. As hours passed, Olavu's worry grew. No one was telling her what was happening. Doctors at Loitoktok Sub-County Hospital needed to operate on baby Vikram. He was diagnosed with hypospadias, a birth defect where the opening of the urethra is on the underside of the penis rather than at the tip. Normally, if left untreated, it can lead to complications later in life. This condition needs surgery to correct it. The routine surgical procedure initially went well, but there were serious complications. The doctor's notes pointed to a reaction to the anesthesia used during the operation, which left Vikram unstable and struggling to regain consciousness, where his body struggled to stabilize, his breathing became weak, and he failed to wake up as expected. The report stated his condition was still pathological, meaning he had not regained consciousness and needed urgent specialized care. Doctors referred him to Kenyatta National Hospital, a level 6 facility equipped to handle complex cases like Vikram's. He needed advanced care to stay alive.
Madaktari walisema mama, tafuta 50,000 tupeleke mtoto Kenyatta, ama utafute 100,000 tupeleke mtoto KU. Itabidi tu nitafute hiyo 50, 100,000 ni ngumu kupata. Wacha nitafute hiyo 50 tuende Kenyatta. Ndio akasema KU ni mzuri sana, si uongezee tu hiyo 50 tuende huko KU. Nikamwambia nimekataa peleke KU kwa sababu sina pesa.
Although the referral letter from Loitoktok Hospital directed the patient to Kenyatta National Hospital for advanced care, instead, Vikram and his mother were taken to Abian Hospital, a private hospital in Isili. Vikram's mother believes that what happened to her son was not an isolated incident, but rather points to deeper systemic gaps within the medical fraternity.
Mtoto alikuwa ameshachoka, hewa ilikuwa inaenda ikikata, imefika 75, mapigo ya moyo imeshuka, imefika 75. Sasa sikawa tu sina namna, mtoto ashuke aingie, kwa nini aingizwe ICU haraka? Wale wa madaktari walituambia mtoto akifika ICU atachukua 3 hours amke na mrudi na hiyo ambulance. Hata dereva wa ambulance alikuwa anasema ye hataenda, atuache mpaka mtoto amke turudi na yeye.
According to the Kenya Health Facility Master Registry, Abian Hospital in Nairobi's Isili area was established in June 2023 and was registered in December 2024. It is a modest facility with 1 operating theatre and 12 inpatient beds. The incident with baby Vikram was not the only one involving Abian. Another family in Kariobangi South was fighting a similar battle.
Kwa majina naitwa Cynthia Gonya Ningu. Mimi ni mkaji wa Kariobangi South. 3rd of June mama alikuwa vibaya sana. Tulita hadi Uber ingeza mbeba juu. Angeza jiweza. Familia ikajikaza ikatuitia ambulance. So ambulance ikakuja, okoa ambulance. Wakuja wakachukua mama.
The ambulance was supposed to take her to Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital, but the emergency medical technicians had other plans.
Tukafika hapo kwa njia wakatuambia kuna hospitali nzuri Isili. Tukishafungua SHA tunalipa 7,800 ya SHA. Ikishatufungulia inalipa 28,000 kila siku. Na tukitoka huko hata tutakuwa na wasiwasi, ni SHA italipa. Nikaongea na familia ikasema ni sawa. Beta huko itatoa 28k, hiyo at least itatusaidia na mzigo zingine. Na tatoka huko na SHA. Tukamwambia ni sawa tupeleke huko. Hata kwa kutuambia tu sign, hao ndo walifanya kila kitu, hao ndo walimuadmit, hao ndo walifanya kila kitu. Sisi tulikuwa tumekaa. Hata tu kusign commitment hatukusign. Wakatupeleka, wakaadmit mama akastabiliziwa kila kitu nini.
While Beatrice was being admitted at Abian, something sinister was unraveling. On her daughter's phone, a string of text messages between Cynthia and a member of the very ambulance team that had taken her mother to Abian Hospital. At a first glance, it seemed like casual follow-up from a concerned person. But one detail stood out. Over and over, the same question. Not only about Beatrice's recovery, but about money. Specifically,